Some stories pull you into the unknown not to escape reality, but to question the one you thought you knew. This is a third-person retelling of Dark Matter by Blake Crouch, a mind-bending sci-fi thriller inspired by the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. The core idea sparked from Crouch's fascination with articles in Scientific American and real experiments showing particles in superposition. He wondered, if tiny particles can exist in multiple states, what if a person could? What if every choice branches into another life, hidden just beneath the surface, like the invisible dark matter that shapes our universe? First published in July 2016, the book has sold over 1 million copies worldwide. Its author, Blake Crouch, is a best-selling novelist known for gripping speculative thrillers like the Wayward Pines trilogy and Recursion. The story later reached an even wider audience when it was adapted into a hit TV series on Apple TV Plus in 2024, starring Joel Edgerton and Jennifer Connelly. The visuals you'll see are created with today's technology. They might not be perfectly accurate to every scene, but they will help you visualize the journey, so bear with my request. By the end of this tale, you may find yourself questioning the roads not taken, the versions of yourself left behind, and what truly matters in the life you're living. And at the end, I'll share fascinating facts about the book, its adaptations, behind-the-scenes details from the series, and a few fun discoveries most readers never notice. The story begins. Jason stood in the kitchen on another timeless Thursday family night, the three of them together as always. He glanced over from the onion he was slicing to where his nearly 15-year-old son Charlie sat at the table, sketchpad in front of him. The boy had shot up 2 inches over the summer and now matched his father's height. He asked to see the drawing. Charlie lifted the pad, revealing a strange, alien mountain range. Jason nodded with quiet approval, learning it was a class project due tomorrow, and gently urged the boy to keep working. A pleasant haze of wine warmed him as he stood there, completely unaware that this ordinary evening marked the abrupt end of everything he held dear. No warning came, no sense of the precipice beneath his feet. Tragedy, he would later reflect, struck hardest in such blind, unbraced moments. The track lights glinted off his wineglass while the onion stung his eyes. In the den, Thelonious Monk played on the old turntable, its rich analog warmth and occasional static crackle filling the air. Stacks of rare vinyl lined the shelves, still waiting for the day he would organize them. His wife Daniela perched on the kitchen island, swirling the last of her wine and scrolling her phone. She felt his gaze and smiled without looking up, acknowledging that she was breaking their family night rule against screens. When he asked what held her attention, she claimed it was nothing. He crossed to her, gently took the phone from her hand, and set it aside, suggesting she start the pasta instead. She preferred watching him cook. He teased whether it excited her. She answered with a wine-sweet laugh that it was simply more fun to drink and do nothing, her architecturally perfect smile still capable of undoing him. He finished his glass and proposed opening another bottle. She agreed it would be foolish not to. As he pulled the cork, she showed him her screen, an enthusiastic Chicago Magazine review of Marcia Altman's latest show. He asked if they had been kind. She confirmed. It read like a love letter. He offered a mild, "Good for her." She trailed off on a thought about her own abandoned path in Chicago's art scene, 15 years earlier. Studio in Bucktown, gallery shows, an upcoming solo in New York. Before life, him, Charlie, and severe postpartum depression had derailed everything. Now she taught private lessons to middle schoolers. She insisted she felt happy for Marcia, who deserved every success. Jason mentioned that his old friend Ryan Holder had just won the Pavia Prize for neuroscience work. When Daniela asked its significance, He explained the $1 million award, the prestige, and the grants it would unlock. She joked about the attractive teaching assistants that might come with it. He admitted Ryan had invited him to a casual celebration that night, but he had declined to keep their family evening intact. She lifted her empty glass, noting they both had reason to drink heavily tonight. He kissed her and poured generously from the fresh bottle. She told him he could have won that prize himself. He countered that she could have dominated the city's art world, yet they had chosen this instead. She gestured to their high-ceilinged brownstone, and then to Charlie, who sketched with the same fierce absorption she once brought to her paintings. Being father to a near adult felt strange to Jason. Raising a small boy had been one thing. Guiding someone on the cusp of adulthood was another. He sensed he had little wisdom to offer. The older he grew, the less certain he felt about anything. He loved his son more than life itself, yet he carried the persistent fear that he was sending the boy into the world with nothing but fragments of his own uncertainty. He turned to the cabinet by the sink to find fettuccine. Daniela told Charlie his father could have won the Nobel. Jason laughed it off as exaggeration, but she insisted he was a genius and that science had suffered because he had chosen family instead. When she drank, her Spanish accent thickened, her kindness turned fierce, and her praise grew extravagant. She recalled a night when he had told her that on his deathbed he would rather have memories of her than of any sterile lab. Emotion suddenly caught her. Her eyes misted, and she shook her head as if fighting tears, but she recovered and pushed on. Jason glanced at Charlie, who rolled his eyes at the parental display. The ache rose in Jason's throat. He stared into the open cabinet until it passed, then grabbed a pasta box and closed the door. Daniela sipped her wine. Charlie kept drawing. The moment faded. She asked where Ryan's party was. He told her the Village Tap, their local corner bar. She took the pasta from his hand and insisted he go celebrate with his old college roommate, head high, proud of him. She even wanted him to pass along her congratulations. Jason refused that part, reminding her Ryan had long carried a torch for her, still trying mistletoe tricks at Christmas parties years ago. She laughed it off and promised dinner would be ready when he returned, in 45 minutes. He asked what he would be without her. She kissed him and told him not to think about it. Jason collected his keys and wallet from the dish by the microwave. His eyes caught the tesseract chandelier above the dining table, Daniela's gift for their 10th anniversary, still his favorite. As he reached the front door, she called for him to bring back ice cream. Mint chocolate chip, Charlie added. He raised a thumb in acknowledgement without turning around or saying goodbye. The moment slipped away unmarked, the quiet end of everything he knew and loved. Outside, the first week of October in Logan Square felt perfect crisp air, carrying the sense that life could begin again. The sky showed a few clear stars while the bars buzzed louder than usual with disappointed Cubs fans. Jason stopped beneath the blinking Village Tap sign and stepped through the open doorway into the familiar glow of his neighborhood bar. Matt, the owner, nodded as he threaded through the crowd toward Ryan Holder. Ryan looked polished and fit in a black turtleneck, his beard meticulously groomed for the lecture circuit. Jason told him he had just been mentioning him to Daniela. Ryan smiled. Jason stood at the bar as Ryan turned with a broad grin, clearly moved that he had shown up. He touched the bare shoulder of the young woman beside him and asked her to let his old friend take the stool. She slipped away without protest, and Jason climbed up next to him. Ryan flagged the bartender and ordered the 2 most expensive pours in the house. When Jason protested it wasn't necessary, Ryan gripped his arm and insisted they were drinking the best tonight. Matt offered Macallan 25. Ryan called for doubles on his tab. As the bartender stepped away, Ryan punched Jason's arm hard. He still carried the broad-shouldered athletic build from his lacrosse days, nothing like the typical scientist. He asked how Charlie and Daniela were doing. Jason answered they were great. Ryan said he should have brought her along. He hadn't seen her since last Christmas. Jason passed along her congratulations. Ryan agreed she was a good woman, no surprise there. Jason asked about Ryan's own chances of settling down soon. Ryan dismissed the idea. The single life and all its perks suited him perfectly. He checked whether Jason was still teaching at Lakemont College. Yes, undergrad physics, mainly introductory quantum mechanics, nothing glamorous. Matt returned with the whiskeys. Ryan took both glasses and set one in front of Jason. Jason started to ask about the celebration. Ryan explained it was just an impromptu gathering his postgrads had thrown. They loved getting him drunk and listening to him hold court. He called it a big year, then reminded Jason how he had nearly flunked differential equations back in the day. Ryan laughed and credited him with saving his ass more than once. For a flicker, Jason glimpsed the same goofy, fun-loving roommate he had shared that filthy apartment with years ago. He asked whether the Pavia Prize had come for the work identifying the prefrontal cortex as the consciousness generator. Ryan confirmed it. Jason said he had read the paper and found it dazzling. Ryan looked genuinely pleased. Then, with no false modesty, he admitted he had always expected Jason, not him, to be the one publishing the truly seminal papers. Jason asked if he really believed that. Ryan studied him over his black-rimmed glasses and answered without hesitation. Of course. Jason was smarter than he was, and everyone had known it. Jason sipped the whiskey, trying not to let how exceptional it tasted show on his face. Ryan asked whether he saw himself these days more as a research scientist or a teacher. Before Jason could finish his reply, Ryan pressed on. He saw himself first and foremost as a man chasing fundamental answers. If students picked up knowledge simply by being near him, fine, but teaching itself held no interest. Only the science mattered, only the research. Jason caught a rising edge of annoyance in Ryan's voice, something sharpening toward real anger. He tried to laugh it off and asked if Ryan was upset with him, if it sounded like he had let him down. Ryan answered that he had taught at MIT, Harvard, Johns Hopkins, the best places on earth, and met the sharpest minds alive. Jason could have changed the world if he had stayed on that path instead of teaching introductory physics to future doctors and patent lawyers. Jason replied that not everyone could be a superstar like him. Ryan shot back that it only happened if you gave up. Jason drained the rest of his whiskey, stepped down from the stool, and said he was glad he had stopped by. Ryan told him not to be that way. It had been a compliment. Jason answered that he was proud of him, and he meant it. Ryan called his name once more, but Jason thanked him for the drink and walked out. Outside, he stalked down the sidewalk. The farther he moved from the bar, the hotter his anger burned, though he could not say exactly at whom. His face flushed. Sweat slid down his ribs. Without thinking, he stepped off the curb against the crosswalk signal. Tires locked up with a shriek of rubber. He spun and saw the yellow cab hurtling straight at him. Through the windshield, he registered the mustached driver's wide-eyed panic as the man braced for impact. At the last instant, his palms slapped flat against the warm yellow hood. The cabbie leaned out, screaming that he was a dipshit who had almost died and needed to pull his head out of his ass. Horns blared behind the cab. Jason backed onto the sidewalk and watched traffic resume. 3 separate drivers slowed just long enough to flip him off. The scare killed whatever buzz the whiskey had left. Inside Whole Foods, the air smelled exactly like the hippie he had dated before Daniela. Fresh produce, ground coffee, essential oils. Still foggy and lethargic, he drifted along the freezer cases until he found the ice cream, then stepped back into the sharper night air. A brisk wind blew off the lake, already promising the brutal winter ahead. He took the longer route home, adding 6 blocks for the solitude he needed after the cab and the conversation with Ryan. He passed an abandoned construction site, then the elementary school playground where Charlie had once played, the metal slide gleaming under a street lamp, swings stirring gently in the breeze. The crisp autumn energy stirred something deep and primal in him, echoes of his childhood in western Iowa. Stadium lights on high school football fields, the sweet scent of ripening apples, the sour reek of keg beer in cornfields, the rush of night wind across his face while riding in the bed of an old pickup, red dust swirling in the taillights, and the whole future stretching wide open. Youth carried a beautiful weightlessness, no final choices made, no paths locked in, only pure possibility ahead. He loved the life he had built, yet he had not felt that lightness in years. Nights like this came closest. The cold sharpened his thoughts. It would feel good to get home. He pictured lighting the gas logs, unseasonably early, but after walking a mile into this wind, he wanted nothing more than to sit by the fire with Daniela and Charlie and another glass of wine. The street dipped beneath the rusting ironwork of the L. For him, the elevated train defined Chicago more than any skyline. This stretch was his favorite part of the walk, darkest and quietest. No inbound trains, no headlights, no distant bar noise, only the faint roar of a jet on final approach to O'Hare. Then he heard footfalls behind him. He glanced back. A shadow closed fast. The first thing he registered was the face. Ghost white skin, high-arched eyebrows drawn on, red pursed lips too thin and too perfect, and horrifying pitch-black eyes with no pupils or irises. The second thing was the gun barrel 4 inches from his nose. The low, raspy voice behind the geisha mask ordered him to turn around. He hesitated, stunned. The gun pressed harder into his face. He turned. Before he could mention that his wallet was in his front left pocket, the voice told him this wasn't about money, and to start walking. He obeyed. The command came again. Faster. He quickened his pace. When he asked what the man wanted, the voice snapped at him to keep his mouth shut. A train thundered overhead. They stepped out from under the L. His heart hammered. He took in the empty street with sudden, vivid clarity. Across the way, a gated townhome complex. On this side, businesses long closed for the night. A nail salon, a law office, an appliance repair shop, a tire store. The whole block felt like a ghost town. The masked man pointed to a black Lincoln Navigator parked at the curb ahead. Its alarm chirped. He ordered Jason into the driver's seat. Jason started to protest. The man cut him off. Get in or bleed out right here on the sidewalk. Jason opened the driver's door and slid behind the wheel. Jason muttered about his grocery bag. The masked man told him to bring it and climbed into the back seat. Start the car, he ordered. Jason pulled the door shut, stowed the Whole Foods canvas bag on the passenger floor, and pressed the engine button. The interior felt so quiet he could hear his own pulse hammering in his ears. The man demanded to know what he was waiting for. Jason turned on the navigation as instructed, then navigated to previous destinations. 3 addresses appeared. One his home, one the university. He asked if the man had been following him. The reply was curt. Choose Pulaski Drive. Jason selected 1400, Pulaski Drive, and followed the GPS voice that told him to make a legal U-turn and proceed for 0.8 miles. As he shifted into gear and pulled into the dark street, the man reminded him to buckle up. Jason did so while the man buckled behind him. Then came the clear warning. Any deviation from the directions and he would be shot through the seat. Jason understood. He drove through his own neighborhood, wondering if he was seeing it for the last time. At a red light in front of the corner bar, he glimpsed Matt inside and Ryan holding court for his postgrads, probably spinning some cautionary tale about failure. Jason desperately wanted to call out for help, but the light turned green and the man prompted him to accelerate. The GPS guided them east onto the Kennedy Expressway. The female voice instructed a right turn and 19.8 miles southbound. Traffic was light. Jason held 70 miles per hour, sweat slick on the leather wheel, the question burning in his mind, am I going to die tonight? If he survived, he realized he would carry the lonely truth that people leave this life the same way they enter it, utterly alone. No one, not even Daniela or Charlie, could reach him now. The interstate skirted downtown, the Willis Tower and its cluster of skyscrapers glowing serenely. Beneath the panic, his thoughts raced to make sense of it. His home address was saved in the GPS. This was no random mugging. The man knew him. Some past action of his had led here, yet he was not rich, had no criminal record, had never slept with another man's wife. His only fights had been childish. As an atomic physicist and professor, he treated every student with respect. None of it explained a gun at the back of his head. The skyline shrank in the mirror. He ventured a question. Had he done something to the man or someone he worked for? The masked figure warned that more talking would only make things worse. Jason caught something familiar in the raspy voice but could not place it. His phone vibrated with incoming texts. Then again. The man had forgotten to take it. The time read 9:05 p.m. He was already 15 minutes late for dinner. Daniela was surely wondering. In the rear view, he saw only a sliver of the ghost white mask. He tested by resting his left hand in his lap for 10 seconds. No reaction. Emboldened, he slid the hand into his pocket, slowly worked the phone free, and placed it face up in his lap. As the GPS announced the upcoming 87th Street exit, he glanced down at missed calls and texts from Danny. Dinner on the table, they were starving. Had he gotten lost? The screen timed out. He risked turning it back on, entered his passcode, and began typing a desperate message about 1400 Pulaski and calling 911. His finger fumbled, autocorrect fighting every word. The gun barrel suddenly dug into the back of his head. He swerved into the fast lane. The man demanded what he was doing. Jason straightened the wheel with one hand while his other reached for send. The man lunged between the seats, gloved hand snatching the phone away. Merge right onto the 87th Street exit in 500 feet, the GPS said. The man asked for the passcode. When Jason stayed silent, he guessed it correctly, 3721, Jason's birthday month and year backwards, and the screen lit his mask. He read the unfinished text aloud and called Jason a bad boy. They exited and turned left onto 87th Street, heading east into a part of South Chicago they had no business entering. Rows of factory housing, apartment projects, empty parks with rusted swings and netless hoops, locked storefronts behind security gates, gang tags everywhere. The man asked whether he called her Danny or Daniela. Jason's throat tightened with rage and helplessness. When pressed again, he answered Daniela. The man noted the phone said Danny and asked why he rarely used it. Jason said she didn't like it. Then came the question about the grocery bag. Jason admitted it was ice cream. The man confirmed it was family night. In the mirror, Jason saw him typing on the phone, but got no answer when he asked what he was writing. Jason drove deeper into a barren no-man's land that no longer felt like Chicago, the skyline reduced to a faint smear on the horizon. Crumbling, lightless houses stood lifeless on every side. They crossed a river, and ahead lay the black expanse of Lake Michigan, as if the world itself ended here. The GPS instructed a right turn south on Pulaski Drive for 0.5 miles to destination. The masked man chuckled behind him, noting how much trouble Jason was in with his wife. He asked who the man from the bar had been, the one he drank whiskey with, admitting he couldn't make it out clearly from outside. In the pitch darkness of the borderland between Chicago and Indiana, they passed the ruins of railroad yards and factories. Jason answered that his name was Ryan Holder, an old roommate. The man already knew that and asked how close they were, pointing out Ryan wasn't even in his contacts. When Jason pressed how he could possibly know any of this, the man replied that he knew almost everything about him. He had made Jason's life his specialty. Jason demanded to know who he was. The question went unanswered. The GPS announced arrival in 500 feet, then declared they had reached the destination. Jason stopped the navigator in the middle of the empty road. The man directed him to the entrance just ahead on the left. Headlights swept across a sagging 12-foot fence topped with rusted barbed wire. The gate hung ajar, its chain cut and coiled in the weeds. He told Jason to nudge the gate open with the bumper. The metal shrieked loudly even inside the soundproof cabin. High beams lit a buckled remnant of road leading into a vast, abandoned parking lot where street lamps lay toppled like spilled matchsticks. Beyond it loomed a sprawling brick building flanked by enormous cylindrical tanks and a pair of 100-foot smokestacks piercing the sky. Jason asked what the place was. The man ordered him to park and shut off the engine. He complied. In the sudden, deathly silence, he asked again. Instead, the man wanted to know his plans for tomorrow. Jason told him he was giving a test to his FEES 3316 class and nothing else. The man commanded him to remove every stitch of clothing. Jason hesitated, wondering why he wanted him naked, clinging to the hope that the mask meant the man did not intend to kill him. Otherwise, he would not care if Jason could identify him. He stripped off his gray hoodie, shirt, running shoes, socks, slacks, and boxers, leaving the pile on the passenger seat. Vulnerability washed over him, along with a strange shame. He feared the man might rape him. The masked figure set a flashlight on the console and ordered him out of the car. Jason saw the navigator's interior as a final lifeboat. As long as he stayed inside, perhaps the man would not make a bloody mess. His chest heaved, black spots exploding across his vision as hyperventilation set in. The man warned he could hurt him just as easily inside the vehicle. Jason gasped that it was bullshit. He would not want blood all over the car. When awareness returned, the man was dragging him out by the arms and dropping him onto the gravel. Jason sat dazed, head clearing slowly. The lake air cut raw and serrated against his bare skin, raising goose flesh. The darkness here revealed 5 times as many stars as in the city. His head throbbed. Fresh blood trickled down his face, though adrenaline dulled the pain. The man dropped a second flashlight beside him and shone his own beam on the ruined building. After you! Jason clutched the light, pushed to his feet, and stumbled forward. His bare soles crushed sodden newspaper and dodged crumpled cans and glittering shards of glass. As they neared the entrance, he pictured this same lot on a future winter night. Snow falling, flashing blue and red lights, detectives and cadaver dogs swarming the ruins while his naked, butchered body lay inside. A patrol car would pull up to his brownstone at 2 a.m. Daniela would open the door in her nightgown, already knowing he was never coming home, yet the sight of the young officers would finally shatter her. She would sink to the doormat as Charlie descended the stairs behind her, asking if it was about Dad. Faded brick above the entrance spelled out Cargo Power. The man forced him through a gap in the wall. Their flashlight beams swept the front office, furniture rotted to metal frames, an old water cooler, the ashes of a campfire, a shredded sleeping bag, and used condoms scattered across moldy carpet. They entered a long corridor. Without the lights, the darkness would have been absolute. The warped linoleum held less debris, and the only sound was the distant moan of wind outside the walls. Jason grew colder with every step. The gun barrel jabbed into his kidney, driving him onward. He wondered if some psychopath had studied him for months after a chance encounter in a coffee shop, on the L, or at the corner bar. He feared the man had plans for Charlie and Daniela too. His voice cracked as he offered to beg to do anything, if only the man would let him go home to his family with the promised ice cream. The man asked if that meant if he let him go. Jason said yes. He would defile himself, hurt anyone, do whatever it took. The man's laughter echoed down the corridor. He admitted he would be afraid to witness exactly what Jason might be willing to do. When Jason asked what he was being taken out of, there was no answer. Jason's knees buckled. He dropped to the floor. The flashlight skittered away. He begged the man not to do this, to simply walk away. He loved his family, his wife, his son. The man called his name sharply, once, twice, 3 times, cutting him off. He shivered violently, the cold and terror twisting together in his gut. A heavy boot slammed into his stomach, blasting the air from his lungs and flipping him onto his back. The masked man dropped down hard, pinning him, and rammed the gun barrel deep between his lips, forcing it all the way to the back of his throat. The metallic taste of old oil and carbon flooded his mouth, turning his stomach. Just as vomit rose, the gun withdrew. The man yanked him upright by the arm, thrust the flashlight back into his hands, and aimed the weapon at his face. Jason stared into the mask, the beam glinting off the revolver's hammer, cylinder, and the wide, lethal bore. Copper light touched the bullet waiting inside. For a fleeting moment, he pictured the stranger alone in some dingy room, carefully loading those rounds. "I'm going to die here," he thought. "Maybe right now." "Move," the man growled. Jason walked, legs barely holding him. They turned into a wider, arched corridor where damp air pressed down and distant water dripped steadily. Concrete walls gave way to thick, wet moss underfoot. The gun's oily residue still coated his tongue, mixed with bile. Numbness crept across his face. A small voice inside screamed at him to fight, to run, to do anything except follow obediently. But fear held him frozen. He understood now why victims never resisted. The sheer weight of terror made resistance feel impossible. Part of him even wished for it to end quickly, so the fear and pain would stop. They stepped onto a freezing metal platform encircled by a rusted railing. Open space yawned around them. A yellow moon rose over Lake Michigan, its light pouring through high windows and illuminating the vast room without need for the flashlight. Below lay a 50-foot drop down an open staircase. Antique generators dormant in the cathedral-like silence. "We're going down," the man said. "Watch your step." They descended. 2 steps from the second landing. Jason spun hard, swinging the flashlight at the masthead with all his strength. He missed completely, momentum throwing him off balance. He crashed onto the landing, the flashlight flying from his grip and shattering 40 feet below. The man loomed over him, head tilted, gun trained on his face. The hammer clicked back. A knee drove into Jason's sternum, pinning him. The gun pressed cold against his temple. The man admitted a grudging respect for the attempt, calling it pathetic, yet noting he had seen it coming. A sharp sting pierced Jason's neck. "Don't fight it," the man warned. Jason felt the drug slam through him like a freight train, making him impossibly heavy and weightless at once as the world twisted inside out. The effect vanished as quickly as it arrived. Another needle stabbed into his leg. The man tossed both syringes over the edge and ordered him up. Jason hauled himself upright, using the railing, knee and head bleeding, body cold, filthy and soaked, teeth chattering painfully. They continued down the trembling steel stairs. At the bottom, they walked between rows of massive old generators. The room felt even more enormous from the floor. The man stopped midway and shone his light on a duffel bag beside one generator. He told Jason to change into the new clothes inside and hurry. Jason asked why, a faint spark of hope flickering through the fear. Maybe he would be spared. The man simply repeated the order. Jason cleaned the mud and blood from his skin with a towel, then pulled on boxer shorts, jeans, a plaid shirt, and expensive leather slip-ons that all fit perfectly. He shrugged into a black leather jacket last. Warmth spread from a strange core of heat in his chest, chasing away the cold and dulling the dexterity in his fingers. "Perfect," the man said. "Now sit." Jason eased down against the iron base of a generator the size of a locomotive engine. The man sat across from him, gun resting casually in his direction. Moonlight scattered through broken high windows, glinting off cables, gears, pipes, and ancient control panels. Jason asked what would happen next. The man replied they would wait. When Jason pressed for more, the man dismissed the question. A strange calm settled over Jason, peaceful and misplaced. He asked if the man had brought him here to kill him. The answer came firmly, no. Jason pointed out he had been allowed to believe otherwise. The man said there was no other way to bring him here. Jason felt himself sinking comfortably against the machine. Drowsiness pressed down irresistibly. The man's voice had softened, almost confessional, as he admitted it had been a long road, and he could hardly believe he was finally sitting there looking at him, talking to him. He wanted to ask so much about what it was like to be Jason. He asked how Jason felt about his place in the world. Jason answered slowly, his tongue thickening, that it was an interesting question after the night he had endured. When asked if he was happy, Jason described his amazing family, fulfilling job, comfortable life, and good health. Yet he admitted his life was great but not exceptional, and there had once been a time when it could have been more. He confessed his ambition had died quietly from neglect. The man asked if he knew exactly how that had happened, if there had been a specific moment when... Jason spoke of his son, remembering how, at 27, he and Daniela had been together only a few months when she told him she was pregnant. They had been having fun, not love, or maybe it was never planning a family. The masked man pressed him to continue. As a scientist, Jason explained, the late 20s were make or break. Without a major publication by 30, careers ended. Talking felt like an oasis of normal after the last 2 nightmare hours. The words themselves a fragile shield, keeping worse things at bay. The man asked about the big project he once had in motion. Jason fought to keep his eyes open and described his attempt to create the quantum superposition of an object visible to the naked eye. He had abandoned it, he said, because Charlie was born with serious medical problems that consumed the first year of his life. Daniela needed him, their son needed him, and he could never log the 1,000 cleanroom hours required fast enough. Funding vanished, momentum died, someone else stepped into the spotlight he had briefly held. When the man asked if he ever regretted choosing Daniela and building a life with her, Jason answered without hesitation, never. But the simple word cracked something open. Emotion surged back with the full horror of the moment. Raw fear and a homesickness that cut straight to the bone. He needed her more than he had ever needed anything. Then he was on the cold concrete floor, the drug sweeping him under. The man knelt beside him, rolling him onto his back. Jason stared upward through moonlight pouring in from the high windows, the darkness flickering with strange twitches of light and empty voids beside the generators. He asked if he would see her again. The man said he did not know. Jason tried once more to demand what this was all about, but the words would not form. His eyelids kept sinking despite his struggle. The man peeled off a glove and touched his face with bare, strangely gentle fingers. He apologized for the terror he had inflicted earlier, saying it had been the only way to bring him here, and that he was doing this for both of them. Jason mouthed the question, "Who are you?" Instead of answering, the man drew a fresh syringe and a tiny glass ampule that caught the moonlight like mercury. He filled the syringe from the vial, slid up his own sleeve, and injected himself. Then he dropped both items between them. The ampule rolled slowly toward Jason's face. Jason whispered, "What happens now?" The man replied that he would never believe the answer. Hands gripped his ankles. A woman's voice asked how he had gotten out of the box. A man answered he had no idea and that Jason was coming around. Jason opened his eyes to blurred shapes and glaring light. The man ordered them to get him out of there. He tried to speak, Only garbled sounds escaped. The woman addressed him as Dr. Desson, confirming he could hear her, and told him they were lifting him onto a gurney. Through the face shield of an aluminized hazmat suit, the man's features sharpened as they counted and hoisted him aboard, fastening padded restraints around his wrists and ankles for his own protection. The high ceiling scrolled past overhead. He wondered if this was a hangar. A hazy memory surfaced, the needle in his neck. This had to be a hallucination. A radio crackled for the extraction team's report. The woman answered with clear excitement that they had Desson and were en route. She checked the monitor strapped to his arm and read the vitals aloud. Pulse 115, blood pressure 140/92, temperature 98.9, oxygen saturation 95%, gamma 0.87, 30 seconds to arrival. A buzzing sounded. Vault-like doors parted slowly. They wheeled him through into a plastic-lined corridor lit by harsh fluorescent bulbs. The doors slammed shut behind him with a heavy clang. They rolled him into an operating room toward a figure in a positive pressure suit standing beneath banks of surgical lights. The man greeted him warmly through the face shield, calling him Jason, congratulating him on success, and identifying himself as Leighton Vance, Chief Executive and Medical Officer, a colleague and friend. Jason confirmed he knew who he was. He shook his head to questions about pain from the cuts and bruises, about his location, and about recognizing Leighton. Leighton picked up surgical shears, removed the monitor, and cut away the jeans, boxer shorts, and shirt, handing the clothes off for testing. He swabbed Jason's arm with isopropyl alcohol, tied a tourniquet, and drew blood with a large-gauge needle so smoothly the sting never registered. He wheeled the gurney to a glass chamber and warned that the next part would not be pleasant, but it had never killed any test subject. 90 seconds, he said. The door hissed shut. Blue recessed lights glowed overhead. A supercooled mist sprayed from the ceiling, coating Jason head to toe and freezing on his skin. As he shivered, the walls began to hum. White vapor jetted from apertures on both sides, colliding in dense fog that blotted out the light. Where the frozen droplets met his body, they burst in sharp bursts of agony. The fans reversed. Within seconds, the gas was sucked away, leaving the chamber smelling of ozone and dry lightning. The supercooled mist and gas reacted on Jason's skin, foaming into a sizzling acid-like burn that seared across his body. He grunted and thrashed against the restraints, pain pushing right against his limit. His mind raced. No drug could create hallucinations, this vivid, this agonizing. What if this was real? Some black site experiment? Had he been kidnapped? Warm water suddenly blasted from the ceiling like a fire hose, slamming the burning foam away. When it stopped, hot air roared out, drying him in a desert wind. The pain vanished. He was wide awake. The door opened, and the gurney rolled back into the OR. Leighton looked down at him. Wasn't so bad, right? He wheeled Jason into an adjoining padded room, unlocked the restraints, and helped him sit up. The world spun briefly before steadying. A bed and dresser waited with folded clothes. Leighton steadied Jason's rubbery legs and guided him to the bed. He said he would leave Jason to dress while the lab work finished, then asked if he was all right alone for a minute. Jason finally spoke, saying he didn't understand what was happening or where he was. Leighton reassured him the disorientation would pass and they would get him through it. At the door, he paused and said, "It was good to see him again, brother." Like Mission Control welcoming Apollo 13 home, everyone was proud. The door closed. 3 deadbolts slammed home like gunshots. Jason rose unsteadily and dressed in the slacks and linen shirt. A surveillance camera watched from above the door. He sat on the bed in the silent white room, struggling to recall his last clear memory. The effort felt like drowning just out of reach of shore. Fragments surfaced. Thelonious Monk playing, the smell of red wine, chopping an onion in his kitchen on family night with Daniela smiling, her voice, the jazz, their son drawing. It had felt so safe, but he had left. Why? The deadbolt suddenly retracted. Leighton entered in a lab coat, grinning with barely contained anticipation. He looked roughly Jason's age. Boarding school, handsome with light stubble. "Good news," he said. "All clear." He explained Jason was free of radiation, biohazards, and infectious disease. Full blood results would come in the morning. He handed over a Ziploc bag labeled Jason Desson, containing keys and a money clip. They left the room. In the corridor, workers were stripping plastic from the walls. When they saw Jason, they burst into applause. A woman shouted that he rocked. His strength was returning. Leighton led him up clanging metal stairs to a debrief. When Jason tried to ask questions, Leighton advised him to save his thoughts for the interview and follow protocol. 2 flights up, they entered a corridor with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a hangar encircled like an atrium. Leighton guided him into a dimly lit room where a woman in a black pantsuit waited behind a table. "Hi, Jason," she said. Leighton strapped the monitor back on his arm for a little longer, then gently urged him inside and closed the door. The woman introduced herself as Amanda Lucas. She told him to sit. The soft lighting and simple furnishings felt almost soothing. Jason poured himself water, but declined food. Amanda began the recording at 12:07 a.m. on October 2nd, identifying herself and Jason for the record. She summarized how technician Chad Hodge had found him unconscious in the hangar at 10:59 p.m. the previous night, how the extraction team had moved him to quarantine, and how he had now been cleared and brought here for debriefing. She smiled warmly. The team had rushed in from the city. They were all watching behind the glass. Applause erupted. The lights rose enough for Jason to see 15 or 20 people in theater seating, most smiling, some emotional. 2 armed men stood among them, unsmiling, hands near their pistols. Amanda rose and clapped too, visibly moved. She said they were thrilled to have him back. He was the only one who had returned so far. Jason clutched his water glass. When she asked how long he had been gone, he said he didn't know. She told him 14 months. She urged him to tell them everything. What he had seen, where he had gone, how he had returned. Start from the beginning. Jason took a sip, clinging to his last solid memory of leaving home on family night. He remembered walking through a cool autumn evening, hearing Cubs games from bars, heading to meet Ryan Holder at the Village Tap for 2 world-class scotches. Amanda asked for the last thing he remembered before waking in the hangar. He said he had been at a bar, seeing an old friend in Logan Square, still in Chicago. Her next question faded as a new memory surfaced. The dark, too quiet L platform. Someone coming. Someone who wanted to hurt him. His heart raced. Sweat broke out on his hands. He set the glass down. Amanda noted his vitals were elevating. Her voice sounded distant. Jason's mind spun. Was this a trick? He forced himself to stay calm. These people were composed, and 2 were armed. Whatever they expected to hear, he would give it. If they realized he wasn't the man they thought he was, he had no idea what would happen next. Jason's head throbbed. He reached back and brushed a tender knot on his skull, wincing at the fresh pain. A second bruise ached along the side of his head. The geisha mask flashed behind his eyes, then the memory of being naked and helpless. Only hours ago he had been home cooking dinner. He was not the man these people believed him to be. The moment they realized it, nothing good would follow. He dragged himself back to the present and told Amanda the decontamination had been rough and exhaustion was catching up. He just needed a minute to clear his head and sound coherent for the rest of the interview. She agreed, went off the record, and he stood before she could offer to escort him anywhere. He stepped into the corridor. Leighton waited, urging him to lie down because his vitals were heading the wrong way. Jason ripped the monitor off his arm and handed it over, saying he only needed a bathroom stall. Leighton led him down the empty stairwell and through a heavy door marked ground level into the lobby of Velocity Laboratories. Security faced outward at the exit. Leighton guided him past the elevators to his private office, switched on the lights, and pointed out the bathroom in the corner. He would wait right there. Jason locked the door behind him. His chest tightened until breathing hurt. They had waited 14 months for his return. There was no chance they would let him walk out tonight. Not when he wasn't the Jason they expected. He climbed onto the urinal rim, flipped the window levers, and shoved the glass open. Night air rushed in. Leighton's voice filtered through the door, offering help, brother to brother. Jason turned the deadbolt with shaking fingers. The lock clicked. The door rattled violently as Leighton slammed into it and shouted for security. Jason leaped, caught the sill with both arms, and wriggled through as the bathroom door crashed open behind him. He dropped in the darkness and hit pavement face first. Blood ran down his cheek. He scrambled up, stunned and ears ringing, and sprinted down the alley between two buildings. Leighton called after him from the window, begging him to stop and let him help. Jason kept running, burst out of the alley, and raced through the sleeping office park. Flashlight beams sliced the night behind him. He veered onto a gravel path, crossed a bike trail, scaled a low seawall, and crawled through thick bushes that tore at his face and shirt. He dropped into a quiet street, hopped a fence, cut through backyards while a dog erupted in frantic barking, then sprinted across an empty baseball diamond until his legs gave out on the infield. He lay gasping on the grass as autumn leaves swirled down around him. No flashlights, no voices. After long minutes, he sat up, then forced himself to his feet and walked into a working-class South Side neighborhood. Block after block of silent houses passed under the cool lake breeze. At an empty intersection in a small business district, he stopped beneath cycling traffic lights. Only one place showed life: a dingy bar across the street. Headlights appeared. An off-duty cab. Jason stepped into the road, waving both arms. The driver tried to swerve around him. Jason sidestepped, forcing the car to brake. The Somali cabbie lowered his window, angry, and said he was done for the night. Jason pulled out the Ziploc bag, showed the money clip, and offered to double the fare if he would just take him home. The cab's window halted 6 inches short of the door frame. He thumbed quickly through the thick wad of bills in his hand. The ride to Logan Square would run at least $75. He needed to cover double that to be safe. "Get in if we're going," the driver yelled. A few bar patrons had already spotted the stopped cab and were drifting closer, calling out for him to hold it. He finished counting, $332 and 3 expired credit cards, then climbed into the back seat and told the driver his destination. "That's 25 miles, the cabbie protested. He promised to pay double. The driver glared at him in the rearview mirror and demanded to see the money first. He peeled off a $100 bill and handed it forward, promising the rest on arrival. The driver snatched it and gunned the cab through the intersection, leaving the shouting drunks behind. In the back seat, he examined the money clip more closely. Beneath the cash and expired cards lay an Illinois driver's license bearing his own face in a photograph he had never seen, along with a gym membership and health insurance card from providers he had never used. The cabbie kept stealing glances at him in the mirror. "You had a bad night," the driver observed. He admitted it looked that way. The cabbie noted his torn clothes and bloody face, saying he had first assumed he was drunk but now saw otherwise. He added that he seemed to be in trouble. He agreed he was, though he could not explain exactly what had happened. When the driver offered to take him to a hospital instead, he refused. He only wanted to go home. They rode north on the empty interstate, the Chicago skyline drawing steadily closer. With every mile, a fragile sense of sanity crept back to him, simply because home lay ahead. Daniela would help him understand whatever this was. The cabbie pulled up across from his brownstone. He paid the remaining fare and hurried across the street, keys already in hand. But the keys did not fit the lock. The door itself felt wrong, too elegant, with heavy iron Gothic hinges that belonged on something medieval. Still, the street was his. The number on the mailbox was his. He turned the deadbolt anyway. The door swung open into a dining room that smelled only of faint dust, as if no one had lived there for a long time. Every light was off. He fumbled in the darkness until his fingers found a dimmer switch. A chandelier made of antlers glowed above a minimalist glass table and chairs that were not his. The house stood revoltingly silent. In his real home, a large, candid photo of Daniela, Charlie, and himself at Inspiration Point in Yellowstone had always rested on the mantel. Here, only a stark black and white print of the same canyon hung, artful, empty of people. He moved into the kitchen. Motion sensors triggered recessed lights, revealing a gorgeous but lifeless space of expensive appliances. No macaroni art clung to the refrigerator. The stainless steel surface remained flawless and cold. He called out for Daniela and then for Charlie. His voice echoed strangely in the two empty rooms. In the living room, he spotted his old turntable beside a high-end sound system, his jazz vinyl collection neatly arranged on custom shelves. He climbed the stairs, the hallway lighting activated by motion, but the hardwood felt wider and rougher than he remembered. Where family photos should have hung, a charcoal sketch of Navy Pier now appeared, signed by Daniela Vargas. He stepped into what should have been his son's bedroom. It was empty of Charlie's surrealist drawings, manga posters, lava lamps, and scattered clothes. Only a large monitor and desk covered in books and papers waited there. Shock carried him to the end of the hall. He slid open a frosted pocket door and entered a luxurious, cold master bedroom that was not his. Charcoal sketches lined the walls in the same style as the hallway piece. At the center stood a glass display case on an acacia wood stand. Inside, dramatic lighting illuminated a certificate in a padded leather folder and a gold coin bearing the likeness of Julian Pavia. The certificate declared that the Pavia Prize had been awarded to Jason Ashley Desson for outstanding achievement in advancing knowledge of the origin, evolution, and properties of the universe by placing a macroscopic object into quantum superposition. He sat heavily on the edge of the bed. This was not his home. It should have been his safe haven, filled with family. Instead, it felt alien. His stomach lurched violently. He rushed into the master bath, lifted the toilet seat, and vomited into the pristine bowl. Thirst burned through him. He bent to the faucet, drank straight from the stream, then splashed cold water across his face. Back in the bedroom, he found a landline on the bedside table. His cell phone was missing. He dialed Daniela's number from memory. After 4 rings, a deep, groggy male voice answered. He asked for Daniela. The man claimed he had misdialed. He repeated the number. The stranger confirmed it was correct, but insisted the phone belonged to him. How was that possible? The line went dead. He dialed her number again. This time, the man picked up on the first ring, his tone sharp with irritation, warning him it was 3 a.m. and demanding he stop calling. On the third try, the line clicked straight into voicemail. He left no message. Rising from the bed, he returned to the bathroom and stared into the mirror above the sink. His face stared back, bruised, scraped, streaked with dried blood and mud. He needed a shave. His eyes were bloodshot, but the reflection was still unmistakably him. Exhaustion slammed into him like a blow to the jaw. His knees buckled. He caught himself on the countertop just before he fell. Then, from the first floor below, came a soft sound, a door closing. He straightened, instantly alert. Back in the bedroom, He moved silently to the hallway doorway and listened. Whispered voices drifted up. The crackle of a handheld radio. The slow creak of footsteps on hardwood stairs. Shadows stretched along the walls ahead of them, climbing like ghosts. A calm, measured voice, Leighton's, floated from the stairwell. "Jason?" 5 steps brought him to the hall bath. Leighton continued, saying they were not there to hurt him, that he wished he had spoken up back at the lab, that he was sorry he had not realized how disoriented he had become. He only wanted to bring him in safely so no one got hurt. He eased the bathroom door shut and turned the lock. Their footsteps advanced down the hall, deliberate and steady. Through the door, Leighton's voice rose again, now edged with frustration, insisting they had all sacrificed everything for tonight and begging him to come out before. This turned insane. He remembered one rainy Sunday years earlier when Charlie was 9 or 10. They had spent the afternoon pretending the laundry chute was a cave entrance, lowering the boy down again and again while he wore a makeshift headlamp and backpack. He opened the hatch, climbed onto the built-in shelf. Leighton ordered someone to check the bedroom. Footsteps pattered away. The chute looked narrow, maybe too narrow. Then the bathroom doorknob rattled and a woman's voice announced it was locked. He peered down into total darkness. The first heavy shoulder hit the door, producing only a splintering crack. On the second impact, the door exploded off its hinges and crashed to the tile. Leighton and a lab security consultant burst in, the man raising a taser. Their eyes met for a half-second in the mirror. The consultant spun, weapon lifted. He folded his arms tight to his chest and dropped into the chute. Shouts faded above him as he slammed into the empty laundry hamper below. Plastic cracked and split, spilling him out between the washer and dryer. Pain lanced up his right leg. He scrambled up and ran for the French doors at the back of the house. The handles were locked. Footsteps thundered down the stairs behind him, radio squawking. He twisted the lock, flung the doors open, and sprinted across the redwood deck, past a grill far nicer than his own and a hot tub he had never seen. Down the steps, through the backyard rose garden. The garage door was locked. Every light in the house now blazed. 4 or 5 voices shouted to one another inside. An 8-foot privacy fence ringed the yard. As he flipped the hasp open, someone burst onto the deck yelling his name. He ran down the empty alley. At the next street, he glanced back. 2 figures chased him. A car engine roared to life somewhere behind, tires screeching. He cut left, sprinted to the following alley. Most yards were shielded by tall fences, but the 5th offered only a waist-high wrought iron barrier. An SUV whipped into the alley and accelerated toward him. Lacking the strength to jump, he hauled himself clumsily over the pointed tines and collapsed in the grass. He crawled to a small shed beside the garage, no padlock, slipped inside just as footsteps crossed the yard, then eased the door shut. Pitch darkness closed around him, thick with the smell of gasoline and old grass clippings. His chest heaved, sweat dripped from his chin. He clawed a cobweb from his face and felt along the plywood walls until his fingers closed around the handle of an axe. The blade felt dull, deeply nicked, long past sharp. He waited in silence, then cracked the door. The backyard lay empty. In the sudden quiet, the simplest explanation drifted through his mind. Being drugged and kidnapped by some secret group for mind control made no sense. It would have required either erasing his family and gutting his house in hours, or somehow convincing him none of it was real. Far more plausible was the idea of a tumor growing silently inside his skull for months or years, finally rupturing his perception of reality. Nothing else could have shattered his world with such speed and force. The conviction settled hard in his gut. He waited longer. No voices, no footsteps, no engines. The night felt solid again. He already knew his next destination. Chicago Mercy Hospital lay 10 blocks away. He limped through the harsh ER lights at 4:05 a.m. He hated hospitals. His mother had died in one. Charlie had spent his first weeks in a NICU. The waiting room held only a night construction worker clutching a bloody arm and a tired family with a wailing baby. The woman at the front desk looked up, surprisingly alert, and asked through the plexiglass how she could help. He stood there, unsure how to begin. When he stayed silent, she asked if he had been in an accident. He said no. She noted the cuts on his face. He told her he was not well and needed to speak to someone. She asked if he was homeless. He said no. When she asked about his family, he admitted he did not know where they were. She gave him a quick professional once-over and asked his name. Jason, he answered. She told him to wait one moment, disappeared, then returned, as a buzzer sounded and the side door unlocked. The nurse smiled. Come on back. She led him down the corridor to a patient room. The nurse assured him someone would be right with him, then closed the door. He sat on the examination table and shut his eyes against the harsh lights. Exhaustion pressed down heavier than he had ever felt. His chin dipped. He jerked upright again, nearly falling asleep sitting up. The door opened. A portly young doctor entered with a clipboard, followed by a tired bottle-blonde nurse in blue scrubs. The doctor confirmed his first name was Jason and asked for his last. He hesitated, then gave Desson and spelled it as the doctor scribbled on the intake form. Dr. Randolph introduced himself as the attending physician and asked what had brought him to the ER. He said he believed something was wrong with his mind, perhaps a tumor. When pressed for details, he admitted it would sound crazy, but explained that his house was no longer his house. Everything inside had changed, renovated, and nicer, yet the address remained the same. The doctor clarified whether only the interior differed while the exterior stayed identical. He confirmed it did. Randolph asked how he had gotten the cuts on his face and mud on his clothes. He replied that people had been chasing him, then immediately regretted saying it. The doctor repeated the words, asking who and why. He said he did not know and that it was complicated. Randolph inquired about drugs or alcohol. He admitted to some wine and whiskey hours earlier. The doctor asked again what made him think something was wrong with his mind. He answered that the last 8 hours made no sense, though they felt completely real. When asked about recent head injury, he said no, but admitted the back of his head hurt as if someone had hit him. He could not say who. Randolph asked about past or present drug use. He mentioned smoking weed a couple times a year, but not recently. The doctor instructed the nurse, Barbara, to draw blood, then pulled a pen light from his lab coat and asked permission to examine him. He agreed. Randolph leaned close enough for him to smell stale coffee and see a fresh razor nick on the doctor's chin. The bright light flooded his right eye, then his left, momentarily erasing the world in white brilliance. Randolph asked if he had thoughts of hurting himself. He said he was not suicidal. No prior psychiatric hospitalizations, he added. The doctor took his wrist to check his pulse and asked what he did for a living. He taught at Lakemont College. Married? Yes. He reached instinctively for his wedding band. It was gone. The nurse rolled up his left sleeve. Randolph asked his wife's name. Daniela. Were they on good terms? Yes. The doctor suggested they call her, since she must be wondering where he was. He explained he had tried an hour ago from his house, but a man had answered it was supposedly the wrong number. The doctor wondered if he had misdialed. He insisted he knew his wife's number. As the nurse sterilized his arm, she pointed out an old needle mark. Randolph asked when that had happened. He claimed he did not know and chose not to mention the lab. The nurse warned him of a little pinch and drew blood. Randolph asked for his cell phone. He said he did not know where it was. The doctor requested Daniela's name and numbers again. He spelled her name and recited both cell and home numbers while the vial filled. He asked if they would scan his head. Randolph assured him they absolutely would. They moved him to a private room on the 8th floor. He cleaned his face in the bathroom, kicked off his shoes, and climbed into bed. Sleep pulled at him, but his mind refused to quiet. He kept forming hypotheses and tearing them apart, struggling to apply logic to the night's events. In this moment, he could not even be certain he had ever been married. No. He raised his left hand and studied the ring finger. The band was gone, but a faint indentation still circled the base, a physical proof it had once been there. Someone had taken it. He touched the mark, feeling both horror and fragile comfort in that last trace of his reality. He wondered what would happen when even that vanished and left him with no anchor at all. As the Chicago sky edged toward a hopeless, cloud-ridden dawn, he finally slipped into sleep. Daniela's hand sank deep into the warm, soapy water when the front door slammed. She paused over the saucepan she had been scrubbing and glanced back across her shoulder as footsteps crossed the dining room. Jason appeared in the archway, grinning like a fool. She turned back to the sink and told him a plate waited in the fridge. In the steamed window, she watched him set the grocery bag on the island and come up behind her. His arms circled her waist. She said half-jokingly that a couple pints of ice cream would not get him out of this. He pressed close and whispered against her ear, breath hot with whiskey, that life was short and staying mad was a waste of time. She asked how 45 minutes had stretched into nearly 3 hours. He admitted the drinks had multiplied the way they do and that he felt terrible. His lips brushed the back of her neck, sending a delicate shiver down her spine. She insisted he was not off the hook. He kissed the side of her neck again, hands sliding into the water to lace their fingers together. She suggested warming his plate and tried to slip past him toward the fridge, but he blocked her. Facing him now, she looked up into his eyes and felt the charged air between them, thick and electric. He told her he had missed her more than she could know. She started to ask exactly how much he had drunk, but he kissed her suddenly, backing her against the cabinets, hands roaming under her shirt, hot against her skin. She pushed him toward the island and studied him in the low kitchen light, sensing the strange new energy he had carried home. He claimed nothing had happened except losing track of time. She accused him of flirting with some young woman at the party and coming home pretending otherwise. He laughed, warm and genuine, and stepped closer. He described stepping into traffic on the way home, a cab nearly hitting him, and how the close call had jolted him awake. Ever since, he said, he had felt startlingly alive, seeing his life with sudden clarity and gratitude for her and for Charlie. Her anger softened, he went on, rambling that they had grown so used to their routines they no longer truly saw each other. But tonight he saw her again the way he had the first time they met. She cupped his face in her hands and kissed him, then took his hand and led him upstairs. In the dark hallway, she paused at Charlie's door, ear to the wood, listening to music thumping through headphones. "All clear," she whispered. They moved softly down the creaky hall to their bedroom. She locked the door and reached for a candle, but he had no patience. He pulled her onto the bed, covering her with his body, kissing her deeply while his hands moved beneath her clothes. She felt his tears against her cheek. Holding his face, she asked why he was crying. He answered that he had felt as though he had lost her. She reassured him she was right there and he had her completely. As he undressed her in the darkness, desire surged through her sharper than it had in years. She remembered their first time in her old Bucktown loft, city lights glowing through cracked windows and the low nighttime hum of Chicago drifting in. When she came, she could not stay quiet, and neither could he. Something between them felt different tonight, brighter, more alive, rekindling the giddy, effervescent love she had not felt in a long while. "Mr. Desson," He jerked awake. A short, green-eyed, red-headed doctor stood over him, coffee in one hand and tablet in the other. She apologized for startling him. He sat up, blinking against daylight. For 5 full seconds he had no idea where he was. Through the window, low clouds smothered the skyline. He could see the lake and miles of gray Chicago neighborhoods stretching below. The doctor confirmed he was at Mercy Hospital. He had walked into the ER the night before, disoriented. Her colleague, Dr. Randolph, had admitted him and handed off the chart this morning. She introduced herself as Julianne Springer. He glanced at the IV taped to his wrist and asked what they were giving him. "Just water," she said. He had been badly dehydrated. She asked how he felt now. He ran a quick internal check. Queasy, head pounding, mouth dry as cotton, and told her it felt like a weird hangover plus a crushing emptiness, as if rain were falling straight through him. She woke her tablet and said she had his MRI results. The scan looked normal, only minor shallow bruising. The tox screen, however, was more revealing. Traces of alcohol matched what he had told Dr. Randolph, but they had also found ketamine, a surgical anesthetic known to cause short-term amnesia, and an unidentified psychoactive compound she had never seen before, a strange cocktail. She sipped her coffee and asked directly whether he had taken any of those substances himself. He answered at once that he had not. Jason stared at Dr. Springer, the weight of her words settling like lead in his chest. She had tried all morning to reach his wife using the cell number and landline he had given Dr. Randolph the night before, yet the mobile belonged to a stranger named Ralph. And the home line rang endlessly into voicemail. He asked her to read the cell number back. When she did, he confirmed it was correct without hesitation. Springer double-checked, her eyes flicking to the tablet. He pressed her then about the unidentified psychochemical still lingering in his system, wondering if it could trigger lasting delusions or hallucinations. She admitted uncertainty, unable to identify the substance or predict its effects on his nervous system. It might still be influencing him, she conceded, though his half-life and clearance time remained unknown. Still, she observed that he did not appear under any active influence right now. Fragments of the previous night resurfaced in his mind. He recalled walking naked at gunpoint into an abandoned building, feeling the sharp sting of injections in his neck and leg, and piecing together a disjointed conversation with a man in a geisha mask inside a dim room filled with old generators and shafts of moonlight. The memory carried the heavy emotional charge of something real, yet it shimmered with the unreal edge of a nightmare. Springer pulled a chair beside his bed. Up close, he noticed faint freckles scattered across her face like pale sand. She referenced notes from Dr. Randolph, sighing at the illegible handwriting. The patient had described entering a house that felt like his own yet wasn't, and claimed the cuts and bruises on his face came from people chasing him, though he could offer no reason why. She confirmed he was a professor. When he named Lakemont College, she continued carefully. While he slept, after failing to locate any trace of his wife, they had searched deeper. The news hit him hard. They could find no record of a Daniela Desson, 39 years old, anywhere in Chicago. He turned away, gazing out the rain-streaked window where gray light blurred the time of day and droplets clung to the glass. Uncertainty clawed at him. He no longer knew whether to fear this unfolding reality or the possibility that his mind was fracturing. A brain tumor had seemed almost preferable, at least offering a concrete explanation. Springer pressed on. They had looked him up thoroughly. She asked him to answer carefully. Did he truly believe he was a physics professor at Lakemont College? He insisted it was not belief, it was fact. She explained they had checked every science department faculty listing across Chicago colleges, including Lakemont. His name appeared nowhere. That was impossible, he thought. He had been teaching there for years. She cut in, revealing they had still found information about him. As she read from the tablet, His heart monitor quickened. Jason Ashley Desson, born 1973 in Denison, Iowa, to Randall and Ellie Desson. His mother had died when he was 8 from pneumonia following a heart condition and the flu. Bachelor's from University of Chicago in 1995, PhD in 2002. Pavia Prize in 2004, a Science magazine cover story, calling his work the breakthrough of the year. Guest lectures at Harvard, Princeton, Berkeley. She turned the tablet toward him, showing the Wikipedia page for Jason A. Desson. His pulse raced faster. No new papers or teaching positions since 2005, when he became Chief Science Officer at Velocity Laboratories. A missing persons report filed 8 months ago by his brother, with no public sightings in over a year. The revelation struck him so hard, he struggled to breathe. His blood pressure spiked, triggering a grating alarm on the monitor. A heavy-set nurse appeared. Springer waved him off and had the alarm silenced. She reached over the bed rail and touched his hand, her voice softening with concern. She wanted to help. She sensed his terror and suspected he understood even less than she did about what had happened. Outside, wind drove rain sideways across the window, blurring the city into gray streaks and distant glowing taillights. Springer informed him she had called the police. A detective was on the way to take his statement. She had located contact information for his brother Michael in Iowa City and wanted permission to call him about his condition. He hesitated. He hadn't spoken to Michael in 2 years. When he expressed uncertainty, she explained that under HIPAA, if she judged him incapacitated by his mental state or emergency circumstances, she could decide disclosure was in his best interest. She intended to call Michael anyway. She looked down, then delivered the final point. They needed psychiatric guidance. She was transferring him to Chicago Reed Mental Health Center on the north side. He protested that he wasn't crazy and would willingly speak with a psychiatrist, but he refused involuntary commitment. Springer countered firmly. It was an M1 hold. If she believed he posed a threat to himself or others, she could legally order a 72-hour involuntary stay. This was the best path forward. He was in no condition to decide otherwise. He had walked in voluntarily seeking answers, he reminded her. She agreed it had been the right choice and assured him they would uncover the cause of his break with reality and provide the treatment needed for recovery. His blood pressure climbed again on the monitor. He closed his eyes, breathing slowly and deliberately until the numbers receded. She rose and slid the chair back under the television. The police would arrive soon. Then they would move him. That evening, he watched her leave, the threat of complete unraveling pressing down on him. What if his entire life, his career, Daniela, his son, existed only as misfirings in his brain? Would he keep fighting to remain the man he believed himself to be, or surrender and become whoever this world expected? No, he was not losing his mind. There had been drugs in his blood, bruises on his body. His key had opened that wrong house. He wore the mark of a wedding band. Everything happening right now was real. He was not allowed to believe he was crazy. He was only allowed to solve the problem. When the elevator doors opened onto the hospital lobby, Jason shouldered past 2 men in cheap suits and wet overcoats who looked like detectives. Their eyes met briefly as they stepped inside the car heading up. He moved quickly through the waiting area toward the automatic doors. Since he had not been on a secured ward, slipping out proved simpler than expected. He had dressed, waited for the hallway to clear, and walked past the nurse's station unnoticed. Approaching the exit, he braced for alarms or shouts or pursuit. None came. Soon he stood outside in the rain, the evening bustle of traffic suggesting around 6 p.m. He hurried down the steps, reached the sidewalk, and kept walking until the next block. Only then did he glance back over his shoulder. Jason felt no eyes on his back, at least none he could detect, only a river of umbrellas streaming past. Rain soaked him through as he walked with no destination, the cold biting deeper with every block. At a bank, he stepped beneath the overhang, leaning against cool limestone while water hammered the pavement. He pulled out his money clip. Last night's cab had left him with just $182. His credit cards were useless. Home was impossible, but a run-down hotel a few blocks from his brownstone might still take cash for a night. He pushed back into the downpour. Darkness thickened, temperature dropped, and within 2 blocks his clothes clung heavy and cold to his skin. The building across from where Village Tap should have stood was not the Days Inn. The canopy was wrong. The facade sleek and expensive, luxury apartments now, a doorman hailing cabs under an umbrella. He glanced back at the corner. No neon sign, only a heavy wooden panel with brass letters creaking in the wind. He walked faster, rain stinging his eyes, past crowded taverns and restaurants setting up for dinner, past an unfamiliar coffee shop loud with grinding espresso. The Italian place he and Daniela loved looked exactly as it always had, sharpening the ache of not having eaten in nearly 24 hours. Still, he kept moving. Until his socks were soaked. Until violent shivers ran through him. Until full night had fallen, and he stood dripping before a 3-story building with bars on the windows and a glaring sign, Hotel Royale. Inside, he left a puddle on the cracked checkerboard floor. The lobby felt forgotten, heavy with must and faint 1940s big band music. An old clerk in a tuxedo accepted 95 damp dollars without comment and slid him a key for the 3rd floor. The elevator groaned upward like an overweight man climbing stairs. Jason watched his warped reflection in the bronze doors. In the narrow 3rd-floor hallway, he fitted the old key into the lock and stepped into a plain room. Single bed with a lumpy mattress, closet-sized bathroom, dresser, ancient cathode ray television, and a chair by the window. He drew the curtain. The green neon of the hotel sign burned at eye level, rain slicing through its glow. Below on the sidewalk, a man leaned against a lamppost, cigarette ash flaring red beneath his hat. Jason's pulse jumped. He locked the deadbolt, hooked the chain, then stripped, toweled off, and cranked the cast-iron radiator high, holding his hands in the rising heat. He draped his wet clothes over the chair and pushed it close. In the bedside drawer, he found a Gideon Bible and a thick Chicago phone book. Lying on the creaky bed, he flipped to the D's and found his own listing. Jason A. Desson. Correct address, correct number. He dialed his landline. After 4 rings, his own recorded voice answered with a message that was not the one he and Daniela used. He hung up before the beep. Insanity pressed close again, threatening to fold him into a ball and break him apart. He shut it down with the only words he allowed himself. He was not permitted to believe he was crazy. He was only permitted to solve the problem. Science worked one small question at a time. Build dry ground first. The giant question, what had happened to him, could wait. He narrowed it. Where were Daniela and Charlie? Still too large. Where's Daniela? That was manageable. He remembered the sketches on the walls of the house that was not his, signed with her maiden name, Daniela Vargas. He lifted his left hand to the neon light. The pale groove where his wedding band had sat was gone. He tore a loose thread from the curtain and tied it tight around his ring finger as a reminder. In the phone book, he found the single listing for Daniela Vargas, ripped out the page and dialed. Her familiar voice on the recording stirred something deep inside him, even as the words left him unsettled. An hour later, his clothes were warm and almost dry. He washed up, dressed, and took the stairs down to the lobby. Outside, the rain had eased, only wind remained. The smoker by the lamppost had vanished. Hunger made his head swim. He passed several restaurants before choosing a bright, grimy pizza place that would not empty his remaining $75. He stood on the sidewalk devouring an enormous deep dish slice, unsure whether it truly tasted life-changing or whether starvation had robbed him of judgment. Daniela's address was in Bucktown. He could have taken a cab but chose to walk, the Friday night foot traffic and electric air confirming the day. He headed east to find his wife. Her building was yellow brick, ivy climbing the facade, now turning russet in the cold. The old brass buzzer panel still held her maiden name second from the bottom in the first column. He pressed the button 3 times. No answer. Through the tall glass beside the door, he watched a woman in an evening gown and overcoat click down the hallway on stiletto heels. She reeked of alcohol as she passed, already deep into her night, and never noticed him. He caught the door before it latched and climbed to the 4th floor. Her apartment waited at the end of the hall. He knocked. Silence. Back in the lobby, he wondered whether he should wait or whether she might be out of town. The thought of her returning to find him lingering outside like some stranger made his stomach tighten. Jason's gaze swept across the bulletin board in the building's entrance, landing on a large poster centered among the flyers. It announced an opening for a show by Daniela Vargas at the Gallery Oomph, Friday, October 2nd. Tonight, rain had resumed outside. He flagged a cab and rode 12 blocks down Damon Avenue, nerves stretched tight amid the evening traffic jam of taxis. He left the cab and joined the hipster crowd, pushing through the freezing drizzle toward the old packing plant-turned-gallery. The line stretched halfway down the block. After 45 shivering minutes, he paid the $15 admission and was ushered with a small group into an anteroom where Daniela's name blazed in giant graffiti letters across the walls. A slim, bearded man named Steve Conkley stepped from a hidden door as the lights dimmed. He introduced himself as the producer and instructed everyone to place their phones in a plastic bag. He warned them to set aside intellectual analysis and experience the installation emotionally. Welcome to Entanglement. Jason was the last through the door. The group stood bunched in darkness that turned absolute as the door slammed. Then points of light faded in overhead. Stars, startlingly real. Some close, some distant occasional streaks cutting the void. Before them stretched a vast warehouse room filled with a plexiglass labyrinth that seemed to extend infinitely beneath the star field. Ripples of light traveled through the panels. A low, static hiss layered over a deep, sustained tone filled the space. He chose one of 5 entrances and stepped inside. The transparent walls instantly flooded with blinding light, even underfoot. Soon looped images began flashing across the panels. A birth with a screaming infant and weeping mother, a hanged man kicking at the noose, snowstorms, oceans, deserts, car crashes, passionate sex, a patient on a gurney, religious symbols, a nuclear blast. The lights cut out. Stars returned. Now a digital filter of static, swarming insects and falling snow overlaid the plexiglass, turning the other visitors into distant silhouettes lost in a wasteland. The sense of separation hit Jason hard. Everyone wandered their own isolated path, worlds apart. A primal terror of limitless indifference washed over him. All existence felt like meaningless projections on plastic. Love, hate, belief, struggle, all empty. At the exit, one final loop showed a couple and child running hand in hand up a sunny, grassy hill. Words slowly materialized. Nothing exists. All is a dream. Nothing exists save empty space. And you. And you are not you. You are but a thought. Mark Twain. He stepped into the next anteroom where the group reclaimed their phones, then entered the brightly lit main gallery with glossy floors, art-covered walls, a violin trio, and a woman in a stunning black dress addressing the crowd from a riser. It took Jason 5 full seconds to recognize Daniela. She looked radiant, glass of red wine in hand, glowing with vibrant energy as she thanked everyone for supporting her new project. She raised her glass. Salute. He moved closer. She was electric, sparkling with life the way she had 15 years ago, before the weight of ordinary days had dimmed her. This version floated an inch off the ground. Their eyes met. Hers widened. She pushed through the crowd, threw her arms around his neck, and pulled him close, expressing delighted surprise that he had come. She had heard he left the country or was missing. He managed only, "Well, here I am." She smelled of perfume and the Daniela he once knew before their lives blended. He didn't want to release her, but she stepped back. He asked where Charlie was. She looked puzzled. "Who?" He repeated the name. She had no idea who he meant. Something twisted sharply inside him. Charlie existed. He had witnessed the birth, held his son moments after he entered the world screaming. She asked if everything was okay. He said he had just come through the labyrinth. She wanted his thoughts. It almost made him cry, he told her. She smiled and said it was all because of him. Their conversation a year and a half ago had inspired the entire piece. She had thought of him every day while building it and had dedicated the installation to him at the entrance. She had tried to reach him, hoping he would be her special guest tonight. His heart raced. The room threatened to tilt. Then Ryan Holder appeared beside her, arm around her waist. He looked older, grayer, paler, and softer than the man Jason had seen at Village tapped the night before, celebrating the Pavia prize. "Well, well," Ryan said, shaking his hand. "Mr. Pavia, the man himself." Jason watched Daniela slip back into the crowd after inviting him to a private gathering at her apartment. Later that night, he accepted without hesitation. Ryan suggested a drink. Relief flooded Jason as they crossed to the cash bar beneath Daniela's self-portraits. Ryan paid for 2 Macallan 12s poured into plastic cups, brushing off any protest with easy familiarity that felt utterly foreign to the arrogant man Jason had seen the night before. They carried the whiskeys to a quiet corner and watched more guests emerge from the labyrinth. Jason asked what Ryan had been doing since they lost touch. Ryan said he had moved to the University of Chicago, teaching cellular and molecular neuroscience while running promising research on the prefrontal cortex. Then he leaned in, voice dropping. The rumor mill had been brutal, everyone whispering that Jason had lost his mind, was locked away somewhere, or was dead. Jason answered simply that he stood there, lucid and alive. Ryan pressed further, asking whether the compound he had built for Jason and Velocity had worked. When Jason offered only blank silence, Ryan assumed non-disclosure agreements were in play and let it drop. But the resentment lingered. He admitted he felt used, having done a lot of shadowy work for his old college roommate, only to be discarded once the job was finished. Jason asked what compound he meant. Ryan's face tightened with contempt. He told him to forget it, then muttered that Jason could have shown an old friend a little more respect. Jason changed the subject, asking whether Ryan and Daniela were together. Ryan said they had been seeing each other for a while and called her the woman of his dreams, with a small, enigmatic smile. For a few sharp seconds, Jason wanted to hurt him. By 1 a.m, Jason sat on Daniela's sofa, the last guest gone, nursing the dregs of single malt that left him pleasantly buzzed. Daniela locked the door, kicked off her heels, and dropped beside him with a sigh of exhaustion. She pulled out a stained glass pipe and lighter from the end table. This version of her smoked without hesitation, offering him a hit. He took it. Soon the 3 of them were stoned, the spacious loft filled with soft silence and the distant glow of downtown through the south-facing window. Ryan slouched in a leather chair across from them, staring at the ceiling and licking the front of his teeth in the old grad school tic. Jason remembered. The question rose in Jason before he could stop it. He asked how well the two of them actually knew him and whether they trusted him. Daniela turned on the sofa, knees drawn up, and touched his hand with warm reassurance. Ryan straightened and said he had always respected Jason's decency, even when they were at odds. Jason knew he should stop, but continued anyway. He laid out a hypothetical. A physics professor in Chicago, content in his marriage to the woman of his dreams, raising a son, until one night after seeing an old friend he never made it home. Abducted, then waking in a different life where his house had changed. His career as a professor had vanished, and he was no longer married to that woman. From his perspective, the entire world had shifted. Ryan suggested a brain tumor. Jason said the MRI was clear. Ryan offered an elaborate prank instead. Jason dismissed it. Impossible in 8 hours to replace appliances, furniture, even move light switches with no motive for targeting an ordinary man. Ryan finally said the man must be crazy. Jason answered quietly that he was not. The loft fell silent. Daniela gripped his hand and asked what he was trying to tell them. He asked her to describe the conversation they had shared a year and a half earlier, the one that inspired her installation. She searched his face, then recounted it. Spring, after years apart, he had appeared at her studio unannounced, said he probably would not see her again, and had come to say goodbye. He spoke of choices and how he had ruined some, none worse than losing her. He apologized with raw emotion before leaving. She had not heard from him until tonight. Then she asked a question he had dreaded. At the gallery, he had immediately wanted to know where Charlie was. Who was that? Jason looked into her eyes and saw only sincere confusion. The honesty he had always loved in her nearly undid him. He finished his drink, ice cracking between his teeth, and said the words anyway. Charlie is our son. The color drained from Daniela's face. Ryan's voice cut through the air, sharp with disbelief. He glanced between her and Jason, demanding to know what this was, insisting their talk had been nothing more than casual stoner rambling. Was this some kind of joke? Jason met his stare evenly. No, it wasn't. Daniela leaned in, her tone firm and laced with frustration. She reminded him they had never had a son, that they hadn't been together in 15 years. He knew this. He had to know this. Jason weighed his options. He knew intimate secrets from her childhood, truths she had only shared in the later years of their marriage. Revealing them now risked her seeing them as cheap tricks instead of proof. Sincerity felt like the only safe path. He spoke with calm clarity, laying out the life he remembered. Their brownstone in Logan Square, their 14-year-old son Charlie, his own middling position as a professor at Lakemont, her sacrificed art career, and Ryan's celebrated career as a neuroscientist who had won the Pavia Prize and lectured worldwide. None of it made sense, he admitted. But he had no brain tumor, no one was manipulating him, and he had not lost his mind. Ryan gave a short laugh, though discomfort flickered beneath it. He pressed for details about the secret project Jason had been working on these past years. Jason offered nothing. Ryan pushed himself up unsteadily. Daniela asked if he was leaving already. It was late, he replied, and he had heard enough. Jason tried to explain. It wasn't refusal. He genuinely could not remember the project. He was a physics professor who had awakened in a lab where everyone assumed he belonged, yet he did not. Ryan grabbed his hat and headed for the door. Halfway out, he turned back, offering to take Jason to the hospital. Jason refused. He had already been and would not return. Ryan looked to Daniela, asking if she wanted Jason gone. She studied Jason for a long moment, clearly weighing whether she wanted to be alone with someone who might be unstable. Finally, she shook her head. It was fine. As Ryan lingered, Jason asked what compound he had made for him. Ryan glared. tension easing briefly as if deciding whether Jason was truly insane or merely stoned and obnoxious. Then hardness settled back over his features. With cold finality, he wished Daniela good night, turned, and slammed the door behind him. Later, Daniela entered the guest room in yoga pants and a tank top, carrying a cup of tea. Jason had showered, washing away the hospital's sterile stench of sickness and bleach, though the unease inside him remained. She sat on the edge of the mattress and handed him the mug. "Chamomile," she said. He wrapped his hands around the warm ceramic. She didn't have to do this. He could go somewhere else. But she insisted he was staying with her. End of discussion. She crawled across his legs and settled beside him against the headboard. He sipped the tea, its gentle warmth and faint sweetness easing down his throat. She asked what the hospital had thought was wrong with him. They hadn't known, he told her. They had wanted to commit him to a psych ward, but he had refused and left. She pressed whether it should have been involuntary. He admitted it would have been. She wondered aloud if that might still be best. After all, if someone said to her the things he was saying, she would think they had lost their mind. He agreed he would think the same, yet he knew he would be wrong. She urged him to tell her what he believed was happening. He wasn't entirely sure, he said. As a scientist, he had no solid theory yet, only insufficient data. What did his gut tell him? He took another sip of the chamomile, feeling its heat spread. They all lived day to day, oblivious to a far larger and stranger reality than they could imagine. She took his hand. Even though she was not the Daniela he remembered, the depth of his love for her surged through him, undeniable in this wrong world. He looked at her, those intense Spanish eyes glassy. It took every ounce of restraint not to reach for her. She asked if he was afraid. Memories flashed. The man with the gun, the team chasing him from the lab, the figure smoking outside his hotel window. Real people out there wanted to find him. They had hurt him before and might do so again. A sobering fear hit him. Had he led danger straight to her? No. If she was only his ex from 15 years ago, she would not be on anyone's radar. She asked again. "Very," he admitted. She reached up and gently touched the bruises on his face. He didn't know how he had gotten them. She asked about Charlie. It was strange for him, he said. She described their son, 14, nearly 15, born premature at 1 pound 15 ounces on October 21st at Chicago Mercy. He had fought hard that first year, but was now healthy, as tall as she was, with dark hair like Jason's, a wonderful sense of humor, a solid B student, right brain like her. He loved Japanese comics, skateboards, and drawing wild landscapes. He had Jason's eye for it. He told her to stop. Tears slipped down her cheeks. They had no son, she insisted. He asked if she truly had no memory of Charlie, if this was some game. She reminded him they had broken up 15 years ago. He had ended it the day after she told him she was pregnant. He had needed time, then came to her loft, saying it was the hardest decision of his life. But his research demanded a year in a clean room, and she deserved better. Their child deserved better. That was not how it happened, he countered. He had told her they would make it work. They had married. She had Charlie. He lost funding. She quit painting. He became a professor. She became a full-time mother. Yet here they were tonight, unmarried, childless. She had just come from her installation opening that would make her famous, and he had won that prize. She didn't know what was happening in his head. Maybe competing memories, but she knew what was real. Steam rose from his tea as he stared down. Did she think he was crazy? She had no idea, but he was clearly not well. Her gaze held the same compassion that had always defined her. He touched the thread ring on his finger like a talisman. Whether she believed him or not, he needed her to know he believed every word. He would never lie to her. This felt like the most surreal moment yet. Sitting in the guest room bed with the woman who was his wife, yet wasn't speaking of the son they never had and the life that had never been theirs. He woke alone in the middle of the night, heart hammering, the darkness spinning, his mouth painfully dry. For one terrifying minute, he had no idea where he was. This disorientation ran far deeper than alcohol or pot. He pulled the covers tight, but the shaking wouldn't stop. A deep ache spread through his body, his legs restless, his head throbbing. When his eyes opened again, daylight filled the room. Daniela stood over him, worry etched on her face. He was burning up. She should take him to the ER. He insisted he would be fine. She didn't think so. She placed a cold washcloth on his forehead. How did that feel? Good, he said, but she didn't have to do this. He could grab a cab back to his hotel. The fever broke in the early afternoon. Daniela brought him chicken noodle soup she had made from scratch. He ate sitting up in bed while she watched from a chair in the corner, eyes distant, lost in thought. He couldn't stop staring. She was still unmistakably Daniela, only her hair was shorter, her body leaner, her face touched with makeup, her jeans and fitted t-shirt making her look far younger than 39. She asked whether she was happy in the life he claimed they shared. He had thought she didn't want to discuss it. She told him she hadn't slept, that the question had kept circling through her mind. He answered that he believed she was happy. Even without her art, she missed it, he said. Watching old friends succeed stung, yet that shared ache had always bonded them. She called them both losers. He corrected her gently. Were they happy together? He set the bowl aside. Yes. Every marriage had rough patches, but they had a son, a home, a family. She was his best friend. A sly smirk crossed her face as she asked about their sex life. He laughed. She teased that she had actually made him blush. He admitted it. When she pressed for an answer, he told her it was great. She was simply embarrassing him now. She rose, crossed to the bed, and sat on the edge, fixing him with those huge, deep eyes. He asked what she was thinking. If he wasn't crazy or lying, she said, they had just shared the strangest conversation in human history. Later, he sat in bed watching daylight bleed from the Chicago sky. The storm had passed, leaving the air clear. The trees turned, the light golden and polarized with the ache of something already slipping away. From the kitchen came the clatter of pots and cabinets, the rich smell of slow-cooked meats drifting down the hall, familiar in a way that pulled at him. He rose for the first time all day, steady on his feet, and walked to the kitchen. Bach played softly. A bottle of red wine stood open. Daniela stood at the island in an apron and swimming goggles, chopping an onion on the soapstone counter. He told her it smelled amazing. She asked him to stir. He lifted the lid. The rising steam carried him straight home. She asked how he felt. Like a different man, he said. Better. It was her family's traditional Spanish bean stew. Chorizo, pancetta, black sausage, an assortment of native legumes. She cooked it once or twice a year, usually on his birthday or on snowy weekends when they spent the day drinking wine and cooking together. He stirred, replaced the lid. She began to explain it was a bean stew from... He finished for her, her mother's recipe, specifically her mother's mother. She stopped cutting and looked back at him. He offered to help. She reminded him that from his perspective, they had been together 15 years, so he knew almost everything. From hers, it had been only 2.5 months, a lifetime ago. Yet here he was, reciting a recipe passed down through generations. The kitchen fell silent, the air between them humming with quiet charge. She said if he wanted to help, she was preparing the toppings, though he probably already knew what they were. Grated cheddar, cilantro, and sour cream, he answered. She gave the smallest smile and raised an eyebrow. They ate at the table beside the huge window, candlelight flickering across the glass, while city lights burned beyond like their own private constellation. The food was spectacular. Daniela, beautiful in the firelight, and for the first time since the lab, he felt grounded. When the bowls were empty and the second bottle of wine finished, she reached across the table and touched his hand. She didn't know what was happening to him, but she was glad he had found his way to her. He wanted to kiss her. She had taken him in when he was lost. But he only squeezed her hand and told her she had no idea what she had done for him. They cleared the table, loaded the dishwasher, and washed the remaining dishes. He washed, she dried, and put away. Like an old married couple. Out of nowhere he mentioned Ryan Holder. She paused, cloth inside the stock pot, and asked if he had an opinion he wanted to share. He said it was just... She pressed, Ryan had been his roommate and friend. He didn't approve? He admitted Ryan had always had a thing for her. She teased him for being jealous. Of course he was. She laughed and told him to grow up. Ryan was a beautiful man. How serious was it? They had been out a few times, she said. No one was leaving toothbrushes yet. He thought Ryan seemed smitten. She smirked. How could he not be? She was amazing. Later, he lay in the guest room bed with the window cracked so the city's low hum could lull him. He watched the sleeping skyline. Last night, he had set out simply to find Daniela. He had found a successful artist living alone. They had never married, never had a son, unless this was the most elaborate prank in history. The shape of her life confirmed what the last 48 hours had been building toward. This was not his world. He turned the words over in his mind again, testing their weight. A soft knock pulled him from a dream. She entered and climbed into bed beside him. He sat up and asked if everything was all right. She couldn't sleep. He asked what was wrong. She kissed him. It wasn't the kiss of a wife of 15 years. It was the kiss of the woman he had fallen for 15 years earlier. Pure collision and heat. As he moved over her, hands sliding up the inside of her thighs and pushing the satin chemise over her hips, he stopped. Breathless, she asked why. For a fraction of a second, he almost told her he couldn't because she wasn't his wife. But that wasn't true. This was Daniela, the only person in this shattered world who had helped him. He was lost, terrified, desperate, and he needed this as much as he believed she did. He stared down into her eyes, smoky and glistening in the light stealing through the window, eyes you could fall into and keep falling. She wasn't the mother of his son. She wasn't his wife. They had never built a life together. Yet he loved her all the same. Not only the version living in his memory, but the physical woman beneath him right now, in this bed, in this wrong place. Same eyes, same voice, same scent, same taste. What followed wasn't the familiar rhythm of married lovemaking. It was urgent, fumbling, reckless, raw collision, unprotected, desperate. Afterward, they lay sweaty and trembling, limbs tangled, staring out at the city lights. Her heart hammered against his side, gradually slowing. She whispered whether everything was okay. She could hear his mind racing. He told her he didn't know what he would have done if he hadn't found her. She assured him he had, and whatever was happening, she was here for him. Her fingers traced his hands and paused at the thread tied around his ring finger. What was it? Proof, he said. Proof he wasn't crazy. Silence settled between them again. It was well past 2 a.m. The bars had closed. The streets lay unusually quiet except for the cold air seeping through the cracked window, chilling their sweat-slicked skin. He said he needed to get back to his place in Logan Square. She offered to drive him in the morning. He warned her it might not be safe. Before she could ask why, a heavy fist pounded on the front door, loud, insistent, the way police knock. He asked who the hell that was at this hour. She climbed out of bed and walked naked from the room. By the time he found his boxer shorts in the tangled sheets and pulled them on, she had returned wearing a terry cloth robe. They moved into the living room as the pounding continued. He whispered for her not to open it. She leaned toward the peephole. The phone rang, startling them both. She crossed to the cordless on the coffee table. Through the peephole, he saw a man in the hallway, back turned, talking on a cell phone. The man wore black, Doc Martens, jeans, leather jacket. She answered. The man asked something. She told him she lived alone and wasn't letting a stranger in at 2 a.m. Jason pointed at the door. She nodded. It was him. The door suddenly exploded inward. The chain snapped and flew across the room. The man stepped inside, raising a pistol fitted with a long black suppressor. He kicked the door shut behind him. The sharp smell of old and fresh cigarette smoke filled the loft. Jason told him he was here for him. She had nothing to do with this. The man was shorter but stockier, head shaved, gray eyes remote, like he saw only data, not a person. Jason's mouth went dry. A strange delay gripped him. He felt paralyzed by the sudden intrusion. He offered to go quietly. The man's aim shifted slightly upward. Daniela started to protest. A muted burst of fire cut her off. A fine red mist sprayed across Jason's vision. She slumped onto the sofa, a small hole centered between her wide, dark eyes. He lunged toward her, screaming, but every muscle in his body seized with blinding agony. He collapsed through the coffee table, convulsing amid broken glass. The man yanked his arms behind his back and zip-tied his wrists. Then came the rip of duct tape. The man pressed it firmly over Jason's mouth and settled into the leather chair behind him. Jason screamed through the tape, begging for this not to be real, but it was. The man spoke calmly into his phone in a higher voice than expected, directing someone to come around back by the recycling and dumpsters. The gate and rear door were open. 2 would be enough. They were in good shape here, but they shouldn't linger. The taser's effect slowly faded, leaving Jason too weak to move. From the floor, he could see only the lower half of Daniela's legs. A thin line of blood trickled down her right ankle, over her foot, between her toes, pooling on the hardwood. The man's phone buzzed. He answered casually, telling someone he hadn't wanted to wake her. Something had come up, might be morning. He offered to take her to breakfast at the Golden Apple when he finished, and laughed softly. Love you too. Sweet dreams. Tears flooded Jason's eyes. He shouted through the tape until his throat burned, hoping the man would shoot him or knock him out. Anything to end the pain. The man sat quietly, unmoved, letting him rage. In another place, Daniela sat in the bleachers under the scoreboard above the ivy-covered outfield wall. It was Saturday afternoon, the last home game of the regular season. She was with Jason and Charlie watching the Cubs lose badly in the packed ballpark. The warm autumn day was cloudless and windless, the air thick with the smells of roasted peanuts, popcorn, and beer. The roar of the crowd felt strangely comforting. They sat far enough back to notice the delay between a swing and the crack of the bat. They hadn't been to Wrigley in years. When Jason suggested it yesterday, she hadn't expected Charlie to want to come, but he seemed relaxed and happy now. All three of them did, eating Chicago-style hot dogs, watching the players on the bright grass, wedged between the two most important men in her life. Slightly buzzed on lukewarm beer, Daniela sensed the afternoon felt different. Charlie stayed present, not glued to his phone. Jason looked lighter than he had in years, weightless, smiling more freely, and he couldn't keep his hands off her. Or maybe the difference was simply the crystalline autumn light, the communal energy of the crowd, the simple joy of being alive at a baseball game on a perfect fall day in her city. After the game, Charlie had plans, so they dropped him at a friend's house in Logan Square. They stopped at the Brownstone to change clothes, then headed downtown for the evening, just the two of them, no plans, no destination, a Saturday night ramble. Cruising through heavy evening traffic along Lakeshore Drive, Daniela glanced across the center console of their decade-old Suburban and told him she knew exactly what she wanted to do first. 30 minutes later, they rose slowly inside a lighted gondola car on the Navy Pier Ferris wheel. At the top, 150 feet above the carnival, she watched the elegant skyline while he held her close. The night air carried the sweet scent of funnel cakes and cotton candy, mixed with distant laughter from the carousel and a joyful scream from the miniature golf course below. He turned her face toward his and kissed her. Through his windbreaker, he felt her heart hammering against his chest. They ate dinner at a nicer restaurant than they could usually afford, talking the way they hadn't in years, not about people or memories, but ideas. They finished one bottle of Tempranillo and ordered another. He seemed lit from within, passionate and sure of himself again, in love with his life. Halfway through the second bottle, she caught him studying her and asked what she was thinking. She laughed and admitted it felt as though he were trying to seduce her, even though he didn't have to. They were an old married couple. This sudden romance surprised her. She wondered if something was wrong that he wasn't telling her. He assured her he was fine. She teased that it must be because he had almost been hit by a cab 2 nights ago. He explained that when he came home, everything had felt different, more real, especially her. Right now it was like seeing her for the first time, with a nervous ache in his stomach. He thought about her constantly, about every choice that had led them to this exact moment at this beautiful table. Then he thought about all the ways that moment could have been prevented, and it left him with a sense of terrible fragility. He grew quiet, then told her it terrified him to realize that every thought, every decision, branched into an entirely new world. After today's baseball game, they had gone to Navy Pier and then to dinner. But in another reality, they might have gone to the symphony instead, or stayed home, or died in a wreck on Lakeshore Drive. She said those other realities didn't really exist. He answered that they were just as real as the one they were living. He described dark matter, the invisible force holding stars and galaxies together, a substance no one could measure directly, possibly a clue to the multiverse. She asked where all those other realities were. He offered the image of a fish swimming in a pond. It could move in every direction except up. If someone lifted it out, the fish would suddenly see other ponds, trees, sky, and realize its whole universe had been only a small pool. She leaned back, sipped her wine, and asked if all those other ponds surrounded them right now, invisible. He said exactly. She remembered how he used to talk like this, late into the night, testing wild theories to impress her. It had worked then. It worked now. She stared out the window at the river, light shimmering across the water, then looked back at him over the rim of her glass. She asked whether, in one of those other ponds, there was a version of him who had stuck with his research and fulfilled all the plans from his 20s. He smiled. The thought had crossed his mind, and a version of her who had become a famous artist instead of trading it all for this life. He leaned forward, pushed the plates aside, and took both her hands. If 1,000,000 ponds existed with different versions of them, None was better than right here, right now. He was more certain of that than anything in the world. The bare light bulb overhead flickered across the tiny cell. Jason lay strapped to a steel frame bed, ankles and wrists chained to eye bolts in the concrete wall. 3 locks retracted in the door. It swung open. Leighton entered wearing a tuxedo and wire-rimmed glasses, a pink ribbon still pinned to the satin lapel. The scent of cologne reached Jason first, then alcohol in the man's breath. Leighton sat carefully on the edge of the thin mattress, his face grave and unbearably sad. Even through heavy sedation, Jason shook with grief and rage. Leighton spoke first, taking full blame. They had not been prepared for how unwell Jason was upon his return. They had failed him, and Leighton hated everything that had happened. His return should have been a celebration. Jason asked whether Leighton had sent the man who came to Daniela's apartment. Leighton said Jason had left him no choice. The possibility that he might have told her about this place was too great. Jason demanded to know if he had ordered the man to kill her. Leighton offered no answer, but the silence itself was answer enough. Jason stared into Leighton's eyes and felt an overwhelming urge to rip the man's face down to the skull. He broke down sobbing, unable to push away the image of blood running down Daniela's bare foot. Leighton reached out and placed a hand on his arm. Jason nearly dislocated his shoulder trying to pull away. "Don't touch me!" he screamed inside. Jason stared at the crack in the wall, his mind filling with violent images of smashing Leighton's head into the concrete until nothing remained but red paste. Restraints bit into his raw wrists. His mouth felt like sandpaper, thirst clawing at him. Leighton's voice carried calm authority as he explained the need to eat and drink, warning that continued danger to himself or others left no other choice. He offered a feeding tube if Jason refused. Jason swallowed the urge to threaten death to everyone in the lab, sensing he remained entirely at this man's mercy. Leighton expressed deep regret over the horror Jason had witnessed in the apartment, apologizing sincerely while acknowledging some situations spiraled beyond control. He rose, moved to the door, and paused in the threshold, half lit, half shadowed. His words conveyed genuine respect, crediting Jason's brilliance as the reason the entire facility existed, and promising no one would forget it. Jason forced himself to appear calm. Staying chained achieved nothing. He stared up at the surveillance camera and requested Leighton. Minutes later, restraints unlocked. Leighton helped him sit up, noting his own relief at freeing him. Jason's wrists burned. Thirst made his head swim. Leighton asked if he felt better. Jason decided his best chance lay in becoming the man they expected. Confused, memory-wiped, cooperative. Any other path likely ended with him never leaving alive. He explained he had run out of fear, apologized for the trouble, and described a gaping hole where the last 10 years should be. Leighton reassured him they would recover those memories through every possible means. MRI, PTSD screening, sessions with psychiatrist Amanda Lucas. Vowing nothing would be overlooked until Jason returned fully to himself, he added that the colleague and friend of 11 years who built this place still existed inside Jason's mind, and he would do anything to bring him back. A chilling doubt crept in. What if Leighton spoke truth? What if Jason's memories of being a husband, father, and professor stemmed only from brain damage sustained here? He pushed the thought away. He knew who he was. Leighton sat on the mattress edge, then leaned back against the footboard. He asked what Jason had been doing at the woman's apartment. Jason lied, claiming uncertainty. When pressed about how he knew her, he fought down tears and rage, saying they had dated long ago. Leighton walked him through the escape. The bathroom window 3 nights earlier, the cab ride home to Logan Square without revealing anything, the evasion at the house, then wandering disoriented until spotting Daniela's art show poster. Jason lied smoothly about talking to no one else, insisting it had been only him and Daniela until the end. Leighton emphasized the team's total commitment, willing to lay down their lives, including Jason's, to protect the work. The memory of the gunshot and the black hole between Daniela's eyes flashed through Jason's mind. Leighton expressed heartfelt regret at seeing him this way, his eyes showing real bitterness. Jason asked if they had been friends. Leighton nodded tightly, emotion held in check. Jason questioned how murder could ever be acceptable to protect the lab. Leighton replied that the Jason he knew would not have hesitated, though saddened, because the work mattered more than any single life. Jason shook his head. Leighton urged him to remember what they had built together. Jason asked to be shown. They cleaned him up, provided fresh clothes, and fed him. Afterward, Leighton escorted him via service elevator to sublevel 4. 2 guards lingered always at the edges, never far. Leighton described the facility layout. Level 1 for living quarters, 2 for labs and conference rooms, 3 for fabrication, 4 for infirmary and mission control. They approached massive vault doors. Leighton scanned his keycard, stated his name and passcode. A computerized voice confirmed identity. The doors opened with a heavy buzz. Jason stepped into a vast hangar. Harsh lights blazed from above, revealing a 12-foot gunmetal cube. His pulse quickened at the sight. A deep hum vibrated through his spine, far beyond the lights. He drifted closer, mesmerized by the cube's irregular, almost translucent surface that caught light in shifting facets. Leighton noted its beauty. He pointed to a spot on the pristine floor where they had found Jason unconscious. As they circled the structure, Jason touched the cold metal. Leighton explained that 11 years earlier, after Jason won the Pavia, they had given him $5 billion, not for a spaceship, but to pursue whatever his brilliance could achieve. Jason asked about his notes. Leighton confirmed they remained here. They reached a door cut into the cube's side. Its frame raised a foot above the floor. Jason lowered the handle and began to step inside. Leighton stopped him with a hand on his shoulder, citing safety. He revealed Jason had been the third to enter. 2 others followed. Only Jason had returned. No recording devices worked inside. The only answers would come from anyone who made it back alive, like him. Jason stared into the empty darkness of the box. The walls, floor, and ceiling matched the gunmetal exterior, exactly, unadorned, seamless, silent. As the heavy door swung shut behind him, a deadbolt thudded home with finality. The space felt like his own abandoned dream exhumed and made monstrously real. Leighton explained the protections. Soundproof, radiation-proof, airtight and pulsing with a powerful magnetic field. Jason's thoughts raced back to his late 20s. Work on a 1-inch cube meant to place a macroscopic object into superposition, what physicists half-jokingly called cat state. He remembered the aluminum nitride disk, 40 micrometers long, a trillion atoms meant to hover undetermined between realities without decohering from environmental interference. He had never solved it before. Funding died. Yet here stood proof that another version of him had not only cracked the problem, but scaled it to an impossible size. Shame burned in his chest. He had lost a race to a smarter, bolder self. He looked at Leighton and asked if the box actually worked. Leighton answered that Jason's presence beside him proved it did. Jason pressed further, listing every physical barrier: human frailty, cosmic rays, neutrinos. That should make macroscopic superposition lethal or impossible. Leighton simply smiled and said the answer lived in Jason's own notes. The box created and sustained a quantum environment where everyday objects, even people, could exist in superposition. Jason's mind turned inward. Observers collapsed their own wave functions constantly. Something else had to be at work here. Something his other self had discovered. Leighton guided him toward a bank of windows overlooking the hangar and swiped him into the mission control room. One technician sat at a workstation, headphones on, feet propped up, oblivious. Leighton explained the station ran 24 hours a day, every day, waiting for returns. He pulled up a video file time-stamped 14 months earlier. Jason watched himself. Backpack on, spacesuit streamlined, helmet under one arm, approach the box, turn at the door, wave straight into the camera, then step inside and seal it. Time accelerated. 50 minutes compressed into seconds. A woman with long brown hair entered next. The feed switched to her head-mounted camera sweeping the bare interior. Then the footage jumped forward. 3.5 days ago, Jason saw himself stagger out and collapse to the concrete as if shoved, stagger out and collapse to the concrete as if shoved. Hazmat-suited figures rushed in and lifted his limp body onto a gurney. The surreal weight of it pressed on him. This was the exact moment his nightmare had begun. Later, in the upgraded quarters on Sublevel 1, Jason sat on the luxurious bed. The room smelled of fresh-cut flowers on the desk. A full bath waited behind one door. Leighton warned him plainly. Any suicide attempt would earn him a straitjacket back in the cell, with guards outside the door at all times. If despair hit, he should simply call for help. He indicated the laptop, no password, filled with 15 years of Jason's own research, even the pre-velocity work, and suggested it might jog memories. Then he left, locking the door behind him for Jason's safety. Alone, Jason opened the laptop. Folders stretched back to graduate school, organized by year. Early files felt familiar. Drafts of his first paper, abstracts, the slow build toward the tiny cube. But the later work raced far beyond anything he remembered. Cleaner data, sharper notes, relentless daily progress. Frustration and despair still leaked through the entries as the macroscopic superposition problem refused to yield. He read until his vision blurred, forcing himself onward, feeling as if he were reading a biography of a stranger who wore his name. Finally, he killed the bedside light. Pitch darkness swallowed the room except for a single green camera dot glowing high on the opposite wall, watching every breath. He closed his eyes, and the same images returned. Blood tracing, Daniela's ankle and bare foot, the black hole drilled between her eyes. His chest tightened. It would be so easy to shatter. In the dark, he reached for the thin thread tied around his ring finger and held it like a lifeline, reminding himself that his real life, wife, son, teaching, still existed somewhere beyond these walls. Jason felt his native world slipping away like sand sucked out by the tide, as if this new reality might slowly claim him if he stopped fighting. He jolted awake to insistent knocking. Disoriented, he switched on the light and stumbled to the door, still locked from outside. A deadbolt turned. The woman in the black wrap dress stood in the hallway holding 2 coffees and a notebook. Recognition hit. She had tried running the bizarre debrief the night he first woke outside the box. Amanda Lucas introduced herself and apologized for not barging in. She asked if he had time to talk. Jason led her inside, offered her the desk chair, and accepted the coffee she brought. The warm cup steadied his hands. She remembered he preferred plain coffee and confirmed it tasted perfect to him. She noted how strange this must feel for him and mentioned Leighton had told her about their talk. As the lab psychiatrist with 9 years here, previously in private practice, she asked permission for questions. Jason agreed. She opened her notebook and read back his earlier words about the gaping hole where 10 years should be. He confirmed it. Amanda asked if he had recently experienced or witnessed a life-threatening event causing intense fear or helplessness. Jason described watching Daniela Vargas shot in the head right in front of him. She looked stunned and asked what he meant. He insisted her people had murdered the woman he was with just before bringing him here. Amanda recovered her composure and called it horrifying, though her tone suggested doubt. When he challenged whether she thought he was inventing it, she shifted to asking about memories from inside the box or the missing 14 months. He repeated he remembered nothing. She noted that during the brief initial debrief, he had mentioned his last memory being a bar in Logan Square. Jason said he didn't recall saying that. He had been out of it. She moved to yes or no questions. No sleep problems, no real irritability. Concentration seemed fine, but he felt on guard. He was unsure about exaggerated startle response. Amanda suggested psychogenic amnesia from extreme stress, expecting the upcoming MRI to rule out structural damage. The memories were still there, just buried, and she would help uncover them through psychotherapy, cognitive work, creative therapy, or hypnosis. Nothing mattered more to her than getting him through this. She stared into his eyes with unnerving intensity, searching them. She asked if he truly didn't know her. He said no. Amanda gathered her things and rose, assuring him Leighton would soon take him for the MRI. She emphasized she only wanted to help, that she was his friend, everyone here was, because the facility existed because of him. They stood in awe of his mind and what he had built. At the door, she paused and asked the name of the woman he claimed was murdered. Jason corrected her sharply. He had seen it happen, and her name was Daniela Vargas. The rest of the morning, Jason sat at the desk eating breakfast while scrolling through files of scientific achievements he didn't remember. Despite everything, exhilaration rose as he read his notes advancing toward the miniature cube breakthrough. The solution involved superconducting qubits integrated with resonator arrays that registered simultaneous states as vibrations. Groundbreaking work that had won him the Pavia and brought him here. 10 years earlier, on his first day at Velocity Laboratories, he had written a mission statement explaining quantum mechanics and the multiverse to the team. One section on dimensionality stood out. Humans perceived 3 dimensions but lived in 4. Adding time to create a 4D tesseract of space moving along time's arrow, best seen in starlight arriving from years away. Their path formed a world line, yet if many worlds held true, infinite world lines existed, all possible outcomes branching. Perhaps humans inhabited a 5th-dimensional probability space, but possessed a mental firewall limiting perception to one chosen world line at a time. The notes asked how to access that 5D space and where it would lead. Early evening, Leighton arrived and led him via stairwell, stopping on sub-level 2 instead of continuing to the infirmary. He mentioned a slight change of plan. No MRI yet. They entered the conference room where Amanda had tried debriefing him the night he first woke. Lights were dimmed low. Jason asked what was happening. Leighton told him to have a seat. When Jason hesitated, Leighton repeated the command more firmly. Jason pulled out a chair and sat. Leighton took the seat across from him and asked if the old files had rung any bells. Jason said not really. Leighton expressed disappointment, hoping the trip down memory lane might spark something. He straightened. The chair creaked. The room felt so quiet Jason could hear the light bulbs humming overhead. Leighton watched him intently from across the table. Something felt unmistakably off. Wrong. Jason felt the ground of his own reality eroding beneath him, as if this alien world might quietly pull him under if he stopped resisting. Leighton described how his father had founded Velocity 45 years earlier, when the company built jet engines and chased contracts instead of frontier science. Now only 23 people remained, but one constant endured. The company was still a family whose lifeblood was absolute trust. He nodded toward the glass. Lights flooded the small theater beyond it. 15 or 20 faces stared down, grim, tense. The same audience from Jason's first night here. No applause, no smiles. Panic stirred at the edge of his mind. He asked why they had all come. Leighton answered that families cleaned up their messes together. When Jason pressed for clarity, Leighton accused him outright of lying. He was not the man they knew, not one of them. Jason repeated his memory loss claim. Leighton warned him to reconsider. Leighton opened the laptop, typed, and stood it upright on the table. Jason demanded to know what was happening. Leighton said they would finish the debrief begun the night he returned. This time, Jason would answer every question. Jason lunged for the door. Locked. Leighton ordered him to sit. When Jason demanded to leave, Leighton demanded the truth instead. He revealed that Jason had told Daniela Vargas everything. Beyond the glass, a side door opened. A guard shoved Ryan forward, smashing his bloodied, swollen face against the pane. Nose broken, one eye sealed shut. Leighton added that Jason had told Ryan Holder the truth as well. Jason rushed to the glass, calling Ryan's name, but sound died at the barrier. Rage from the cell flooded back. This man had ordered Daniela's murder. Now this. He calculated how much damage he could inflict before they dragged him off, but sat when threatened with restraints. Leighton explained Ryan had come forward, disturbed by what Jason said at the apartment. Those exact claims were what he wanted to hear now. As guards forced Ryan into a front row seat, the realization struck Jason. Ryan had created the missing compound mentioned at the art show. If the brain's natural firewall blocked perception of quantum states, the drug could disable it. Exactly the mechanism Jason had described in his old mission statement. This world's Ryan had been studying the prefrontal cortex and consciousness. It was a short leap to a substance that let the mind stop collapsing its own wave function. Jason snapped back and demanded why they had beaten Ryan. Leighton recited the claims Jason had made. Professor at Lakemont College, a son, Daniela as his wife, abduction, this not being his world. He asked for confirmation. Jason's voice came out a low growl. He accused them of murdering the woman he loved simply for speaking to him, of beating his friend, of holding him captive. He told them all to go to hell, glaring through the glass at Ryan and at Amanda, who refused eye contact, tears shining while her jaw stayed locked tight. Leighton laid out the stakes. If the box truly worked, they sat on the greatest scientific breakthrough in history with unimaginable applications. Protecting it justified any extreme. Jason repeated that he wanted to leave. Leighton reminded him he alone had successfully piloted the device, possessing knowledge they had spent billions and a decade to obtain. Logically, there was nothing they would not do to extract it. The question hung in brutal silence. Jason scanned the theater. Ryan's ruined face, Amanda fighting to hold herself together. Leighton told him to listen closely. This moment was as easy as it would ever get. He ordered Jason to look at him. He asked if Jason had built the box. Jason stayed silent. He asked again. Still nothing. Where'd he come from? No answer. Was this his world? Jason's mind spun through every possible reply. Full truth, total silence, or something partial. But he knew the moment he gave them everything, his only leverage vanished. His safety rested on remaining useful. He met Leighton's eyes and said he would not talk right now. Leighton sighed, cracked his neck, and announced to the room that they were finished. The door behind Jason opened. Hands seized him before he could turn, slamming him to the floor. A knee pinned his spine. A needle slid into his neck. He woke on the thin, familiar mattress skull split by a vicious chemical hangover. A voice whispered beside him. The slightest movement sent fresh agony through his head. Ryan identified himself. Jason asked what had happened. Ryan said they had carried him in a short while ago. Forcing his eyes open, Jason saw the cell again, Ryan kneeling close. Up close, the damage looked worse. Ryan apologized. Jason insisted none of it was his fault. Ryan admitted calling Leighton after leaving the apartment, revealing Jason's location, never imagining they would harm Daniela. Jason asked how Ryan had ended up here. Ryan explained, They had taken him in the night when Jason refused to talk, hoping his information would earn him a place on the project. Instead, they beat him, accusing him of holding back. Jason apologized again. Ryan said Jason had kept him completely in the dark about the lab, despite all the work he had done for him. And Leighton, Jason corrected him quietly. That had not been him. Ryan stared, processing the claim, then asked if everything said at Daniela's apartment had been true. Jason leaned in and whispered, "Yes," every word, warning him to keep his voice down because they were surely listening. Ryan asked how he had crossed into this world. Jason described a hangar outside the cell and the metal box built by another version of himself. Ryan asked what it actually did. Jason told him it was a gateway to the multiverse. Ryan looked at him as if he were insane. Jason urged him to listen anyway. He recounted the hospital tox screen that had found traces of an unknown psychoactive compound. At the art reception, Ryan had asked whether the compound had worked out. Jason asked exactly what Ryan had been developing for him. Jason sat in the dim cell, listening as the other man explained the work he had commissioned years earlier. The drug he had paid for was designed to temporarily shut down specific Brodmann areas in the prefrontal cortex, putting the brain's observer mechanism to sleep. The man confirmed he had understood the request only in technical terms, never grasping its true purpose until now. He grasped the idea of Schrodinger's cat and how observation collapses possibility into reality. The plan had been to silence that mechanism inside a human mind, creating a state where the person could exist in superposition without their own consciousness forcing a single outcome. The conversation revealed the drug would prevent the user from decohering, yet it left them vulnerable to outside observers. That vulnerability was why the box existed, to isolate the subject completely. Jason absorbed the implications with growing horror. They had found a way to turn a human into something like the cat in the box, both alive and dead until observed. The cell door suddenly unlocked. Both men looked up as Leighton appeared in the doorway, flanked by two thick-set guards in tight polo shirts. The guards looked like men who carried out violence as routine labor. Leighton spoke calmly, asking Ryan to come with them. When Ryan hesitated, the order came to drag him out. Ryan stood and limped forward. The guard seized his arms and pulled him away, leaving Leighton behind. Leighton turned to Jason, his voice heavy with resentment. He claimed he hated what he was being forced to become and insisted the coming brutality was Jason's own fault, not his. Rage surged through Jason. He launched himself off the bed toward Leighton, but the door slammed shut in his face. The lights in the cell died. Only the small green glow of the surveillance camera remained, watching him from above the door. Jason retreated to the corner and sat in total darkness. His mind drifted back 5 days to the moment. Footsteps had rushed up behind him in his own neighborhood, to the geisha mask and the gun that had upended his world. In this moment, no logic or scientific method offered comfort. He felt only devastation. He had watched the love of his life murdered before his eyes. His old friend was likely being tortured right now. These people would make him suffer before they finished him. Fear clawed at him. He missed Charlie. He missed Daniela. He missed his shabby brownstone, the rusty Suburban, his campus office, and his students. He missed the ordinary life that had once been his. In the blackness, a terrible clarity began to surface. He remembered the familiar voice of his abductor, asking intimate questions about his job, his wife, whether he ever called her Danny. The man had known Ryan Holder. He had taken him to an abandoned power plant, drugged him, stripped him of phone and clothes. The realization hit like a physical blow. The abductor had done it all to slip into his life, to claim his wife, his son, his job, his home. That man had been another version of himself, the one who had built the box. Jason had known it on some level since first seeing the device, but had refused to face it. Now the truth burned. He had been replaced in his own world by a better version of himself. Smarter, perhaps a better father, a better husband, a better lover, and he himself had caused it. He had done this to himself. The green camera light blinked out. Jason tensed as the locks retracted. He pressed back against the wall. The door opened slowly, revealing a single figure silhouetted against the hallway light. The person stepped inside and closed the door. In the darkness, Jason could see nothing, but he caught the faint scent of perfume and body wash. "Amanda?" She whispered for him to keep his voice down. When he asked about Ryan, she told him Ryan was gone. Her voice cracked with emotion as she admitted they had killed him. She had thought they only meant to scare him. She warned that they were coming for Jason next. She had not signed up for this level of brutality. The murder of Daniela, the death of Holder, what they planned for him. It crossed every line. She could not free him from the lab, especially with his face now all over the news as the prime suspect in Daniela's murder. The police were hunting him, convinced he had killed her. The group had framed him. She offered the only escape she could, access to the hangar and the box. Jason asked if she understood how the box worked. She admitted she did not, but said it was his sole chance. Stepping inside felt like jumping from a crashing plane without knowing if the parachute would open, yet with the plane already going down, the risk no longer mattered. She had disabled the camera in his cell. Amanda moved to the door. A vertical strip of light appeared and widened as it opened. She wore a red pencil skirt and carried a backpack over her shoulder. She glanced back and whispered for him to follow. Jason pulled himself up using the bed frame. After hours in darkness, the corridor's fluorescent lights burned his eyes. The hallway was empty. Amanda hurried ahead toward the distant vault doors. She looked back and urged him onward. He followed quietly, their footsteps echoing softly. Fluorescent panels streamed past overhead. At the touchscreen panel, Amanda held her keycard to the scanner. Jason asked if anyone would be in mission control. She reassured him she was on duty tonight and had it covered. They would know she helped him, but by then she would be gone. The computerized voice requested a name. She gave it. It asked for a passcode. She entered the numbers. Access was denied. Jason tensed. "What's happening?" he asked. Jason felt his stomach drop as Amanda explained that someone had spotted them on the corridor cameras and frozen her clearance. Leighton would know within seconds. She tried her card again anyway. The system demanded her name and passcode once more. She spoke each digit with deliberate care. Access denied. Frustration flashed across her face. A door at the far end of the corridor swung open. Leighton's men stepped out. Amanda's face drained of color. A sharp, metallic taste flooded Jason's mouth. He asked whether employees created their own passcodes or received assigned ones. She confirmed they chose them themselves. He demanded her card, reasoning that his own clearance might still be active. As she handed it over, Leighton burst through the same doorway and shouted his name. Jason scanned the card. The system asked for his name. He gave it. It requested a passcode. He entered the month and year of his birthday in reverse, 3721. Voice recognition confirmed. "Welcome, Dr. Desson." The buzzer scraped along his nerves. The vault doors began to part. He watched helplessly as the guards charged down the corridor, red-faced and arms pumping, only 4 or 5 seconds away. The instant the gap widened enough, Amanda squeezed through. Jason followed her into the hangar, sprinting across the smooth concrete toward the box. Mission Control stood empty, harsh lights beating down from above. He realized with cold clarity that no scenario ended with them escaping. They closed on the box. Amanda shouted that they only needed to get inside. Jason glanced back. The first guard exploded through the open vault doors, weapon raised in one hand, a smear of Ryan's blood across his face. The man locked eyes on him. Jason rounded the corner of the box just as the guard aimed. Amanda was already shoving the heavy door open. An alarm blared through the hangar as she vanished inside. Jason launched himself over the threshold after her. She pushed him aside and rammed her shoulder against the door. Voices and pounding footsteps surged closer. Jason threw his full weight beside her. The door felt like a ton of steel, but it slowly began to swing shut. Fingers clawed across the frame. Inertia carried it home. The massive bolt slammed into place with a thunderous finality. Silence swallowed them. The darkness inside was absolute, so pure it triggered a dizzying sensation of spinning. Jason staggered forward until his palms met cold metal. He needed the solid surface to anchor himself while the reality sank in. He was finally inside the box. He asked whether they could force the door. Amanda admitted she wasn't sure. It was designed to remain locked for 10 minutes, a built-in safeguard. Against what? She didn't know. He had engineered it, she said, and right now it seemed to be working. A rustle in the blackness, then a battery-powered Coleman lantern clicked on, bathing the interior in cool bluish light. The space felt strange, terrifying, and strangely exhilarating all at once, enclosed by those thick, nearly indestructible walls. The first thing Jason noticed in the new glow were 4 severed fingers lying at the foot of the door, cut cleanly at the second knuckle. Amanda knelt over her open backpack, arm buried to the shoulder, methodically calm despite everything that had just detonated around them. She pulled out a small leather bag packed with syringes, needles, and tiny ampules of clear liquid, Ryan's compound. Jason realized she intended to go with him. She answered that the alternative was stepping back out to explain her betrayal to Leighton. He confessed he still had no idea how the box functioned. She replied that made 2 of them, so they could look forward to some interesting times ahead. She had started a timer the moment the door sealed. They had 8 minutes and 56 seconds before the guards could break through. No time for anything but intravenous injection. She asked if he had ever injected himself. He hadn't. She told him to roll up his sleeve, tied a rubber band above his elbow, and positioned his arm under the lantern. She pointed out the antecubital vein. When he suggested she do it for him, she insisted he would manage. She handed him an alcohol wipe, a 3-milliliter syringe, 2 needles, and 1 ampule, explaining which was the filtered needle for drawing and which for injecting. Jason wiped the skin, snapped the ampule, drew the entire contents, and swapped needles. Amanda prepared her own arm. She reminded him to tap the syringe and expel a tiny drop to clear any air. Her watch ticked down. 7 minutes, 39 seconds, 38, 37. He thumped the syringe, pushed out the droplet, and followed her instructions. 45-degree angle, bevel up. Adrenaline blunted the sting. He pulled back the plunger, saw blood flash, then untied the tourniquet and slowly depressed it. He asked how long until it took effect. She began to answer that it would be nearly instantaneous. Then the drug slammed into him. The world folded. He slumped against the wall, losing whole seconds until Amanda's face filled his vision again, her words swimming just out of reach. He felt her withdraw the needle and press an alcohol pad over the puncture. He finally registered what she was repeating. Keep pressure on it. Through blurring vision, he watched her inject herself under the lantern's glow, his eyes fixed on her watch as the numbers continued their merciless countdown. Soon she lay stretched on the floor like someone who had just shot up, the timer still running, yet none of it mattered anymore. Jason could not believe what he was seeing. Jason sat up, suddenly clear-headed and alert. Amanda was no longer lying on the floor. She stood several feet away with her back to him. He called out, asking if she was all right, but she gave no answer. He struggled to his feet. As he approached, he saw that the lantern she held did not strike the wall of the box straight ahead. He walked past her. She followed with the light. The beam revealed another identical door. Then another 12 feet brought another, and another after that. The lantern's 60-watt glow faded beyond 70 or 80 feet into haunting fragments, glinting off cold metal walls on one side and perfectly spaced doors on the other. Beyond their small sphere of light stretched absolute darkness. Jason stopped, awestruck and silent. He thought of every article and book he had read, every test taken, every class taught, every theory memorized, every equation scribbled on blackboards. He remembered the months spent in the clean room building a pale imitation of this place. For physicists and cosmologists, tangible proof of their work had always been limited to distant galaxies and telescopes or data from unseen particle collisions. There had always been a barrier between equations and reality. No longer. Not for him. He was here. This place existed. For a moment, fear left him, replaced by pure wonder. He quoted softly that the most beautiful thing we can experience is the mysterious, Einstein's words. Amanda turned to him and asked if this place was even real. He questioned what she meant by real. She wondered if they stood in a physical location. He suggested it was the mind's attempt to visualize something the brain had not evolved to comprehend. Superposition. They were experiencing a quantum state. He glanced back down the corridor and ahead into darkness. Even in the low light, the space felt recursive, like two mirrors facing each other. It looked like a corridor, but was actually the box repeating itself across all possible realities sharing the same point in space and time. A cross-section of the wave function, the mind's visualization of every possible outcome before observation collapsed it. Amanda asked where the corridor led if they kept walking. As he answered, wonder faded and horror crept back in. There was no end. They continued walking to test what might change, door after door after door. After a while, Jason noted they had passed the 440th door. Each repetition measured 12 feet, meaning they had already covered a full mile. Amanda stopped and let the backpack slide from her shoulders. She sat against the wall. Jason sat beside her with the lantern between them. He wondered aloud what would happen if Leighton took the drug and came after them. Amanda said he would never do that. He was terrified of the box, as they all were. No one who had entered had ever come out again. That was why Leighton had been willing to do anything to force Jason to reveal how to operate it. She explained what had happened to the test pilots. The first, Matthew Snell, had received simple instructions. Enter, close the door, sit, inject the drug, and no matter what he saw, stay in place until it wore off and then walk back out. Even if he had seen the corridor, he would not have left his box. An hour passed. He was overdue. They hesitated to open the door, fearing interference. 24 hours later, they did. The box was empty. Stepping inside and taking the drug was like walking through a one-way door. No one would risk following. They were on their own. Jason proposed they experiment like any good scientist. Try a door and observe. Amanda confirmed he had no idea what lay behind any of them. He helped her up, shouldered the backpack, and felt the first mild twinge of thirst, wondering if she had brought water. They continued down the corridor. Jason hesitated to choose, knowing that with endless doors, every decision meant everything and nothing at once. Finally, he stopped and asked if this one would do. She shrugged in agreement. He grasped the cold metal handle, confirmed the ampules were still in the pack, then cranked the lever down. The latch slid. He pulled the door inward. It swung open. Amanda whispered what he could see. "Nothing yet," he replied. It was too dark. He took the lantern from her and noticed they now stood inside a single box again. The corridor had collapsed. Amanda was unsurprised. It made sense. The outside environment had destabilized the quantum state. He held the lantern through the doorway. The ground directly ahead showed cracked pavement and oil stains. Glass crunched under his feet as he stepped down. He helped Amanda out. They moved forward. The light revealed concrete columns, then a van, a convertible, a sedan. They were in a parking garage. They followed a slight incline with cars on either side, tracing a faded white paint stripe. The box lay behind them now, swallowed by blackness. They passed a sign with an arrow and the words "Exit to Street." Turning a corner, they climbed the next ramp. Chunks of ceiling had fallen on the right, crushing windshields, hoods, and roofs. The damage worsened until they scrambled over concrete boulders and wove around rusted rebar. Halfway up the next level, an impassable wall of debris blocked them. Jason suggested going back. Amanda grabbed the lantern and led him to a stairwell door standing cracked open. She forced it wider. Total darkness. They climbed to the top and dragged the upper door open together. Wind blew through the lobby ahead. Faint ambient light filtered through the empty steel frames of what had once been immense two-story windows. At first, Jason thought snow covered the floor, but it wasn't cold. He knelt and scooped a handful. It was dry, a foot deep over the marble, and slid through his fingers like powder. They trudged past a long reception desk where the hotel's name still clung in artful block letters across the facade. Jason stepped out through the hotel's ruined entrance between a pair of giant planters where trees had withered to gnarled branches and brittle leaf shards that rattled in the breeze. Amanda switched off the lantern. They pushed through the empty revolving doors. Outside, the air looked like a raging blizzard, even though the temperature remained mild. Jason walked into the street and stared upward between the dark buildings at a sky carrying the faintest red glow, the way cities reflect their lights against low clouds. Yet no lights burned anywhere. The particles drifting down struck his face without sting. Amanda told him it was ash, a blizzard of ash. In the street, it reached their knees, and the air smelled of a cold fireplace the morning after, laced with a deeper burnt stench. They walked up the middle of the street with the wind at their backs. The skyscrapers rose like black skeletons, ominous profiles against the falling gray. Some leaned, others had toppled. In the strongest gust, Jason heard steel groaning high above as it twisted past its limits. A sudden pressure tightened behind his eyes, sharp and brief, then vanished. Amanda asked if he had felt the same pressure. He confirmed it and guessed the drug was wearing off. After several blocks, the buildings ended at a guardrail along a seawall. The lake stretched out for miles beneath the radioactive sky, no longer water but a vast gray desert of ash that undulated like a waterbed as black waves slapped the concrete. They turned back into the wind. Ash streamed into their eyes and mouths, erasing their footprints. A block from the hotel, sustained thunder rolled in the distance. The ground trembled. Another building collapsed. The box waited exactly where they had left it, in the lowest level of the parking garage. Covered in ash, they paused at the door to brush it from their clothes and hair. Inside, the bolt shot home. They stood once more in a simple, finite box. 4 walls, 1 door, the lantern, the backpack, and 2 bewildered people. Amanda sat hugging her knees. She asked what he thought had happened above. Jason suggested a supervolcano, an asteroid, or nuclear war. Impossible to know. She wondered if they had reached the future. He explained the box only connected to alternate realities at the exact same point in space and time, though some worlds might appear more advanced. He added that every reality they found could be destroyed like this one. They needed to dose again. The crumbling skyscraper offered no safety. Amanda pulled off her flats and shook the ash out. Jason told her she had saved his life back at the lab. Her lip trembled as she admitted she used to have nightmares about the first pilots who never returned. He unzipped the backpack and inventoried the contents: the leather bag of ampules and injection kits, 3 plastic-sealed notebooks, a box of pens, a sheathed knife, a first aid kit, a space blanket, a rain poncho, a toiletry kit, 2 rolls of cash, a Geiger counter, a compass, 2 full 1-liter water bottles, and 6 MREs. Amanda said she had simply grabbed a standard issue pack from the stockroom. They should have worn spacesuits, but there had been no time. Jason noted the dangers: radiation, altered atmosphere, or low pressure that could boil the fluids in their bodies. Thirst clawed at him. He had not drunk anything since lunch. He opened the leather bag and counted the ampules. 50 originally, Amanda said. 48 now. She had not planned to come with him. She asked how badly they were screwed. Jason answered honestly that he did not know, but this box was their spaceship, and they had better learn to fly it. They repacked everything. This time, they simply snapped the necks of 2 ampules and drank the liquid, which carried a sweet, borderline unpleasant sting. 46 ampules remained. Jason started the timer on her watch. Amanda explained their earlier tests had shown repeated doses strained neurological function and built tolerance. But the short half-life meant they would be fine as long as they did not dose back-to-back. She asked if he was impressed with himself for building the device. He admitted he understood the theory, yet still found a stable human quantum state an impossible breakthrough. The improbability raised the hair on his neck. In a multiverse of infinity, 1,000,000 worlds might exist where he had failed, but all it took was one where he had succeeded. At the 30-minute mark, the drug took hold again as a bright, flickering euphoria and a beautiful sense of disengagement, less intense than the first time. He looked at Amanda and said he felt it. She confirmed the same. They were back inside the endless corridor. Jason asked if her watch was still running. She checked. 31 minutes and 15 seconds, ticking upward. She had heard the drug altered brain chemistry for about an hour. They would time it exactly. He moved to the door that had once opened into the parking garage and pulled it open. A scorched forest stretched before him. No green, no life, only blackened trunks and spindly branches like spiderwebs against a charcoal sky. He closed the door. It locked automatically. Vertigo swept over him as the corridor reappeared, stretching away into infinity again. He reopened the door. The dead forest remained. The realization settled. The connections between doors and worlds lasted only for the duration of a single dose. That was why none of the test pilots had ever returned to the lab. The corridor reset the moment the drug took effect. Amanda pushed forward, faster and faster, until she was running hard into the unchanging darkness. The corridor stretched on without end, an endless backstage of the multiverse. Sweat slicked his skin and thirst clawed at his throat, but he stayed silent, sensing she needed to burn through the panic, to test the infinite and feel its horror for herself. She finally slowed, spent. Only the echo of their footsteps remained, lightheaded with hunger and thirst. He kept thinking of the 2 liters of water in the backpack, craving them yet knowing they had to ration. They continued methodically down the corridor. He held the lantern high, scanning every seamless wall and box for any break in the uniformity, anything that might give them control over their destination. His mind raced in the void. What would happen when the water ran out, when the food was gone, when the lantern's batteries died? How would he ever find his way home? Time had slipped away since they first entered the box back at Velocity Laboratories. He had no idea how many hours had passed. Exhaustion pressed down so heavily that sleep began to feel more tempting than water. He glanced at Amanda. In the lantern's blue glow, her face looked cold yet strikingly beautiful, etched with terror. She asked if he was hungry yet. He admitted he was getting there. She confessed her growing thirst, but agreed they should save the water. Disorientation gripped her worse by the moment. She described it like the whiteout blizzards from her North Dakota childhood. Snow blowing so hard it erased direction, forcing drivers to pull over while the world vanished outside the car. That was exactly how she felt now. He told her he was scared too, but was working the problem. She pressed for how. He explained they first needed to measure precisely how long the drug kept the corridor open, down to the minute. They settled on a plan. If the drug gave roughly an hour, they would set a 90-minute deadline on her watch. 30 minutes to kick in, plus 60 under its effect. She worried her lighter weight might make it last longer for her. He noted it didn't matter. The moment it failed for either of them, the corridor would collapse. To be safe, they would start opening doors at the 85-minute mark, hoping for a world that wouldn't devour them. She stopped and studied him, asking what he truly understood about how the box worked, even if he hadn't built it. He began to say it was far beyond anything he could have imagined. But she cut through, pressing whether he had any real idea. When she asked directly if they were lost, he insisted they were simply gathering information and working the problem. She called it being lost. He reframed it as exploring. She cursed in frustration, saying she refused to wander this endless tunnel for the rest of her life. He promised he wouldn't let that happen, though he admitted he didn't know how yet. She asked if he was working on it. He confirmed he was. She smiled faintly and said she would hold off on panicking. They walked on in silence. The metal walls remained smooth and featureless, one identical stretch after another. Amanda asked what worlds they could actually reach. He reasoned aloud. Assuming the multiverse branched from the Big Bang like an immense tree, every choice and event created infinite parallel Jasons and Amandas. Somewhere along this corridor existed versions of them who never made it into the box and were likely being tortured or already dead. He added that they probably didn't have access to the entire multiverse, only worlds adjacent to theirs, ones that split off in the recent past where they had existed or still existed. Some form of conditional selection seemed at work, though he couldn't be sure. Still, even that left them with infinite possibilities. He lifted her wrist and checked her watch. The glowing digits showed 84:50, then 84:51. The drug would wear off soon. It was time. He approached the next door, handed Amanda the lantern, and gripped the handle. He eased it open an inch, revealing concrete floor. 2 inches, familiar glass window ahead. 3 inches. Amanda identified it as the hangar. She pushed past him and stepped out. He followed. Bright lights bathed them. Mission Control stood empty. The vast hangar was quiet. They crept to the corner of the box and peered toward the distant vault doors. He warned it wasn't safe. She countered that the box wasn't either. A thunderous clang echoed as the vault doors began to part. Panicked voices leaked through. He urged them to go immediately. A woman fought to squeeze between the opening doors. Amanda gasped. The woman was her double. The man behind her had a swollen, battered face but wore the same clothes, clearly another version of him. As the pair started running toward them, he instinctively backed toward the box door. They only made it 10 feet before Leighton's men burst through behind them. A gunshot cracked, freezing the doppelgangers in place. His Amanda started forward to help, but he pulled her back. She whispered they had to do something. He refused. They couldn't. Peering around the box, they watched their other selves slowly turn to face the armed men. He knew they should leave right then. He stood frozen, every instinct screaming to run, yet unable to tear his eyes away. This wasn't time travel. The box didn't work that way. It was simply another world, one where he and Amanda had escaped hours later or failed entirely. Leighton's men advanced with guns drawn across the hangar floor. Leighton followed. The other Jason spoke quickly, insisting none of it was Amanda's fault. He had threatened her, forced her hand. Leighton studied her, skeptical after knowing her for more than a decade, and asked if that was true. She looked terrified but defiant, her voice shaking as she declared she wouldn't stand by while he hurt people anymore. She was done. Leighton's response was calm, almost casual. He rested a hand on the shoulder of the guard beside him. The gunshot crashed through the hangar, muzzle flash searing the air. Amanda dropped instantly. Beside him, his own Amanda choked back a sharp cry. The other Jason lunged at Leighton. The second guard drew fast and dropped him with a taser, leaving him convulsing on the concrete. Her cry had given them away. Leighton stared straight at them, face twisted in confusion, and shouted. They charged. He seized Amanda's arm, yanked her back through the box door, and slammed it shut. The lock engaged. The corridor snapped back into existence. The drug was fading fast. She trembled beside him. He wanted to reassure her, but the lie wouldn't come. She had just watched herself die. He told her it wasn't her out there. She was right here, alive. Even in the dim lantern light, he saw tears cutting clean tracks through the grime on her cheeks. She whispered that it was still some part of her. Or had been. He lifted her wrist gently and checked the watch. 45 seconds remained before the 90-minute mark. They had to move. He started down the corridor, calling for her to follow. When she caught up, he opened the next door. Nothing but blackness. No sound, no scent, pure void. He shut it fast. He forced himself to keep trying, opening doors to buy them any chance of safety. The next revealed a wolf 10 feet away in tall weeds, amber eyes locked on him, head lowered in a growl as it advanced. He slammed the door before it could close the distance. Amanda grabbed his hand. They pressed on. Fear had him now. He had lost faith they would ever find a safe world. Then the drug failed for one of them. The corridor vanished, trapping them inside a single box again. This time, she opened the door. Bitter cold blasted in with driving snow. Through the white curtain, he glimpsed dark tree silhouettes and distant houses. She asked what he thought. He heard the exhaustion in her voice. She refused to stay in the box another second. She stepped down into the powder and sank to her knees, already shivering hard. The drug left him a moment later, stabbing like an ice pick behind his left eye. He followed her out. They trudged toward the neighborhood. Beyond the fresh snow, he felt older, compacted layers giving way underfoot. He caught up. The cold hit harder than anything he had known in the Midwest. His ears and cheeks burned toward frostbite. Fine motor control in his hands was already slipping. Amanda suffered worse in her skirt, sweater, and flats. Wind drove straight into them. Snow thickening until the world looked like a violently shaken globe. They pushed on as fast as the deepening drifts allowed. Her cheeks turned blue. Violent shivers racked her. Snow matted her hair. He called through chattering teeth that they should go back. She looked at him, dazed, then nodded. He glanced behind them. The box had vanished. Panic flared. Snow blew sideways, houses disappeared. Every direction looked identical. Amanda's head drooped. He clenched his fist, trying to force blood to his fingertips, but the thread ring on his finger was already crusted with ice. His thoughts spun. They had fucked up. This wasn't mere cold. It was lethal, far below zero. He had no idea how far they had come from the box, and it hardly mattered now. They were blind. The cold would kill them in minutes. Keep moving. Amanda's eyes had gone far away, shock settling in. Her bare legs pressed directly into the snow. She murmured that it hurt. He bent, scooped her up, and staggered forward, holding her tight against his chest as her whole body shook. They stood inside a white vortex. Without looking down at his own legs, the motion brought vertigo. The thought crystallized. They were going to die here. Still he kept going, one foot then the other, face burning, arms aching, feet screaming as snow packed into his shoes. Minutes blurred. Snow fell harder, Amanda mumbled, delirious. He couldn't keep walking, couldn't keep carrying her. Soon he would have to stop, sit in the snow, and hold this woman he barely knew while they froze together in a world that wasn't theirs. Thoughts of his family rose, of never seeing them again, and the last thread of his control snapped. A house appeared ahead. Or rather, its second story. The first floor lay completely buried. Snow drifted to the dormer windows. He called her name. Her eyes stayed closed. He shouted again. She opened them, barely. He told her to stay with him. He set her against the roof, kicked out the middle dormer window, cleared the jagged glass, then pulled her down into a little girl's bedroom. Stuffed animals, dollhouse, princess decorations, a Barbie flashlight on the nightstand. He dragged her far enough inside that the pouring snow couldn't reach her. Grabbing the flashlight, he moved into the upstairs hall. He called out. The empty house swallowed his voice. All second-floor bedrooms stood vacant, most stripped of furniture. He descended the stairs, the weak beam trembling. Past the front door, he entered what had been a dining room. Boards reinforced the windows against the snow pressure. An axe leaned beside a table chopped into kindling. He stepped through into the next room. The fading light fell across a couch and two chairs stripped nearly bare of leather. He moved deeper into the house. Firelight flickered across a television mounted above a fireplace choked with ashes. Nearby sat a box of candles, a stack of books, and sleeping bags spread across the floor with blankets and pillows. Inside them lay a man, a woman, two teenage boys, and a young girl, all motionless, eyes closed, faces blue and emaciated. A framed photograph of the family at the Lincoln Park Conservatory rested on the woman's chest, her blackened fingers still clutching it. Along the hearth, he saw matchboxes, newspapers, and wood shavings. Through the next doorway stretched the kitchen. The refrigerator and cabinet stood open and empty. Countertops overflowed with scraped-clean cans of creamed corn, beans, tomatoes, soups, and peaches. Even the condiment jars had been emptied. Behind the trash can lay a frozen puddle of blood and the stripped skeleton of a small cat. These people hadn't frozen to death. They had starved. Later, firelight danced on the family room walls. He lay naked inside a double sleeping bag layered with blankets, Amanda thawing beside him in her own. Their wet clothes dried on the brick hearth. Outside, the storm howled, the house creaking under fierce gusts. Amanda's eyes were open. They had already finished the 2 bottles of water, now packed with snow and warming near the fire. She asked what he thought had happened to the family. He lied, saying maybe they had gone somewhere warm. She smiled faintly and called him a liar, noting their spaceship wasn't doing so hot. He called it a steep learning curve. She drew a deep breath and spoke of being 41, of her career, apartment, dog, friends, favorite shows, and a man named John. She had seen 3 times over wine. She looked at him and asked if she would never see any of it again. He had no answer. She continued that at least he had a world to return to, while hers was closed to her forever. She stared at him, tense and unblinking. He still had nothing to say. When he woke again, the fire had burned to glowing embers. Sunlight sparkled through snow at the tops of the windows. Even indoors, the cold was brutal. He reached out, found their clothes dry, dressed, and rebuilt the fire, warming his hands before numbness set in. Leaving Amanda asleep, he moved through the sunlit dining room, up the dark stairs, and back into the girl's bedroom, where snow covered most of the floor. He climbed out the window into blinding glare. Waist-deep snow stretched everywhere under a perfect blue sky. No birds, no wind, no tracks, everything smoothed and drifted. The temperature felt far below zero. Even direct sun brought no warmth. In the distance, Chicago's skyline rose ice-encrusted and glittering. A white city. Across the street lay the open field where they had nearly died. No sign of the box. Back inside, Amanda sat awake by the hearth, wrapped in sleeping bags and blankets. He found silverware in the kitchen, dug 2 cold MREs from the backpack, and they ate ravenously. She asked if he had seen the box. He told her it was probably buried. She stared into the flames and said she didn't know whether to be mad at him or grateful. When he asked why, she admitted she had stumbled into the office while using the bathroom and seen the bodies. He confirmed they had starved before running out of fuel. As he gazed at the fire, an idea needled him. It had begun outside while looking at the field. He reminded her how the corridor reminded her of a whiteout blizzard. The doors connected to infinite parallel worlds. But what if they were the ones defining those connections? What if their emotional state at the moment they opened the door shaped which world appeared? She realized the ruined Chicago they first entered had matched their terror and despair. And the hangar door had opened right after he described a version of them getting caught. Exactly what they then witnessed. A revelation hit him. They had been searching for controls the whole time, but they were the controls. That meant they could reach anywhere, including home. Early the next morning, they stood waist-deep in snow in the silent neighborhood, shivering, despite layers of the dead family's winter clothes. The field ahead showed no tracks, no box, only unbroken white. The box was tiny. The field was huge. Blind luck offered almost no chance. The sun crept above the trees, yet the cold remained savage. Amanda asked what they were supposed to do. Guess? Start digging randomly? He glanced back at the half-buried house, wondering how long they could last there before firewood, food, and hope ran out like the others. Dark pressure built in his chest. Panic closed in from every side. Finding the box seemed impossible in this killing cold. He knew the next storm would bury the box so deep they would never reach it again. Unless he let the backpack drop into the snow and unzipped it with shaking hands. Amanda asked what he was doing. He told her he was throwing a Hail Mary. His fingers closed around the compass. He left her and the pack behind, wading out into the field. She followed, calling for him to wait. 50 feet out, he stopped so she could catch up. He showed her the compass face. In South Chicago, magnetic north should point toward the distant skyline, yet the needle aimed east toward the lake. Her face brightened as she realized the box's magnetic field was pushing the needle away. They pushed on through the deep powder. In the middle of the field, the needle swung from east to west. They stood directly above it. He dug with bare hands, the snow burning, then numbing his skin. 4 feet down, his fingers scraped the edge of the box. He kept going faster, sleeves pulled over his hands, until he touched the open door and shouted into the frozen silence. 10 minutes later, they sat inside the box again, drinking ampules 46 and 45. Amanda started the timer on her watch, killed the lantern to save the batteries, and in the frigid dark, she leaned her head against his shoulder. She admitted she had never thought she would be glad to see their shitty little lifeboat. He felt her gratitude as she thanked him for not letting her freeze to death out there. He asked if that made them even. She laughed and reminded him this was still all his fault. In the total silence and blackness, the only sensations were the cold metal against his back and the warm pressure of her head on his shoulder. She told him he was different from her Jason. Softer, without the hard edge that had defined him. When he asked if she had been his therapist, she said sometimes, she described the other Jason's life as intellectually intense but one-dimensional, nothing but work for the last 5 years. Then she grew quiet before revealing what she believed had really happened. His Jason had abducted her at gunpoint several nights earlier, taken her to an abandoned power plant, drugged her, and questioned her about her life and choices. She had woken up in this world, She was certain the other Jason had used the box to switch places with him. He felt the old anger rising. She sensed it and warned him they could not carry rage into the corridor. Their emotions were the controls now. Whatever he felt when he opened the next door would shape the world they entered. He had to let it go. The drug began to move through him. His muscles loosened. For one brief moment, the fury dissolved into a deep, peaceful calm he wished would last forever. When Amanda switched the lantern back on, the corridor had returned. He looked down at the leather bag holding the remaining ampules and told himself that if the man who had done this to him could figure out how to navigate the box, then he could too. In the blue light, Amanda watched him. He noted they had 44 ampules left, 22 chances. The other Jason had taken 100. A flicker of panic passed through him, but he smiled anyway and said, "At least he was way smarter than the other guy." She laughed, stood, and offered her hand. 1 hour, she told him. He was ready. Daniela stood in front of the bathroom mirror beside Jason, brushing her teeth while he brushed his. These small changes had been gathering in the back of her mind for days. He rose earlier now, drank less, drove faster, read more, had begun exercising, held his fork differently, laughed more easily, texted less, took longer showers, lathering with a washcloth instead of a bar of soap, shaved every 2 days at the sink rather than in the shower, put his shoes on immediately after dressing, flossed regularly. She had even caught him plucking his eyebrows. He no longer wore his favorite faded U2 concert t-shirt. Did the dishes by laying them on towels across the counter instead of stacking them in the drying rack. Drank only 1 weak cup of coffee at breakfast, so she had started waking earlier to brew it stronger herself. Their family dinners now turned to ideas, books, and Charlie's studies instead of the usual recap of the day. With their son, he had grown more lenient, almost as if he had forgotten how to father a teenager. He no longer stayed up until 2 watching Netflix. He never called her Danny anymore, and he wanted her constantly, every time feeling like the first time, looking at her with that smoldering intensity of new lovers discovering uncharted territory. When he caught her staring, he flashed a toothpaste-foamy grin and winked. She wondered if Jason had cancer and wasn't telling her, or if he had started a new antidepressant in secret, or lost his job. A sick heat bloomed in her stomach at the thought that he might be having an affair with one of his students, the one turning him into this brand new man. None of it felt right. On paper, everything looked better than ever. He paid her more attention now than he ever had. They talked and laughed more than they had since the earliest days of their relationship. Still, he was different in 1,000 tiny ways. That might mean nothing or everything. Jason leaned over and spat into the sink, then shut off the faucet. He stepped behind her, settled his hands on her hips, and pressed gently against her. She watched his reflection in the mirror, the silent question burning inside her. What secrets are you keeping? The words sat on her tongue, but she kept brushing her teeth. Asking might cost her this fragile, wonderful status quo. He told her he could watch her brush her teeth all day. She garbled a reply around the toothbrush. He kissed the back of her neck. The shiver raced down her spine and weakened her knees. For one brief moment, the fear and questions dissolved. He mentioned Ryan Holder's lecture at 6 and asked if she wanted to join him. Daniela spat, rinsed, and explained she had a lesson at 5:30. He offered to take her to dinner afterward. She said she'd love that. She turned and kissed him. Even his kiss felt different now, deliberate and eventful. As he began to pull away, she caught his collar, fixed his hair, and told herself this wasn't the moment to demand answers. Not when everything felt this good. She sent him off with one last kiss. Amanda glanced up from the notebook and asked whether writing it down was truly the best approach. He explained that writing forced complete focus, making it nearly impossible to think one thing while inscribing another. The act itself aligned thoughts and intentions. She asked how much she should write. He suggested starting simple, perhaps one short paragraph. She finished the sentence, closed the notebook, and stood. He asked if she had it all clear in her mind. She said she thought so. He showed her their backpack. Amanda opened the door. Blinding morning sunlight flooded the corridor. As his eyes adjusted, the view sharpened. They stood at the doorway of the box atop a hill overlooking a park. Emerald grass sloped eastward several hundred yards to the shore of Lake Michigan. In the distance rose a skyline of impossibly slim glass and steel towers so reflective they seemed almost invisible, shimmering like a mirage. The sky teemed with moving objects, most crisscrossing above what had to be Chicago, some shooting straight up into the deep blue with no sign of slowing. Amanda smirked at him and tapped the notebook. He opened it. She had written that she wanted to go to a good place, a good time to be alive, a world she would want to live in. It didn't feel like the future exactly, but it felt like one. He told her it wasn't bad. She asked if this place was actually real. He confirmed it was, and that she had brought them here. They decided to explore and give themselves a break from the drug. She started down the grassy slope. They passed a playground and reached a walking path. The morning air was cold and flawless. His breath steamed. Frost still blanched the grass where sunlight had not yet reached, and the bordering hardwood showed early color. Lake Michigan lay perfectly still, like glass. A quarter-mile ahead, elegant Y-shaped structures crossed the park at regular intervals. Only when they drew closer did he realize they were transit stations. They rode a lift to the northbound platform and waited beneath a heated overhang 40 feet above the greenway. A digital map identified the line as the Red Line Express. An urgent female voice announced through the speakers that a train was arriving. He scanned the line but saw nothing. Then a blur rocketed from the tree line. A sleek 3-car train decelerated smoothly into the station. The voice instructed passengers to wait for the green light. A few commuters in workout clothes stepped off. Red panels above the doors turned green. The voice invited boarding for downtown station. Amanda and he exchanged a glance, shrugged, and stepped aboard. The car was nearly full. No one stood. Everyone sat strapped into high-security seats. The word vacant hovered helpfully above empty places. As they moved up the aisle, the automated attendant reminded them to find seats so the train could depart. They slid into front seats. Padded restraints emerged and gently secured their shoulders and waists. The voice counted down. The acceleration pressed them deep into the cushions for 2 seconds. Then the train floated along a single rail at breathtaking speed, the cityscape blurring past too fast to register. In the distance, the fantastical skyline drew nearer. The buildings looked like shattered mirror shards stood upright, too beautifully irregular to seem man-made, perfect in their asymmetry like mountains or a river's shape. The track dropped. His stomach lifted. They screamed through a tunnel, darkness broken by bursts of light that heightened the disorienting velocity. They burst into daylight, and the train slammed to a stop. The attendant announced downtown station. A holographic prompt appeared, asking if this was their stop. Amanda said they should get off. He selected yes. Their restraints released, they exited with the others onto a platform inside a magnificent terminal far grander than Grand Central. Sunlight diffused through a beveled glass ceiling, scattering brilliant chevrons across marble walls. The vast space brimmed with people. Long, croaking saxophone notes drifted through the air. He climbed a long flight of steps at the far side of the hall with Amanda. Everyone around them muttered to themselves. Phone calls, he assumed, yet no devices were visible. At the top, They passed through a turnstile onto a street packed with pedestrians, but empty of cars or traffic signals. They stood at the base of the tallest building he had ever seen. Up close, it looked unreal, a single seamless slab of ice or crystal with no visible floors. Curiosity pulled them across the street and into the lobby. They joined the queue for the observation deck. The elevator rose with astonishing speed. He kept swallowing to pop his ears against the pressure changes. After 2 minutes, it stopped. The attendant announced they had 10 minutes at the top. The doors opened to a freezing blast of wind. A hologram greeted them. You are now 82 feet above street level. The tiny deck wrapped the central elevator shaft. The tower's glass pinnacle rose only 50 feet higher, twisted into a flame-like point. Another hologram appeared. The glass tower is the tallest building in the Midwest and the third tallest in America. The lake breeze cut through him. The air felt thin in his lungs, and a faint lightheadedness crept in. Oxygen or vertigo, he couldn't tell. They reached the anti-suicide railing. His head swam, his stomach churned. The view was almost too vast. The sparkling city sprawl, neighboring towers, Lake Michigan stretching clear to southern Michigan. West and south, the prairie glowed 100 miles away in the morning light. The towers swayed gently beneath them. On a clear day, 4 states were visible: Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin. Standing there on this impossible work of imagination, he felt small in the best possible way. It was thrilling simply to breathe the air of a world capable of such beauty. Amanda stood beside him, both of them gazing down the building's graceful feminine curve. Up here it was nearly silent, only the lonely whisper of wind reaching them. The street noise far below never rose this high. He asked whether any of this had been in her head. She answered that not consciously, but it all felt right somehow, like a half-remembered dream. He looked north toward where Logan Square should have been. It looked nothing like home. A few feet away, an old man stood behind his wife, hands on her shoulders, while she peered through a telescope aimed at an enormous 1,000-foot Ferris wheel rising where Navy Pier belonged. He thought of Daniela, of what the other Jason II, might be doing to her right now. Anger, fear, and homesickness washed over him like a fever. For all its grandeur, this world was not his home. It wasn't even close. 42 ampules remained. They walked the dark corridor again, footfalls echoing forever. He carried the lantern and wondered what to write next when Amanda halted. She told him to listen. The silence grew so complete he heard his own heartbeat accelerate. Then came a sound from far down the corridor. Impossible, she whispered in disbelief. He stared into the blackness. Nothing showed except the lantern's dwindling light on repeating walls. The sound swelled. Shuffling footsteps. He said someone was coming. She asked how that was possible. A figure edged into the light. He stepped back, ready to run, yet knowing there was nowhere to go. The man was naked, skin smeared with blood and dirt, reeking as if he had rolled in it. Matted hair, face caked thick so the whites of his eyes stood out. Hands trembled, fingers curled like claws. Only when the man was 10 feet away did he realize it was another version of himself. He pressed against the wall to give the widest berth. The bloody Jason staggered past, eyes fixing on his, yet seeming to see nothing. Shell-shocked, hollow, as if he had just crawled out of hell. Chunks of flesh had been torn from his back and shoulders. He asked what had happened. The other man stopped, stared, then opened his mouth and unleashed a raw, throat-scarring scream that echoed down the corridor. Amanda seized his arm and pulled him away. The bloody figure did not follow. He simply watched him go, then shuffled on into the endless dark. 30 minutes later, he sat before another identical door, trying to clear the image from his mind. He took out the notebook, pen already moving. He wrote the only thing that mattered: I want to go home. He wondered if this was what God felt. the rush of speaking a world into being. The world had already existed, yet he had connected them to it. Out of every possible world, this one matched exactly what he had wanted when he first looked out from the box. He stepped down. Glass crunched under his shoes as afternoon light poured through high windows and struck a row of old iron generators. He knew this room at once. The last time he had been here, a harvest moon rose over Lake Michigan. He had been slumped against one of these machines, drugged, senseless, staring at a man in a geisha mask who had forced him at gunpoint into the depths. Staring, without realizing it, at himself. He could never have imagined the journey or the hell that waited. The box waited in the far corner behind the stairs. Amanda asked if he had done it. He told her he thought so. This was the last place he had seen before waking in her world. They made their way back to the derelict power plant. Outside, late afternoon sun slanted down. The only sound was gulls crying over the lake. They hiked west along the shoulder into South Chicago neighborhoods like a pair of drifters. The distant skyline was the one he knew and loved. 20 minutes passed before he noticed they had not seen a single car. He remarked how quiet it was. Amanda looked at him. The silence had been less obvious near the industrial lakefront. Here it felt startling. No cars, no people. He could hear the hum of current in the overhead power lines. The 87th Street CTA station stood closed. No buses or trains. The only living thing they saw was a stray black cat with a corkscrew tail slinking across the road, a rat clamped in its jaws. She suggested they return to the box. He insisted he needed to see his home. She warned that the vibe here felt wrong. Couldn't he sense it? He answered that they would never learn how to control the box if they refused to explore where it took them. She asked where home was. Logan Square, he said. Not exactly walking distance. The stolen Oldsmobile rumbled forward as they crossed 87th and entered the decaying residential block. Trash spilled from splitting bags piled along the sidewalks. Boarded windows and plastic sheeting stared back, while scraps of red and black clothing hung from others. Radios and televisions droned faintly from a few houses, mixed with a child's distant cry, but the neighborhood otherwise lay in heavy silence. Halfway down the 6th block, Amanda spotted a target. He crossed toward the mid-90s, white Cutlass Sierra, rust eating its edges, keys dangling visibly from the ignition. Sliding behind the wheel, he felt the worn seat beneath him as she climbed in beside him. The engine turned over with a reluctant cough. A quarter tank of gas remained, enough to reach his block. He worked the wipers hard against the filthy windshield, clearing away grime and plastered leaves. The interstate stretched empty in both directions, unnaturally desolate under the early evening light. The sun glinted off the distant Willis Tower as he pushed north, each mile tightening the knot of dread in his gut. Amanda urged him to turn back, her voice edged with fear, insisting something was terribly wrong. He kept driving, driven by the need to reach his family. When she switched on the radio, static gave way to the piercing tones of the emergency alert system. The narrated message warned of a mandatory 24-hour curfew across Cook County, ordered residents to stay indoors, and described National Guard operations delivering rations and transporting people to CDC quarantine zones. It listed symptoms, fever, severe headache, muscle pain, and instructed displaying red cloth for the infected or black for the dead. A convoy of camouflaged Humvees roared past in the southbound lanes. Amanda pressed him again to reverse course. He refused, eyes fixed ahead on his neighborhood. No parking spots remained on his block, so he left the Cutlass idling in the middle of the street. She warned him he was out of his mind. He pointed to the brownstone where a red skirt and black sweater hung from the master bedroom window. That was his home. She told him to hurry and stay safe as he stepped out. The streets felt unnaturally quiet in the blue dusk. 1 block away, pale figures dragged themselves along the road. He climbed the front steps, noting the silent power lines and the soft candlelight flickering inside the houses. No electricity reached this area. Peering through the dining room window revealed only darkness and gloom. He knocked. After a long wait, a slow shadow emerged from the kitchen and approached. His mouth went dry. This place felt wrong. The chandelier, the Van Gogh print above the hearth. The door opened a crack after 3 locks clicked back. A sickly, death-laden odor drifted out. Daniela stood there holding a trembling candle. Bumps covered every visible inch of her skin. Her eyes had gone almost black, hemorrhaging, with only slivers of white left. She recognized him in a soft, wet voice, thick with tears and disbelief, asking if it was really him. She staggered forward unsteadily. Revulsion twisted through him even as love ached in his chest. He stepped back. Sensing his reaction, she halted. She rasped that he had died a week earlier, carried out in a blood-filled body bag. When he asked about their son Charlie, she shook her head and coughed a bloody sob into her elbow, revealing the boy still lay rotting upstairs because no one had come for him. She wavered on her feet, then steadied herself against the doorframe, asking if he was real. Grief closed his throat. Tears stung his eyes. Pity warred with raw terror, his body recoiling from the woman he loved. Amanda's shout cut through the silence from the car. Someone was coming. Headlights approached down the dark street. She threatened to leave without him. Daniela asked who it was. A diesel Humvee pulled up 10 feet from their stolen car, covered in Red Cross, National Guard, and CDC markings. Amanda leaned out, demanding what he was doing. He wiped his eyes and told her his son was dead inside and Daniela was dying. The front passenger door opened. A figure in a black biohazard suit and gas mask stepped out, raising an assault rifle. The woman's masked voice ordered him to stop. He raised his hands instinctively. She swung the weapon toward the cutlass and told Amanda to shut off the engine. Amanda complied as the driver exited. He gestured toward Daniela on the porch and explained his wife needed immediate medical help while his son lay dead upstairs. The driver noted the red and black cloths displayed correctly and said someone would come, but he insisted she required attention now. When asked about the car and their plans, he admitted he had only wanted to get her to a hospital. The driver told him to wait and snapped the order again when he pleaded. The driver climbed the steps to where Daniela now sat leaning against the railing. He knelt before her, speaking too low to hear. The armed woman kept her rifle trained on him and Amanda. Across the street, firelight flickered as a neighbor watched from a window. The driver soon returned. The driver's masked voice cut through the dusk, explaining that the CDC camps had been at capacity for 2 weeks and it would make no difference anyway. Once the eyes hemorrhaged, the end came fast. He added that if it were him, he would rather slip away in his own bed than on a cot surrounded by the dead and dying. He glanced back and told Nadia to fetch some auto-injectors and a mask. She hesitated, but he ordered her sharply to do it. Nadia returned from the Humvee's rear and pressed 5 auto-injectors into his palm, along with a face mask. The driver confirmed the woman inside would die, probably before morning, and warned him to wear the mask at all times while avoiding any contact with her. When asked what the injectors contained, the man answered that it was morphine. All 5 at once would let her slip away peacefully, because the final hours would be brutal. There was no cure coming in time for the city, he said flatly. People would simply die in their homes. He studied the tinted face shield, unable to see the driver's eyes. The man warned that trying to leave after dark and hitting the wrong roadblock would get them killed. Then the pair climbed back into the Humvee, started the engine, and drove off down the darkening block. Amanda urged him to leave immediately. He asked for one more moment, his gaze fixed on the porch. She reminded him the woman was contagious and that this was only a version of his wife. If he caught it, he would never reach his real family. Still, the pull remained. He strapped on the mask, climbed the steps, and approached Daniela. Her ruined face, blood and black bile streaking her skin, twisted something deep inside him. She asked if they had refused her. He shook his head, torn between the need to hold her and the instinct to run. She told him it was all right, that she was ready, and he didn't have to pretend. He set the auto-injectors down and explained they would end it quickly. She accepted with a nod, tears and blood sliding down her cheeks. He removed the purple cap from the first injector, pressed it to her thigh, and triggered the spring-loaded dose. She barely flinched. He administered the remaining 4 in quick succession. The morphine hit almost at once. She slumped back against the railing, her black eyes glazing over. In a thickening voice, she called him her angel, saying she had been terrified of dying alone in that house. The dusk deepened around them as the first stars pierced the black Chicago sky. She grew lightheaded, her words turning hoarse and faint. Her breathing stretched longer with each cycle until it stopped completely. He wanted to carry her inside, but knew he could not touch her. Instead, he fetched a blanket from the couch, covered her body on the porch, then closed the front door and walked away from the house. He slid back into the stolen Cutlass, started the engine, and thanked Amanda for waiting. She answered that she should have left. As he drove off, some parts of the city still glowed with power, while others lay in total blackout. His eyes kept blurring with tears, making the road hard to see. Amanda reminded him this was not his world and that his real wife and son were still waiting. Intellectually, he understood, but the raw grief clawed through him anyway. He was wired to protect that woman. They passed through Bucktown, where an entire block burned with 100-foot flames licking the sky. Back on the dark, empty interstate, Amanda reached over and pulled the mask from his face. The stench of death from the house clung to him. As they drove west of downtown, the lifeless towers stood profiled against faint starlight. She suddenly warned him that a car was following them. He checked the rearview mirror. No lights showed on the vehicle hugging their bumper. Then blinding high beams and flashing red and blues exploded behind them. A megaphone voice ordered them to pull onto the shoulder. Panic surged. He had nothing to fight with, and the old Cutlass could never outrun anything. He eased off the gas and steered onto the shoulder, bringing the car to a stop. The black SUV halted behind them. The megaphone repeated the command to turn off the engine and drop the keys out the window, warning that any attempt to flee would be met with lethal force. More headlights appeared a mile back. He shifted into park, killed the lights, lowered his window, and pretended to drop the keys while keeping his reel set in his lap. The driver's door of the SUV opened. A gas-masked figure stepped out, weapon already raised. In one motion, he slammed the Cutlass back into gear, switched on the headlights, and floored the accelerator. Gunshots cracked over the engine roar. A bullet starred the windshield. Another punched into the cassette deck. In the mirror, the SUV fell several hundred yards behind as the speedometer climbed past 60. He asked Amanda how far they were from their exit. She answered a mile or two, then warned that more pursuers were coming. He pushed the stolen Cutlass past 90, the engine straining hard, RPMs climbing into the red. They blew by the exit sign announcing a quarter-mile ahead on the right. He hit the ramp at 75 and braked sharply. Unbuckled, the sudden deceleration slammed Amanda into the glove box and shoved him against the steering wheel. At the bottom, he yanked a hard left through a stop sign, tires screaming, throwing her against the door. Crossing the overpass, he counted 5 sets of flashing lights behind him, the nearest SUV already racing onto the exit with 2 Humvees following. They tore through the empty streets of South Chicago. Amanda stared upward through the windshield and reported lights in the sky. He asked if they were a helicopter. She confirmed it. He raced through deserted intersections and past the shuttered L station, then cleared the worst blocks and sped alongside abandoned warehouses and train yards on the city's edge. She warned they were closing in. A round thudded into the trunk, followed by 3 more in rapid succession. She identified the sound as a machine gun. He told her to get down on the floorboard. Sirens wailed closer. Two more bullets punched through the rear window and windshield, one tearing straight through the middle of her seat. Ahead, the lake appeared through the shattered glass. He told her to hang on. They were almost there. He swung a hard right onto Pulaski Drive as bullets peppered the rear passenger door, then killed the headlights. For the first few seconds, they hurled through total blackness until his eyes adjusted enough to make out the road and dark silhouettes of buildings. He lifted his foot from the gas but kept off the brake. In the mirror, two SUVs made aggressive turns onto the street behind them. Up ahead, the twin smokestacks of the power plant rose against the starlit sky. Speed dropped below 20 as the SUVs gained fast. He spotted the fence, steered across the road, and rammed the grill into the locked gate, splitting it open. They rolled slowly into the parking lot. He glanced back. The sirens grew louder as 3 SUVs and 2 turret-mounted Humvees streaked past the broken gate without stopping. He killed the engine. In the sudden quiet, the fading sirens confirmed they had slipped by unnoticed. Amanda climbed from the floorboard while he grabbed their pack from the back seat. Their car doors slammed, the sound echoing off the brick building ahead. They hurried toward the crumbling structure, its faded signage still reading Cago Power. A helicopter buzzed overhead, its spotlight sweeping the lot. Another engine revved. A black SUV skidded sideways across Pulaski, headlights blinding them. A megaphone voice ordered them to stop. He stepped through the hole in the facade and helped Amanda inside. Pitch darkness swallowed them. He ripped open the pack, pulled out the lantern, and its beam revealed the ruined front office. The sight pulled him back to the night Jason 2 had marched him at gunpoint into another version of this same building. They moved faster down the hallway, footsteps pounding the rotten floor. Sweat stung his eyes. His heart hammered against his ribs as he gasped for air. Voices shouted behind them. He glanced back and saw laser dots slicing the dark along with green splotches from night vision goggles. Radios crackled and helicopter rotors throbbed through the walls. A sudden burst of gunfire erupted. They dropped flat until it stopped, then scrambled up and pushed forward with greater urgency. At a junction, he chose a different corridor, hoping it led the right way in the blackness. They burst onto the metal platform overlooking the open stairs to the generator room and hurried down. Heavy footfalls clanged on the steps above them. 3 distinct voices, 2 men, 1 woman, echoed through the last hallway. 2 red laser dots danced across his path. He sidestepped and kept running toward the spot where the box had to be. Gunshots rang out as 2 figures in full biohazard gear leaped from the bottom of the stairs and charged. The box stood 50 feet ahead. Its door open metallic surface faintly reflecting the lantern light. A bullet zipped past his right ear like an angry hornet and sparked off the door. His ear burned. A man screamed that there was nowhere left to run. Amanda dove in first. He crossed the threshold, turned, and slammed his shoulder against the door. The soldiers were only 20 feet away, panting audibly through their gas masks. They opened fire. Muzzle flashes and the sound of bullets hammering metal were the last things he registered from that nightmare world. They shot upward instantly and began walking the corridor. After a while, Amanda wanted to stop, but he could not. He walked for a full hour through one complete cycle of the drug, blood from his ears soaking his clothes. When the corridor finally collapsed back into the single box, he dropped the pack. Cold air met skin coated in dried sweat. Amanda stood in the center, her skirt filthy and ripped, sweater completely torn away during their flight through the plant. As she set the lantern on the floor, the last of his strength, tension, anger, and fear collapsed at once. Tears streamed down his face in uncontrollable sobs. She switched off the lantern. He crumpled against the cold wall, and she pulled him into her lap, running her fingers gently through his hair. Ampoules remaining. 40. He woke in pitch blackness, lying on his side on the box floor with his back to the wall. Amanda pressed close against him, their bodies fitted together, her head resting in the crook of his arm. Hunger and thirst gnawed at him. He wondered how long he had slept. At least the bleeding from his ear had finally stopped. The reality of their helplessness pressed in. Aside from each other, the box remained the only constant, an impossibly small boat adrift on a vast ocean. Their shelter, their prison, their home. Carefully, he untangled their limbs. He pulled off his hoodie, folded it into a pillow, and slid it gently under Amanda's head. He felt Amanda stir beside him, but she remained asleep. Claustrophobia pressed in harder than caution, so he felt his way to the door, despite knowing he should not risk breaking the seal. He turned the handle and eased it open. The first thing that reached him was the sharp, clean scent of evergreens. Slanting shafts of morning sunlight cut through a dense stand of pine trees. A deer stood motionless nearby, dark, wet eyes fixed on the box. When he stepped outside, the animal bounded away without a sound. The forest lay startlingly quiet, mist drifting low across the needle-covered ground. He walked a short distance from the box and sat in a patch of direct sunlight that warmed his face. A breeze moved through the treetops. He caught the faint trace of wood smoke on the wind and wondered who lived out here and what kind of world this was. Footsteps approached. He glanced back and saw Amanda coming through the trees. Guilt stabbed him. She had nearly died because of him in the last world, yet she had stayed and saved him. She sat beside him and lifted her face to the sun. She asked how he had slept. He told her it had been hard, with a terrible crick in his neck. She said she felt sore everywhere. Leaning closer, she examined his ear and assured him the damage was minor, just part of the earlobe trimmed away, and that she would clean it properly. She passed him a liter of water. They had refilled in the futuristic Chicago. He drank deeply, wishing the cool relief would last forever. She asked if he was all right. He admitted he could not stop picturing Daniela lying dead on their porch and Charlie still rotting upstairs. They were completely lost. She acknowledged how difficult it was, but pressed him to consider the real question, why he had steered them into that world. He had written only that he wanted to go home. She pointed out he had carried deeper baggage through the door, his worst fear realized. Losing his family to illness was not every person's nightmare, but it was unmistakably his, mirroring the way he had lost his mother at 8 years old. He asked how she knew about his mother. Of course she knew. She had been Jason II's therapist. She explained that watching his mother die had defined Jason II's life, shaping why he never married, never had children, and buried himself in work instead. He believed it at once. Early on, he had nearly run from Daniela. Not because he didn't love her, but because the fear of losing her had already lived inside him, flaring again when she became pregnant with Charlie. He asked why he would deliberately seek out such a world. She answered that people often chose versions of their old wounds so they could try to set them right as adults, marrying echoes of controlling mothers or absent fathers in hopes of fixing what once broke them. It might not make surface sense, but the subconscious followed its own logic. Still, she believed that Nightmare World had taught them something important about how the box actually operated. He handed the water back and told her there were 40 ampules left. Half were hers, giving each of them 20 chances. He asked what she wanted to do. She was unsure, but she knew she was never returning to her own world. He asked whether they should stay together or part ways. She said she believed they still needed each other and that she might be able to help him reach home. He leaned back against a pine trunk, notebook open on his knees, mind churning with the strange paradox of writing a world into existence through nothing but words, intention, and raw desire. He possessed total control, yet only to the degree he could master his own emotions and the hidden engines driving him. With infinite worlds stretching out, how could he locate the single one that was uniquely, unmistakably his? He began writing every detail he could summon of his Chicago, The high, burbling voices of neighborhood children walking to school like water over stones. The artful graffiti on the faded white brick 3 blocks from his house that no one had ever painted over. The 4th step on his staircase that always creaked. The downstairs bathroom faucet that dripped, the exact smell of coffee brewing in his kitchen each morning. He lingered on every small, seemingly insignificant anchor that held his world together. Ampoules remaining, 32. The uncanny valley came to mind. The revulsion triggered when something looked almost human, yet was just wrong enough to feel alien. Walking the streets of this Chicago produced the same unease. He would have preferred crumbled ruins and wasteland to standing on a corner he had passed 1,000 times only to discover the street names were off. His usual coffee shop had become a boutique wine store, and the house at 44 Eleanor Street now belonged to strangers. This was the 4th Chicago they had reached since fleeing the world of sickness and death. Each one had been almost home. Night was closing in fast. After 4 rapid doses with no real recovery, they decided for the first time not to return to the box. They took the same quirky hotel in Logan Square, where he had stayed in Amanda's world. The neon sign glowed red instead of green, but the name remained Hotel Royale, frozen in time yet altered in 1,000 tiny ways. Their room held 2 double beds and looked out onto the street. He set their plastic bags of toiletries and thrift store clothes on the dresser beside the television. Any other night, he might have recoiled at the dated room that smelled of cleaning solution losing its battle against mildew. Tonight, it felt like pure luxury. He peeled off his hoodie and undershirt, declaring himself too filthy to even judge the place, and dropped them into the wastebin. Amanda laughed and said he would not want to start a contest over who was more disgusting. She was surprised they had rented a room at any price. He replied, that probably said everything about the establishment. He crossed to the window and parted the curtains. Early evening rain fell steadily outside, while red neon from the hotel sign bled into the room. He couldn't guess the day or the date. He told her the bathroom was free. Amanda gathered her things from the plastic bag. Soon the bright rush of running water echoed off the tile. She called out that he had to take a bath, that he had no idea how good it would feel. Too filthy to lie on the bed, he dropped onto the carpet beside the radiator, letting its heat roll over him while the sky outside the window steadily darkened. Following her advice, he drew a bath. Condensation beaded and slid down the walls. The hot water eased the deep ache in his lower back that had plagued him for days from sleeping rough in the box. As he shaved away his beard, questions of identity pressed in relentlessly. No record existed of any Jason Desson teaching physics at Lakemont College or anywhere nearby. He wondered if another version of himself walked somewhere else, perhaps under a different name, with a different woman, a different life, fixing cars or drilling teeth instead of lecturing students. At the most fundamental level, would that still be him? What remained when every external layer was stripped away? After an hour, he emerged clean for the first time in days, dressed in jeans, a plaid button-down, and oversized Timberlands padded with extra wool socks. Amanda studied him with an appraising eye and said it worked. He returned that she didn't look bad herself. She had found black jeans, boots, a white T-shirt, and a black leather jacket that still carried the sharp scent of its previous owner's cigarettes. She lay on the bed watching an unfamiliar show on television. She looked up and asked what he thought she was thinking. He invited her to tell him. She described wanting a bottle of wine, ridiculous amounts of food, and every dessert on the menu, noting she hadn't been this thin since college. He called it the multiverse diet. Her laugh felt good to hear. They walked 20 minutes through the rain because he needed to know if one of his favorite restaurants still existed here. It did, and the sight of the cozy hipster place, its riff on an old neighborhood inn, hit him like meeting an old friend in a strange city. A long wait forced him to the bar until stools opened at the far end beside a rain-streaked window. They ordered cocktails, then wine, then a steady stream of small plates. The alcohol brought a warm, beautiful glow, and their talk stayed light. How the food tasted, how good it felt to be dry and warm inside. Neither mentioned the box. She teased that he looked like a lumberjack. He shot back that she looked like a biker chick. They both laughed too hard, too loud, but the release was necessary. As she rose to use the bathroom, she checked that he would stay right there. He promised he wouldn't move. She kept glancing back as she walked away. Alone, the sheer ordinariness of the moment pressed on him almost unbearably. He scanned the faces of waiters and customers, their conversations blending into a meaningless roar. What if these people knew what he knew? The walk back felt colder and wetter. Near the hotel, the blinking sign of his local bar, Village Tap, caught his eye across the street. He suggested a nightcap. The evening crowd had already thinned. They took seats at the bar. He watched the bartender finish at the touchscreen before turning to them. It was Matt, the same man who had served him 1,000 drinks, including his last night in his own world with Ryan Holder. No flicker of recognition showed, only blank courtesy. Matt asked what they wanted. Amanda ordered wine. He asked for a beer. As the tap poured, he leaned close and whispered that he knew the bartender, yet the man didn't recognize him. She reminded him this wasn't his bar anymore, and of course there was no recognition. Still, the perfect familiarity of the place unsettled him. Matt brought the drinks and offered to start a tab. With no credit card or ID, only cash in his jacket pocket beside the remaining ampules, he said he would settle now. He introduced himself as Jason. Matt gave his own name and seemed utterly indifferent to any opinion about the bar. The hollow feeling that settled in his stomach was sharp. Amanda sensed it. When Matt moved away, she clinked her wine glass against his pint and toasted to a good meal, a warm bed, and still being alive. Back in the hotel room, they killed the lights and undressed in darkness. The bed felt luxurious after everything. From her side of the room, she asked if he had locked the door. He confirmed he had. He closed his eyes, listening to rain ticking against the window and the occasional swish of cars on the wet street below. She said it had been a nice night. He agreed, admitting he didn't miss the box but found it strange to be away from it. She confessed her old world felt increasingly like a fading dream, losing color, intensity, and logic, the emotional tether weakening. He asked if she thought she could forget it entirely. She said she could imagine reaching a point where it no longer felt real, because it wasn't. Only this city, this room, this bed, and the two of them were real. In that moment. In the middle of the night, he realized she had moved beside him. They had slept this way many times inside the box, holding each other in the dark as two lost people. Now they wore only underwear, and her skin felt distractingly soft against his. Neon light shivered through the curtains. She reached over, took his hand, and drew it around her. Then she turned to face him. She told him he was a better man than the Jason she had known. He hoped so, smiling to mark the half-joke. She stared at him with midnight eyes. Their gazes had met often lately, but something had shifted in hers tonight. The connection between them was growing stronger each day. If he moved even an inch closer, they would cross that line. Some version of him surely had. Some version knew what came next. But not this one. She offered that if he wanted her to return to her side, he only had to say so. He answered that he didn't want her to go, but he needed her to. Ampules remaining 24. Yesterday, he had seen himself on the Lakemont campus in a world where Daniela had died at 33 from brain cancer, according to an obituary found at the public library. Today was a gorgeous afternoon in Chicago, where Jason Desson had died 2 years earlier in a car accident. He stepped into an art gallery in Bucktown, careful not to stare at the woman behind the counter whose nose was buried in a book. Instead, he focused on the walls lined with oil paintings, all depicting Lake Michigan in every season, every color, every hour of the day. Without looking up, she offered help if he needed anything. He asked if she was the artist. She set the book aside, stepped out from behind the register, and walked over. He stood just feet from Daniela for the first time since the night he had helped her die. She was stunning in form-fitting jeans and a black t-shirt flecked with acrylic paint. She confirmed she was the artist and gave her name, Daniela Vargas. In this world they had never met. No recognition crossed her face. He introduced himself as Jason Desson. When she offered her hand, he took it, the same rough, strong grip he remembered, paint still caught under her nails. The touch sent a jolt through him, the ghost memory of those fingers tracing down his back. He told her the paintings were extraordinary. She thanked him and explained she had begun focusing on the lake 3 years earlier because it changed so dramatically from season to season. She pointed to the canvas before them, describing the luminescent greenish-blue water at Juneway Beach one clear August afternoon, almost tropical. She moved along the wall to an October piece where low clouds turned everything gray, water, and sky nearly indistinguishable. When he asked her favorite season, she answered winter without hesitation. It offered the most variety and the most spectacular sunrises, especially the year the lake froze over and produced her best work yet. He inquired how she worked. She said she relied mainly on photographs, though she sometimes set up her easel on the shore in summer. Mostly she preferred the comfort of her studio. The conversation faltered. She glanced toward the register, clearly eager to return to her book. She had already sized up his faded thrift store clothes and decided he was unlikely to buy anything. He asked whether the gallery belonged to her, simply to keep her talking, to stretch the moment. She explained it was a co-op, and this month her pieces were up, so she was minding the space. Her smile stayed polite. She began to drift away. He quickly added that he thought she was exceptionally talented. She thanked him again, the words courteous but distant. He mentioned that his wife was an artist too, local, though they were no longer together. She offered a quiet apology. He touched the frayed thread still knotted around his ring finger and tried to clarify that it wasn't quite that simple. Then stopped, hoping she would press him to finish. Inside, he ached with the knowledge they had built a life together, raised a son, shared every intimacy and every tear and every laugh. He stared into her eyes, willing some trace of that history to surface. Nothing came back except mild discomfort. She clearly wished he would leave. He asked if she would like to get coffee after her shift. She smiled, now visibly uneasy, biting her lip the way she always did when nervous. He realized she was searching for a gentle refusal. Before she could speak, he withdrew the invitation, apologizing for putting her on the spot. The rejection burned deeper than any stranger's could. This was the mother of his child. He turned and headed for the door. She made no move to stop him. Amples remaining. 16. Every Chicago they had entered this week looked bleaker. The trees more skeletal, fallen leaves plastered to the pavement by rain. He sat bundled on the bench across the street from his brownstone, the $12 thrift store coat stiff with the smell of mothballs and old man analgesic cream, bought with currency from another world. Back at the hotel, he had left Amanda scribbling in her notebook after lying that he needed a walk and a coffee to clear his head. He watched himself emerge from the front door, descend the steps, and stride toward the L station, noise-canceling headphones on, probably listening to a science lecture or an episode of This American Life. The Tribune headline said October 30th, barely a month since the night he had been taken at gunpoint and torn from his own world. It felt like years inside the box. The dozens of Chicagos they had already visited were beginning to blur together. This one came closest yet, but it still was not his. Here, Charlie attended a charter school, and Daniela worked from home as a graphic designer. Sitting there in the cold, he saw the flaw in his old belief that Charlie's birth and his choice to stay with Daniela had been the single pivot that cost him professional success. It was an oversimplification. Jason, too, had walked away from them and achieved a breakthrough. Yet countless other Jasons had walked away and invented nothing. Some had left and found moderate success. Others had stayed, had Charlie, and still watched their marriages erode into resentment or quiet endurance for the child's sake. He represented the high watermark of family life. Jason, too, embodied the professional and creative peak. They were opposite poles of the same man, and it made sense that Jason, too, had chosen this exact life from all the infinite possibilities. Family fulfillment had been as alien to him as raw scientific triumph had been to Jason. The realization settled like a quiet permission. His identity was not binary, but infinitely branched. The path not taken was not a simple inverse, but every permutation between their two extremes. Maybe the sting of regret could finally loosen its grip. He reached into his pocket, pulled out the prepaid phone that had cost $50 they could ill afford, and with fingerless gloves uncrumpled the torn yellow page from the phone book. He dialed the circled number. From his bench, he could see the second-floor window of what had to be Daniela's home office. Blinds open, her back to him at a large monitor. She lifted the cordless phone, checked the unfamiliar number, and set it down. His own recorded voice began on the answering machine. He hung up before the beep and called again. This time she answered on the first ring. For a moment he could not speak. She said hello once more. He managed a quiet hi. She recognized his voice and asked what number he was calling from. He explained his phone had died and he had borrowed one from a woman on the train. She asked if everything was all right. He inquired how her morning was going. She answered that it was fine and laughed lightly, reminding him she had just seen him. She swiveled in her chair and teased that he must have wanted to talk to her badly enough to borrow a stranger's phone. He admitted he had. She called him sweet. He sat motionless on the bench, letting Daniela's voice wash over him. When he said her name again, she answered. He told her how much he missed her. She asked what was wrong. He insisted nothing was, but she pressed, saying he sounded strange and needed to talk. He described walking to the L when a sudden wave of clarity hit him. How easily he took their moments together for granted, already thinking ahead to lectures and the day's demands, until the fear of losing everything sharpened his love for her. He explained, trying to call but finding his phone dead. Silence stretched on the line. When he said her name once more, she assured him she was there and felt the same way. He closed his eyes against the surge of emotion, imagining crossing the street right then, stepping inside and confessing everything. He was so lost. Daniela rose from her chair and moved to the window, wearing a long cream sweater over yoga pants, hair up, cradling a mug of tea. She rested a hand on her rounded belly. Charlie would soon be a big brother. He smiled through tears, wondering what his own Charlie would have thought of that. She asked again if everything was truly all right. He said it was. She mentioned a looming client deadline. He knew she had to go, yet he hated letting her voice slip away. She said his name softly and told him she loved him very much. He answered that he loved her too, more than she could know. She promised to see him tonight. He thought only that she would see a luckier version of him, who had no idea how good he had it. She hung up and returned to her desk. He slipped the phone back into his pocket, shivering, his mind racing toward dark fantasies, his train derailing, his body destroyed or lost, himself stepping seamlessly into this life that was not quite his, but close enough. That evening he remained on the bench on Eleanor Street, watching neighbors return home from work and school. The simple miracle of having people to come home to, of being loved and expected, struck him hard. He had believed he appreciated every moment, yet sitting there in the deepening cold, he realized how deeply he had taken it all for granted. Until everything collapsed, no one truly understood how precariously perfect it all was. The sky darkened, lights came on up and down the block. Jason arrived home. Hunger gnawed at him. He had eaten nothing all day and drunk no water since morning. Amanda must be frantic back at the hotel, but he could not pull himself away. His life, or a devastatingly close version of it, unfolded across the street. It was long after midnight when he finally unlocked the door to their hotel room. The lights blazed and the television blared. Amanda climbed out of bed in a t-shirt and pajama bottoms. He closed the door softly and apologized. She called him an asshole. He said he had a bad day. She echoed the words sharply and charged at him, shoving him hard with both hands so he slammed back against the door. She told him she had thought he had abandoned her, then feared something terrible had happened. She had even called hospitals describing him. He swore he would never just leave her. She demanded to know how she was supposed to trust that, and said he had terrified her. He apologized again and told her he had simply sat on the bench across from his house all day. She asked why. He admitted he didn't know. She reminded him sharply that it wasn't his house or his family. He knew that, yet the truth still cut. She pressed whether he really did. He confessed he had followed Daniela and Jason on their date, standing outside the restaurant where they ate. Shame flooded him as the words left his mouth. He pushed past her, sat on the end of his bed, and admitted he had done something even worse. He had followed them into a movie theater and sat behind them. She said his name with quiet sorrow. He added that he had used some of their money to buy a phone so he could call Daniela and pretend to be her Jason. He braced for another outburst, but instead she stepped close, cradled his neck, and kissed the top of his head. She told him to stand. When he rose, she unzipped his jacket and slid it off, then pushed him back onto the bed, knelt, unlaced his boots, and tossed them aside. He told her that for the first time he understood how the Jason she once knew could have done what he did to him. Dark thoughts were twisting inside him now. She said their minds were not built to endure seeing so many versions of his wife. He imagined Jason, too, must have followed him for weeks to work, on dates with Daniela, sitting on that same bench at night, picturing him gone. He asked if she knew what he had almost done tonight. She looked frightened to hear. He explained he had left the movie early, planning to find the spare key in its usual hiding spot, let himself in, and hide in a closet just to watch their life, to watch them sleep. It was sick, he knew, and he suspected Jason had done the same before finally stealing his life. She noted that at least he hadn't gone through with it. He said that was because he was still a decent man, though he didn't feel decent at all right now. He fell back on the mattress and stared at the ceiling of the hotel room that, through all its variations, had become their home away from the box. Amanda crawled onto the bed beside him and said this wasn't working anymore. He asked what she meant. She answered that they were only spinning their wheels. He disagreed, reminding her how far they had come from that first collapsing world. She had lost count of the Chicagos they had visited. He insisted they were getting closer to his own. She countered that his world was a single grain of sand on an infinite beach. He denied it. She reminded him he had watched his wife murdered, dying of terrible disease, failing to recognize him, married to other men or to other versions of himself. How much more could he endure before a psychotic break? She said it wasn't far from where his mind already stood. He insisted it wasn't about what he could take. It was about finding his Daniela. She challenged whether sitting on a bench all day had really been about that. She told him to look at her. They had only 16 ampules left and were running out of chances. His head pounded. She placed her hands on his face and asked if he knew the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over while expecting different results. He tried to protest about next time, but she cut him off, questioning whether they would ever find his home and mocking the idea that another notebook would change anything. Her hand settled on his chest. She felt his heart hammering and urged him to calm down. She rolled over, switched off the lamp between the beds, and lay beside him with nothing sexual in the touch. In the dark, his head eased. Only blue neon from the street sign lit the room, and traffic below had thinned to occasional passes. Sleep approached mercifully. He thought of the 5 notebooks stacked beside his bed, every page crammed with his tightening, frantic handwriting. He kept believing that if he recorded enough details, if he grew specific enough, he could map his world precisely enough to pull him home. But it wasn't working. She was right. He was hunting one grain of sand on an infinite beach. In the morning, Amanda was gone. He lay on his side, watching sunlight slice through the blinds, listening to traffic thrum through the walls. The clock was behind him. He couldn't see it, but the light felt late. They had slept in. He sat up, pushed the covers back, and glanced at her empty bed. He called her name and started for the bathroom, but the items on the dresser stopped him cold. Some cash, a few coins, 8 ampules, and a torn page covered in Amanda's handwriting. He read it slowly. After last night, she had seen he was committed to a path she could not follow. She had wrestled with the decision all night. As his friend and as a therapist, she wanted to help him, to fix him, but she could not. She could not keep watching him fall, especially if she was part of what kept pulling him down. She wondered how much their shared subconscious was steering them into these worlds. She wanted nothing more than for him to reach his wife. Yet after weeks together, it had grown hard not to become attached when he was all she had. While fearing he had left her, she had read his notebooks and realized he was missing the point. He wrote facts about his Chicago, but never the feelings. She had left the backpack, half the ampules and half the money, $161 and change. She did not know where she would end up, only that she felt curious and scared and excited. Part of her wanted to stay, but he needed to choose his own next door, and she needed to choose hers. She wished him nothing but happiness and safety. Ampules remaining, 7. Alone now, the full horror of the endless corridor finally sank in. He had never felt so completely alone. There was no Daniela in this world. Chicago felt wrong without her. He hated everything about it. The off-color of the sky, the way familiar buildings seemed to mock him, even the air that tasted like a lie. Because it was not his city, it was theirs. Ampules remaining, 6. He was striking out. All night he walked the streets alone, dazed and afraid, letting the drug purge from his system. He ate at an all-night diner and rode the train back to the south side at dawn. On the way to the abandoned power plant, 3 teenagers spotted him from across the road. The streets were empty at this hour. They shouted taunts and slurs. He ignored them and quickened his pace, but when they started across the pavement, he knew he was in trouble. For a moment, he considered running, yet they were young and clearly faster. Adrenaline surged as his mouth went dry. He might need every ounce of strength. On the edge of the neighborhood where row houses gave way to a train yard, they caught him. No one else was out. They were younger than he first thought, reeking of malt liquor, their eyes bright with the ragged energy of people who had hunted trouble all night. The beating started without words. He was too exhausted and too broken to fight back. Before he could react, he was on the pavement, boots slamming into his stomach, his back, his face. He blacked out briefly. When he came to, hands were patting him down, searching for a wallet that wasn't there. They tore the backpack away and ran off, laughing down the street while he bled on the concrete. He lay there a long time, listening as traffic noise steadily built. The day brightened. Pedestrians passed on the sidewalk without stopping. Every breath sent pain knifing between his bruised ribs and his left eye had swollen shut. After a while, he forced himself upright. The ampules. Using a chain-link fence for support, he dragged himself to his feet. Please. He slipped a hand under his shirt, fingers brushing the duct tape stuck to his side. It hurt like hell to peel it back slowly, but everything hurt like hell. The ampules remained untouched. 3 crushed, 3 intact. He stumbled back into the box and sealed himself inside. His money was gone. His notebooks were gone. His syringes and needles. All he had left was his broken body and 3 more chances to get this right. Ampules remaining. 2. He spent the first half of the day begging on a South Side street corner for train fare into the city. The rest of the day he sat 4 blocks from his brownstone on the pavement behind a cardboard sign that read, "Homeless, desperate." Homeless, desperate, anything helps. His battered face drew sympathy. By sundown, he had collected $28.15. Hungry, thirsty, and aching, he chose the shabbiest diner that would serve him. As he paid for his meal, exhaustion crashed over him. He had nowhere to go, no money for a room. Outside, the night had turned cold and rainy. He walked to the house and slipped into the alley behind it, searching for a hidden place to sleep. A narrow gap between his garage and the neighbors, shielded by trash and recycling bins. He crawled in, dragging a flattened cardboard box to lean against the garage wall. Underneath it, he listened to rain pattering above his head, hoping the shelter would hold. From there, he could see over the backyard fence, through a second-floor window into the master bedroom. Jason walked past. Not Jason, too. He knew this wasn't his world. The stores down the block were wrong. These Dessens drove different cars, and this Jason was heavier than he had ever been. Daniela appeared briefly, reached up, and closed the blinds. The rain grew heavier, the cardboard sagged. He began to shiver. On his 8th day living on the streets of Logan Square, Jason Dessen himself dropped a $5 bill into his collection box. There was no danger. He was sunburned, bearded, and reeking of poverty, unrecognizable. The neighborhood was generous. Each day he earned enough for 1 cheap meal and a few dollars more. Every night he returned to the alley behind 44 Eleanor Street. It became a ritual. When the bedroom lights went out, he closed his eyes and imagined he was the man inside, with her. Some days he felt his sanity slipping. Amanda had once said her old world was starting to feel like a ghost. He understood now. Reality was what the senses could touch. And more, this world, where he had nothing, where he was only an object of pity and disgust, felt like the only one that existed. The box on the south side seemed like a fever dream. Nearby, another homeless man stood shouting at empty air. He wondered how different he really was. Both of them lost in realities that no longer matched who they were. The most terrifying moments came more often now, when even the idea of a magic box sounded like the ranting of a madman. One night he passed a liquor store with just enough money for a bottle. He drank the entire pint of J&B. Hours later, he found himself standing in the master bedroom of 44 Eleanor Street, staring down at Jason and Daniela asleep under tangled blankets. The bedside clock read 3:38 a.m. The house was silent, but his drunken pulse hammered in his ears. He could not retrace how he had gotten there. All he knew was that he had once possessed this life, this beautiful dream. With the room spinning and tears cutting down his face, he no longer knew if that life had been real or imagined. He took a step toward Jason's side of the bed. The other man slept peacefully. The wanting hit him like a taste in his mouth. He would do anything to take it, to step into those shoes. He imagined choking the life from him, or putting a bullet in his brain, then trying to become him. accepting this Daniela as his wife, this Charlie as his son. Would the house ever feel like home? Could he sleep? Could he ever look Daniela in the eye without seeing the fear on her real husband's face in his final seconds? No. Clarity slammed into him, painful, shameful, and perfectly timed. The guilt and all the small differences would turn this life into a private hell, a constant reminder of what he had done and what he still lacked. This would never be his world. He was not capable of it. He did not want it. He was not this man. He should not be here. As he stumbled out of the bedroom and down the hall, he realized that even considering it meant giving up on finding his own Daniela, it meant accepting she was beyond reach. Maybe she was. Maybe he would never find his way back to her and Charlie and their perfect world, that single grain of sand on an infinite beach. But he still had 2 ampules left. He would not stop fighting until they were gone. He went to a thrift store and bought new clothes, jeans, a flannel shirt, a black peacoat, then toiletries, a notebook, pens, and a flashlight at a drugstore. He checked into a motel, threw away his old clothes, and took the longest shower of his life. Gray water streamed off his body. In the mirror afterward, he looked almost like himself again, though his cheekbones stood out sharply from weeks of hunger. He slept until afternoon, then took the train to the south side. The power plant lay quiet, sunlight slanting through the generator room windows. He sat in the doorway of the box and opened the notebook. Ever since waking, Amanda's words in her goodbye note had stayed with him. She had said he hadn't really written about what he felt. Here goes. He was 27. He had worked all morning in the lab, progressed so good he nearly skipped the party. Lately, he had been doing that often, skipping friends and social plans to steal extra hours in the clean room. He first noticed her standing in the far corner of the small backyard as he stood on the deck, sipping a Corona with lime, his mind still half in the lab. It was the way she held herself, cornered by a tall, lanky guy in tight black jeans, an artist friend of Kyle's who supposedly slept with everyone. As he watched the man chat her up, this dark-haired, dark-eyed woman in a cobalt blue dress, a sudden, inexplicable jealousy flared inside him. He wanted to shove the guy away. Her body language showed discomfort, arms crossed, no smile. She looked trapped. For some reason, he cared. Part of him urged, "Go talk to her, rescue her." The other part warned, "You know nothing about this woman. You are not that guy." Yet he found himself crossing the grass with a fresh glass of wine. When her eyes met his, something seized in his chest, like worlds colliding. She took the glass from his hand as if she had sent him for it, smiling with easy familiarity, as though they had known each other forever. She started to introduce him to the artist, but the man, now effectively blocked, made quick excuses and left. He stood with her alone in the shade of the hedgerow, his heart pounding wildly. He told her he was sorry for interrupting, but it looked like she needed rescuing. She answered that his instincts were good. The man was attractive, but unbearable. He introduced himself. She gave her name, Daniela. He recalled only fragments of their first conversation. Mostly the way she laughed, not mockingly, when he mentioned he was an atomic physicist, as if the fact genuinely pleased her. He remembered the wine staining her lips. On an intellectual level, he had always known that human separateness was an illusion, that everyone was made of the same stardust remnants, but he had never felt that truth in his bones until that moment with her. Because of her. Maybe he simply wanted to sleep with her. Yet he also wondered if this sudden sense of connection pointed to something deeper. He kept that thought to himself. He remembered the pleasant buzz of beer, the sun's warmth, and then, as it began to set, How desperately he wanted to leave the party with her, but lacked the courage to ask. Then she invited him to a friend's gallery opening that night. In that instant, he knew he would go anywhere with her. Ampoules remaining. 1. He walked the endless corridor, flashlight beams sliding across the walls. After a time, he stopped before one ordinary door among trillions. His heart raced, palms slick with sweat. Nothing else mattered. Just his Daniela. He wanted her in a way he could never fully explain and never wanted to, because the mystery itself felt perfect. He wanted the woman from that backyard party years ago, the one he had chosen to build a life with, even if it meant sacrificing other dreams. He drew a breath, released it, and opened the door. Snow from a recent storm dusted the concrete and coated the generators beneath the glassless upper windows. Fresh flurries still drifted in from the lake like cold confetti. He stepped away from the box, trying to temper his rising hope. This could be any abandoned power plant in any Chicago. As he moved down the row of generators, a glint on the floor caught his eye. He approached. In a crack in the concrete near the base of one generator lay an empty ampoule, its neck snapped clean off. In all the derelict plants he had crossed in the past month, he had never seen anything like it. Perhaps the one Jason II had used seconds before knocking him unconscious the night he stole his life. He hiked out of the silent industrial ruin, hungry, thirsty, and drained. To the north, the skyline rose, unmistakably familiar, even with its top lost in low winter clouds. He boarded the northbound Red Line at 87th Street as dusk settled. No seatbelts, no holograms, just a slow, rattling ride through South Chicago and into downtown. He switched to the Blue Line, heading into the gentrified northern neighborhoods. This Chicago felt different from the similar ones he had visited lately. It wasn't only the discarded ampoule. Something deeper told him this place belonged to him. It felt like home. As the train passed gridlocked expressway traffic, snow thickened. He wondered whether his Daniela was safe and warm beneath those clouds, whether his Charlie breathed this world's air. He stepped onto the L platform in Logan Square and shoved his hands deep into his coat pockets. Snow clung to the familiar streets, sidewalks, and parked cars. Headlights sliced through the swirling flakes. Up and down the block, houses glowed warmly through the storm. A fragile half-inch of snow already covered his porch steps, marked by a single set of footprints leading to the door. Through the front window, the lights burned inside, and from the sidewalk, the brownstone looked exactly like home. He kept waiting for some wrong detail. The wrong door, wrong number, unfamiliar furniture, but everything matched. Even the tesseract chandelier hung above the dining table, and on the mantel he could see the large photograph of Daniela, Charlie, and himself at Inspiration Point in Yellowstone. Through the doorway into the kitchen, he glimpsed Jason standing at the island, holding a bottle of wine and pouring into someone's glass. Elation surged, then vanished. All he could see was a beautiful hand gripping the stem. The reality of what this man had done to him crashed down again. All he had taken, everything stolen. He could not hear them, but he watched Jason laugh and sip his wine. What were they discussing? When had they last been together? Was Daniela happier now than she had been a month ago with him? Could he bear the answer? A sane voice in his head urged him to walk away. He was not ready. He had no plan, only rage and jealousy. He needed more proof this was truly his world. Farther down the block, he spotted the rear of their Suburban. He brushed snow from the Illinois plate. The number was his. The paint color matched. He cleared the back windshield. The purple Lakemont Lions decal sat half-torn, exactly as he had left it 3 years earlier after regretting it instantly and only managing to rip away the top of the lion's face, leaving just a growling mouth. He needed something more recent. Weeks before his abduction, He had accidentally backed the Suburban into a parking meter near campus, cracking the right rear taillight and denting the bumper. He wiped snow from the red plastic and the metal. His fingers traced the crack, then the dent. No other Suburban in any Chicago he had visited carried those exact marks. Rising, he glanced across the street at the bench where he had once spent an entire day watching another version of his life. It stood empty now, snow silently piling on the seat. Shit. A few feet behind the bench, a figure stood watching him through the swirling snow and darkness. He quickened his pace down the sidewalk, pulse spiking at the thought that it must have looked as if he were trying to steal the Suburban's license plate. He needed to be more careful. The blue neon sign of Village Tap blinked through the storm like a lighthouse beacon, guiding him home. There was no Hotel Royale here, so he checked into the rundown Days Inn across from the bar. 2 nights was all he could afford. It dropped his cash to $120 and change. In the tiny first-floor business center, he used the outdated computer to confirm 3 facts. Jason Desson taught physics at Lakemont. Ryan Holder had just won the Pavia Award for neuroscience research. Daniela Vargas Desson was not a renowned artist and did not run a graphic design firm. Her modest website showed her amateur work and offered art instruction services. As he climbed the stairwell to his 3rd-floor room, belief finally settled in. This was his world. He sat by the window, staring down at the blinking Village Tap sign. He was not a violent man. He had never struck anyone, never even tried. Yet to reclaim his family, there was no other path. He would have to do the terrible thing Jason II had done to him, only this time without the mercy of returning the man to the box. He still had 1 ampule left and refused to repeat that mistake. Jason II should have killed him when he had the chance. His physicist mind took over, framing it like a lab experiment. Desired outcome: eliminate the Jason Desson living in his house and hide the body where it would never be found. Required tools: a car, a gun, restraints, a shovel, and a secure disposal site. He hated every thought. The man had stolen his wife, his son, his entire life, yet the cold preparation for violence felt grotesque. He knew the place. Kankakee River State Park, an hour south. He and Daniela and Charlie had hiked there many times in autumn for leaves and solitude. He would take Jason II there at night, drive him or force him to drive, lead him along the north side trail he remembered. He would dig the grave a day or 2 earlier in a quiet spot, deep enough that animals could not smell it. He would make the man believe he was digging his own grave, giving him false hope of escape or persuasion. Then, 20 feet from the hole, he would drop the shovel and announce it was time. As Jason II bent to pick it up, he would fire a bullet into the back of his head, drag the body over, and bury it. The good news was, no one would search for him. He could simply step back into the life that had been taken from him. Maybe one day, years from now, he would tell Daniela the truth. Or maybe he never would. The sporting goods store, Field and Glove, lay 3 blocks away and still had an hour before closing. He used to shop there every year for Charlie's soccer gear. Even then, the gun counter had fascinated him with its quiet mystique. He could never imagine wanting to own one. He had fired a gun only 2 or 3 times in high school on his friend's Iowa farm. And even then, the heavy pistol in his hands had frightened him more than thrilled him. He had always felt he was holding death. Inside, he was one of only 3 customers. He walked past racks of windbreakers and running shoes to the rear counter. Shotguns and rifles lined the wall above ammunition boxes. Handguns gleamed under glass, black, chrome revolvers, semi-automatics, some that looked like props from old cop movies. A woman approached, frizzy red hair, and a tattoo circling her freckled arm with the Second Amendment text. She asked if she could help. He told her he wanted to buy a handgun but knew nothing about them. She asked why. He said home defense. She unlocked the cabinet, lifted out a black pistol, and described it. Glock 23, 40 caliber, Austrian-made, solid stopping power. She offered a smaller subcompact version if he wanted something for concealed carry. He asked if it would stop an intruder. She assured him it would put them down for good. She racked the slide, confirmed it was clear, locked it back, and ejected the magazine. It held 13 rounds. She handed him the gun. He took it awkwardly, registering the same cold unease of holding death even though it was unloaded. The price tag read $599.99. He would need cash. Charlie's savings account held about $4,000 last he knew. No one touched it. He could withdraw a couple thousand without immediate notice. But first, he needed a driver's license. She asked what he thought of it. He said it felt like a gun. She offered to show a Smith & Wesson .357 revolver instead. He told her the Glock was fine, he just needed to gather cash. He asked about the background check process. She asked if he had a FOID card. He had no idea what that was. She explained it was a firearm owner's identification card issued by the Illinois State Police. He would have to apply. He asked how long it took. She stared at him strangely, then took the Glock back, returned it to the case, and locked the cabinet. He asked if he had said something wrong. She said he was Jason, right? He asked how she knew his name. She told him she had been trying to piece it together, afraid she was losing her mind. She asked if he knew hers. He said no. She warned that if he was messing with her, it was unwise. He insisted he had never spoken to her before and had not been in the store in 4 years. She told him to leave now. He said he did not understand. She replied that if this was not a game, then he had a head injury, Alzheimer's, or was simply crazy. He pressed her for what she meant. She leaned on the counter and told him that 2 days earlier he had walked in, asked for a handgun, and she had shown him the same Glock for home defense. The realization hit hard. Jason, too, had already been here preparing in case he returned, or perhaps expecting him. He asked if she had sold him a gun. She said no. He had lacked a FOID card, claimed he needed cash, and probably did not even have a driver's license. A prickling sensation crawled down his spine. His knees weakened. She told him it wasn't only 2 days ago. She had sensed something off. So yesterday she asked Gary at the gun counter if he had seen him before. Gary had 3 other times in the last week. And now here he was again. He braced himself against the counter. She warned that she never wanted to see him in the store again, not even for a jockstrap. If she did, she would call the police. She looked scared, yet resolute. He would not want to cross her in a dark alley. He told her he understood. She ordered him out of her store. He stepped into the pouring snow, flakes stinging his face, head spinning. Down the street, a cab approached. He raised his arm. It pulled over. He climbed into the back. The driver asked where to. He had no answer. He requested a hotel, any cheap one within 10 blocks, and told the man to choose. The cabbie hesitated, then started the meter and merged into traffic. He stared out the window at snow drifting through headlights, taillights, and streetlights, heart hammering, thoughts racing. He needed to calm down and think logically. The cab stopped in front of a seedy hotel called the End of Days. The driver asked if it worked. He paid the fare and entered the front office. A Bulls game played on the radio, while a heavy clerk ate Chinese food from several white cartons. He brushed snow from his shoulders and checked in under his grandfather's name, Jess McCrae. One night left him with $14.76. On the 4th floor, he locked the door with the deadbolt and chain. The room felt lifeless. A bed with a faded floral comforter, formica table, cheap particle board dressers. At least it was warm. He parted the curtains. Snow fell heavily, emptying the streets and frosting the pavement with tire tracks. He undressed, hid his last ampule inside the Gideon Bible in the bedside table drawer, and stepped into the shower to think. Later, he rode the elevator down and used his key card for the business center. An idea had formed. He opened the free email service and tried the first username that came to mind, his name in Pig Latin, Ason J. Ascende. It was taken. The password was the same one he had used for 20 years. The make, model, and year of his first car, Jeep Wrangler 89. The login worked. The inbox held introductory emails and one already open message from Jason with the subject, "Welcome home, the real Jason Dessen." Inside was only a hyperlink. It led to Uber chat. 3 active participants. He registered as a new user. His username became Jason9. He created a password and entered. A large window showed the full conversation history, starting 18 hours earlier with the latest message 40 minutes old. Jason admin said he had seen some of them around the house and knew more were out there. Jason 3 and Jason 4 both typed that this could not be happening. Jason 6 called it unreal. They compared visits to Field and Glove. Jason admin had gone 3 days ago, Jason 4 2 days ago. Jason 6 had bought a gun in South Chicago. Jason 5 asked if Jason 6 had a gun. He did. Jason admin asked who had thought about Kankakee. Jason 3, Jason 4, and Jason 6 admitted they had. Jason 6 had driven out, dug a grave the night before, prepared a car, shovel and rope, then gone to the house that evening only to see himself behind the Suburban. He had called it off because if he killed the original, another would simply replace him. They all confirmed running the game theory scenarios. They knew it could not end well. Jason 4 suggested the others kill themselves so he could have her. Jason admin reminded them he controlled the room and 5 more Jasons were lurking. Jason 3 half-jokingly proposed they team up and conquer the world. Jason 6 dismissed it. They would end up in a government lab. Jason 4 called the whole situation fucking weird. Jason 5 claimed he had a gun too and had fought harder than any of them, having seen literal hell. He had already killed 2 others. Jason 7 challenged him. Jason 5 asked where Jason 7 was. A private message alert flashed from Jason 7. It read that the situation was insane, but asked if he wanted to partner. 2 minds were stronger. They could eliminate the others, then figure something out later. Time was critical. He could hardly breathe. He left the business center, sweat running down his sides while he felt freezing. The hallway was empty and quiet. He hurried to the elevator, rode up, and locked himself back in the 4th-floor room. How had he not anticipated this? He realized in hindsight it had been inevitable. Though he had not branched inside the corridor itself, every world he entered had split off new versions of him. Other Jasons now existed in realities of ash, ice, and plague. The corridor's infinite length had kept him from encountering more, except for the one whose back had been flayed open. Most of those others were probably dead or lost forever, but some, like him, had chosen correctly or simply gotten lucky. Their paths diverged through different doors and worlds, yet they had all found their way back to this Chicago. They all wanted the same thing: their life back, their family. He wondered if most of these other Jasons were decent men, just like him, desperate to reclaim what had been stolen. If so, what right did he have to Daniela and Charlie over any of them? This was not chess. It was chess against himself. The other Jasons wanted the most precious thing in his world, his family. That made them his enemies. He asked himself what he would do to get his life back. Would he kill another version of himself if it meant spending the rest of his days with Daniela? Would they do the same to him? He pictured them in lonely hotel rooms, walking snowy streets, or watching his brownstone wrestling with identical thoughts, forecasting one another's next moves. There could be no sharing. It was zero-sum. Only one could win. If anyone acted recklessly and Daniela or Charlie were hurt or killed, then no one won. That explained why the house had looked normal through the window earlier. No one dared make the first move against Jason, too. It was pure game theory, a terrifying twist on the prisoner's dilemma. Could he outthink himself? He was not safe. His family was not safe. Every possible move he imagined would already have been anticipated or executed by someone else. He felt like crawling out of his skin. The worst days in the box, ash raining on his face, nearly freezing, seeing a Daniela who had never known his name, none of it compared to the storm raging inside him now. He had never felt farther from home. The phone rang, snapping him back. He crossed to the table and lifted the receiver on the third ring. Nothing but soft breathing on the line. He hung up, moved to the window, and parted the curtains. 4 floors below, the street lay empty under heavy snow. The phone rang again once. Strange. As he sat back on the bed, the calls kept nagging at him. What if another version was confirming he was in this room? How would anyone find this specific hotel? The answer chilled him. Right now, dozens of Jasons in Logan Square were probably calling every motel and hotel in the neighborhood. It was not luck, it was probability. A handful of them, each making a dozen calls, could cover every place within miles. The clerk might have been tricked. Not on purpose, but the man downstairs with the Bulls game and Chinese food could be fooled. All the other Jasons knew his grandfather's name, Jess McCrae, because it would have been their first impulse, too. They would call, ask to be connected to Jess McCrae, hear his voice, and hang up, then call back seconds later, claim they had been disconnected, and ask for the room number. An absent-minded clerk might blurt it out. The first call had confirmed it was him. The second had secured the room number. He stood. The idea sounded insane, yet he could not dismiss it. Was one of them coming up right now to kill him? He pulled on his wool coat and headed for the door, dizzy with fear, already second-guessing himself. Maybe the double ring was nothing. Maybe he was spiraling. But after the chat room, nothing felt impossible. He eased the door open. The hallway was empty, silent, except for the low hum of fluorescent lights. Stairs or elevator? At the far end, the elevator dinged. The doors slid apart. A man in a wet jacket stepped out. It was him. Their eyes locked. No smile, only chilling intensity. The other Jason raised a gun. He spun and sprinted the opposite way, racing down the hall toward the glowing exit sign, praying the door was unlocked. He crashed through into the stairwell, glancing back. His double was running after him. He flew down the steps, hands skimming the rail to keep balance. Don't fall, don't fall. At the third-floor landing, the door above banged open. Footsteps echoed behind him. He kept descending, hitting the first floor. 2 doors, one with a window to the lobby, one without. He chose the second and burst through into a wall of freezing, snow-filled air. He stumbled down the steps into deep powder, shoes slipping. As he regained his footing, a figure stepped from the shadows between 2 dumpsters. Same coat, hair dusted with snow. It was him again. The knife from the Velocity Laboratories backpack glinted as it thrust toward his abdomen. He sidestepped at the last instant, grabbed the arm, and hurled the man with everything he had into the hotel steps. The attacker slammed against him just as the stairwell door flew open overhead. In the split second before he ran, the image burned into his mind. One Jason emerging with a gun, the other scrambling up, hands frantically searching the snow for the lost knife. Were they working together, pairing up to hunt down every other Jason? He raced between the buildings, snow plastering his face, lungs burning. He turned onto the next street and looked back. 2 shadows pursued him through the blizzard. The streets were empty. Several doors down an explosion of noise erupted, people cheering. He ran toward it, shoved through a scuffed wooden door into a packed dive bar. Standing room only, every face turned to the row of televisions where the Bulls fought a fourth-quarter battle against the visiting team. He pushed deep into the crowd, letting it swallow him. No seats, barely space to stand, but he carved out a tight spot beneath a dartboard. Everyone stared at the game. He stared at the door. The Bulls' point guard sank a three-pointer. The bar erupted in raw joy, strangers high-fiving, embracing. The door swung open. He saw himself standing on the threshold, snow-covered. The other Jason took a step inside. For a moment, the crowd hit him. Then it shifted, and he appeared again, scanning the room. He scanned the crowded bar. Eyes hard and cold. The weight of every world he had survived pressing down on him. Snow fell steadily outside the windows behind him. As his gaze swept toward the back, he dropped low beneath a dartboard, vanishing into the forest of legs around him. A full minute ticked by. When the crowd roared again, he rose slowly. The door was now closed. His doppelganger had vanished. The Bulls had won. Patrons lingered, drunk and jubilant. It took an hour before a stool opened at the bar. With nowhere else to go, he claimed it and ordered a light beer, his remaining cash dropping below $10. Starving, he worked through several bowls of Chex Mix while nursing the drink. A drunk man tried pulling him in to talk about the Bulls' postseason chances. He stared into his beer until the stranger insulted him and turned to bother 2 women nearby. The man grew loud and belligerent until a bouncer dragged him out. The crowd thinned. Seated alone, he kept circling one urgent thought. He had to get Daniela and Charlie away from the brownstone on 44 Eleanor Street. As long as they remained there, the danger from the other Jasons loomed. Jason, too, was likely with them right now, in the middle of the night. Approaching the house carried too much risk. He needed Daniela to come to him instead. Yet every plan he formed, another Jason was already forming, or had formed, or soon would. There seemed no path he could win. The door swung open. Another version of himself stepped in. Backpack, peacoat, boots. Their eyes met. The newcomer showed surprise and raised both hands in deference. He crossed to the bar and took the empty stool beside him, hands trembling from cold or fear. The bartender eyed them both with curiosity, but only asked the newcomer what he wanted. He ordered the same light beer. They watched her pour it, foam spilling over. Both lifted their glasses and stared at each other. The other Jason bore a fading knife slash across the right side of his face. A thread circled his ring finger, identical to his own. They drank. They spoke haltingly, sentences overlapping, then smiled at the familiar rhythm. He had arrived that afternoon. The other had come yesterday. They traded questions about when they had branched apart. The newcomer had seen the world of falling ash, then barely escaped an ice world. They had both found the snow-buried house with the dead family inside. In his own journey, he and Amanda had stayed together through the storm and sheltered there. The other had been separated from Amanda in the blizzard. After the ice world, the newcomer had emerged in a stranger's basement. The man had tied him up at gunpoint, but then took an ampule and entered the corridor himself, never returning. From there, the other Jason had wandered through dark, evil places, worlds far worse than the ash and ice. He shared his own story in turn, the strange relief of unloading to someone who already knew nearly everything about him. They had been the same man until a month ago, identical choices, fears, and love. Sitting beside himself felt both intimate and unreal. This version looked strong, yet exhausted, damaged, afraid. They discussed Jason 2 and how none of them could truly claim to be the original. They were all facets of a composite, some closer than others. The question hung between them. Who was the ideal Jason, if any existed? All they could do was try to live the best version of themselves. Last call came. They finished their beers. The other Jason slid off his stool first, saying he would leave ahead. He was heading north. They agreed not to follow each other, yet the newcomer made his stance clear. If it came down to the two of them for Daniela and Charlie, he would not hesitate to kill to claim them. He watched the other Jason go, waited 5 minutes, then left last. Snow still fell, a half-foot of fresh powder on the streets as plows worked in the distance. Customers staggered away, but the sidewalks otherwise stood empty. He had 2 hotel key cards in his pocket, yet using either felt unsafe. Other Jasons could be waiting inside. His last ampule remained behind at the second hotel, now lost to him. With nowhere safe to go, he started walking through the 2 a.m. streets, exhaustion pulling at every step. He wondered how many other Jasons wandered these same blocks right now, gripped by the same fears and questions. How many had already been killed? How many hunted? Even in the quiet night, Logan Square felt dangerous. Every alley and shadowed doorway made him scan for movement. A half-mile brought him to Humboldt Park. He trudged through the snow into a silent, open field. Beyond tired, the weight of every world he had crossed still heavy inside him. He scanned the crowded bar, eyes hard and cold, the weight of every world he had survived pressing down on him. Snow fell steadily outside the windows behind him. As his gaze swept toward the back, he dropped low beneath a dartboard, vanishing into the forest of legs around him. A full minute ticked by. When the crowd roared again, he rose slowly. The door was now closed. His doppelganger had vanished. His legs ached. His stomach rumbled with hunger. He could not keep going. A large evergreen loomed ahead, branches heavy with snow. The lowest limbs hung 4 feet off the ground and offered a pocket of shelter. Close to the trunk, only a dusting covered the dirt. He brushed it away, sat against the leeward side, and drew his coat tight. Fists balled inside the sleeves to hold what heat remained. The night felt unnaturally quiet. Distant snowplows mumbled through the city. The sky glowed neon pink where low clouds caught the lights. From his spot, he watched an open field dotted with trees. Snow drifted through street lamps along a far path, each flake flaring bright in the corona of light. Nothing moved. The cold bit but would not kill him. Sleep seemed impossible. Yet as he closed his eyes, an idea struck him. Randomness. The only way to defeat an opponent wired to predict every move was to do something unplanned, something he had barely considered. It might backfire badly, or it might be the one play none of the others would see coming. He turned the thought over, shaping it to his situation, searching for the truly random move that could break the deadlock. Somehow he slept. He woke shivering in a gray and white world. Snow and wind had stopped. Through bare trees he caught glimpses of the skyline, the tallest buildings brushing the low cloud deck. The open field lay perfectly still and white. Dawn had arrived. Street lamps winked out one by one. He sat up, body stiff as iron, a faint dusting of snow on his coat. His breath plumed in the cold. Of all the Chicagos he had seen, none matched the quiet serenity of this morning. The hushed, empty streets, white sky against white ground, stark black trees and buildings. He pictured the 7 million people still under blankets or standing at windows, peering out at what the storm had left behind. The image felt safe and comforting. He struggled to his feet. The crazy idea had come to him in his sleep, sparked by something that happened in the bar the night before, right before the other Jason arrived. It was nothing he would have ever thought of on his own, which made him almost trust it. He crossed the park, heading north toward Logan Square, toward home. At the first convenience store he entered, he bought a single Swisher Sweet cigar and a mini Bic lighter. $8.21 remained in his pocket. 8 blocks from the brownstone he had never eaten at before, he stepped into the all-night diner. He hung his damp coat by the door and took a counter stool near the open grill for its radiant heat. The place smelled of bacon grease and fresh coffee, carrying the worn-in authenticity of a spot that had never changed. A few customers sat at the counter. 2 cops occupied one booth, 3 nurses fresh off shift another. An old man in a black suit stared into his cup. An ancient waitress approached without judgment and took his order: coffee, 2 eggs, toast, all he could afford. He wrapped cold fingers around the mug, letting the warmth seep in. He ate slowly to stretch the meal, but hunger won. The waitress brought extra toast at no charge. Kindness made the plan that was coming feel even worse. His flip phone read 8:15 a.m. Jason, too, had likely left 20 minutes earlier for the train and his 9:30 lecture. Or maybe he had stayed home for some reason he could not predict. Either way, he could not risk going near the house to check. He counted out the exact $8.21, leaving a thin tip. After one last sip of coffee, he reached into his flannel pocket, pulled out the cigar and lighter, and tore open the packaging with faintly trembling hands. He struck the lighter 3 times before it caught. The sweet tip flared. He drew smoke and blew a slow stream toward the short-order cook flipping pancakes. 10 seconds passed. The older woman beside him in the cat hair-covered jacket turned and told him smoking was not allowed. He answered that there was nothing like a cigar after a meal. She stared through thick lenses as if he had lost his mind. The waitress approached, carafe in hand, looking disappointed. She scolded him like a mother. He took another puff and told her to fetch the manager because he was not putting it out. The woman beside him muttered about the rude young man, dropped her fork, and left. More heads turned. A rail-thin man emerged from the back with the waitress. Nick, the night manager, tie unraveling, sweat stains on his shirt. He stopped behind the stool and said he could not smoke inside. He was disturbing everyone. He turned slightly, met the tired eyes, and asked if they were all disturbed by his fine cigar. Affirmations rippled down the counter. Someone called him an asshole. At the far end of the diner, the remaining police officer slid from his booth. Radio crackling, the young cop, late 20s, short, stocky, with a Marine's hardness and sharp intelligence, started down the aisle. The manager stepped back, relieved. The officer stopped beside him and cited the city's clean indoor air ordinance. He took another deliberate puff. The cop, sounding exhausted from the long night, asked why he wanted to ruin everyone's breakfast. He answered by asking why the officer wanted to ruin his cigar. Anger flickered across the cop's face. His pupils dilated. Put that cigar out right now. Last warning. Or what? He sighed. That was not the response I was hoping for. Get up. Why? Because you're going to jail. If that cigar isn't out in 5 seconds, I'm assuming you're resisting arrest, which means I get to be a lot less gentle. He dropped the cigar into his coffee cup. As he stepped down from the stool, the officer snapped handcuffs around his wrists. The cop patted him down, asked about weapons or needles, then about drugs or medication. He answered no to both. The officer took him by the arm. As they walked toward the exit, the other customers applauded. The cruiser waited right out front. The officer opened the rear door and told him to watch his head. Sliding into the back seat with hands cuffed behind him proved awkward, his knees crushed against the cage, the hard plastic seat unforgiving as concrete. He stared through the barred window as familiar neighborhood buildings slid past, wondering if any of this had a chance of working. They pulled into the parking garage at a 14th District Police Station. Officer Hammond hauled him out and escorted him through steel doors into the booking room. The air smelled of vomit and desperation masked by Lysol. Only one other prisoner sat chained to a desk at the far end, a woman rocking and scratching, clearly tweaking. Hammond searched him again, then cuffed his left wrist to an eye bolt in the desk. He asked for a driver's license. He said he had lost it. The officer noted it and logged into the computer, taking his name, social security number, address, and employer. He asked what he was being charged with. "Disorderly conduct and disturbing the peace," Hammond replied, filling out the arrest report. After a few minutes, the officer paused and looked at him through the scratched plexiglass. He did not seem like a crazy person or an asshole, had no record, so why had he done it? It almost looked like he had wanted to get arrested. He apologized for ruining the officer's breakfast. Hammond shrugged. There would be others. They fingerprinted him, photographed him, took his shoes, and issued slippers and a blanket. Once booked, he asked for his phone call. Hammond handed him the receiver. He gave Daniela's number and listened as it rang. Voicemail picked up, his own voice, but not the message he remembered. He asked Hammond to hang up before the beep, then requested one more try. The officer dialed again. When she finally answered, relief flooded him at the sound of her voice. He told her it was him. She sounded startled that the caller ID showed Chicago police. He asked her to listen. Something had happened on his way to work. He was in jail and needed her to bail him out right away. He gave the address on North California Avenue and told her to bring her checkbook. He asked her to pick up Charlie from school and bring him along. She refused outright to bring their son to the station. He pressed, but she demanded to know what had happened. Hammond rapped on the plexiglass and drew a finger across his throat. Time was up. He told her to get there as soon as she could, then said he loved her. She hung up. They placed him in a lonely holding cell with a paper-thin mattress on a concrete base, a toilet, a sink, and a camera watching from above the door. He lay under the thin blanket staring at a patch of ceiling, his mind racing through everything that could still go wrong. Daniela might call Jason 2. Jason 2 might call her between classes. Another Jason could make his move. Any one of those would destroy the plan. His stomach knotted. His heart raced. Fear would not let go. He wondered if any of his doppelgangers could have anticipated this. The idea had come from watching that belligerent drunk get thrown out of the bar the night before, an experience unique to him. That gave him faint comfort. Still, he could be wrong about everything. He paced the 6x8 cell until the walls seemed to close in, tightening his chest until breathing grew hard. He moved to the tiny window in the door and peered into the sterile white hallway. A woman cried in a neighboring cell, sounding lost beyond hope. A guard passed leading another inmate by the arm. He returned to the bed, curled facing the wall under the blanket, and tried not to think. It felt like hours had passed. He wondered why it could possibly be taking this long. Only one explanation fit. Something had happened. She wasn't coming. The cell door unlocked with a sharp mechanical jolt that spiked his heart rate. He sat up. The baby-faced guard in the doorway told him he could go home. His wife had just posted bail. The guard led him back to the booking room. He signed papers without reading them, received his shoes, and was escorted through corridors. As he pushed through the final set of doors into the lobby, his breath caught and his eyes blurred with tears. Of all the places he had imagined their reunion, the 14th District Precinct lobby had never crossed his mind. Daniela rose from her chair. His Daniela, the only one. She wore the faded blue button-down she sometimes painted in, spattered with oil and acrylic. When she saw him, her face twisted with confusion and disbelief. He crossed the lobby fast, wrapped his arms around her, and held on. She said his name as if something did not add up. But he could not let go. After every world he had crossed, every horror he had endured, the simple fact of touching her again, breathing her air, smelling her skin, feeling the voltage where they met, felt impossible. He framed her face in his hands and kissed her. Those lips maddeningly soft. She pulled away, then pushed against his chest, brow furrowed deep. They had told her he was arrested for smoking a cigar in a restaurant, and that he would not explain himself. Her train of thought stalled. She studied his face, fingers tracing 2 weeks of stubble. Of course, something was wrong with it. This was not the face she had seen that morning. He looked too thin. These were not the clothes he had left the house in. She was trying to process it and coming up empty. He asked if she had brought Charlie. She said no. She had told him she would not. Was she losing her mind? He assured her she was not. He took her arm gently and steered her to a pair of straight-backed chairs in the waiting area. She resisted at first, but sat when he asked. He asked if she trusted him. She said she did not know. This was scaring her. He told her he would explain everything, but first she needed to call a cab. Her car was parked 2 blocks away, but it was not safe to walk. She hesitated, then pulled out her phone and ordered a car. It would arrive in 3 minutes. With the lobby nearly empty and the desk woman behind thick protective glass, he felt safe enough to speak. What he was about to tell her would sound insane, but he had not lost his mind. She remembered the night of Ryan's celebration at Village Tap over a month ago. That was the last time he had seen her, until 5 minutes ago. Every day since, the man she had been living with was not him. He was another version of him. Her face darkened. She asked if this was some trick or game. It was neither. He took her phone, checked the time, 12:18, and dialed his own campus office line. It rang twice. When his own voice answered warmly, he put the call on speaker and mouthed for her to speak. She asked how his day was going. The other Jason said it was great. He had finished his lecture and was seeing students over lunch. Everything okay? He muted the phone and told her to mention the fake Christmas trip to the Keys last year, the pink and white beach house, and asked to go back. They had never gone, but the other Jason would not know that. It would prove he was not the man she thought he was. She unmuted and brought it up, voice breaking on the last word as she described the perfect house. The other Jason agreed instantly. Whatever she wanted, they would make it work. The phone shook in her hand. He wanted to tear the man apart. The call ended with promises to see each other tonight. She hung up. He squeezed her hand and told her to look at him. Her head was spinning, she said. How could he be at Lakemont and sitting right here at the same moment? Their car had arrived. He said he would explain everything, but right now they had to get in the car and pick up their son from school. Was Charlie in danger? They all were. That snapped her back. He helped her up. They crossed the lobby and stepped outside into a brilliant winter day, the fierce north wind having cleared every trace of last night's storm from the sky. A black Escalade waited at the curb. He opened the rear door, climbed in after her, and she gave the driver the address to Charlie's school, asking him to hurry. As they pulled away, he looked at Daniela and told her to text Charlie so he would be ready. Her hand shook too badly to type. He took the phone, opened the message thread with their son, and wrote that Dad and Mom were coming to pick him up right now. No time to sign out, Just excuse himself to the bathroom and meet them out front in the black Escalade. They would be there in 10 minutes. Our driver pulled out of the parking lot onto a street cleared of snow, the pavement already drying under the bright winter sun. A couple of blocks later, they passed Daniela's Navy Honda. 2 cars ahead of it, he spotted a man who looked exactly like himself behind the wheel of a white van. He glanced through the rear window. Another car followed, but too far back to identify the driver. He felt Daniela's eyes on him. She asked what was wrong. He told her he needed to be sure no one was following them. Her phone vibrated with a new text, sparing him from explaining further. Charlie had written to check if everything was okay. He replied quickly that all was good, and he would explain everything when they met. He slid his arm around Daniela and drew her close. She admitted she felt trapped in a nightmare she couldn't wake from and pleaded to know what was happening. He whispered that they would find a safe place to talk privately. Then he would tell both her and Charlie the full story. Charlie's school appeared ahead, a sprawling brick complex that resembled a mental institution fused with a steampunk castle. The boy sat on the front steps, absorbed in his phone. He instructed Daniela to wait in the car, then stepped out and walked toward his son. Charlie stood, visibly bewildered by his sudden approach and appearance. He pulled the boy into a tight embrace. The words, "God, I've missed you," slipping out before he could stop them. Charlie asked what he was doing there and why. The unfamiliar car, without answering, he grabbed his son's arm and guided him firmly toward the open passenger door of the Escalade. They climbed in together, and he shut the door behind them. The driver glanced back with a heavy Russian accent and asked their next destination. On the way over, he had considered a crowded, bustling spot where they could lose themselves in a crowd if needed. Now he second-guessed that instinct and weighed 3 alternatives: Lincoln Park Conservatory, the Willis Tower Observation Deck, and Rose Hill Cemetery. Rose Hill felt safest and most unexpected, yet something pulled him toward the other 2 as well. In the end, he overrode his hesitation and chose his original plan. He told the driver, Water Tower Place. They rode in silence toward downtown as the skyscrapers drew closer. Daniela's phone vibrated again. She checked the screen, then handed it to him. The text came from an unfamiliar 773 number. It claimed to be from Jason, explained he was using a strange number, but would clarify everything in person, warned that she and Charlie were in danger, and urged her to call back immediately while declaring his love. Daniela looked terrified. The air inside the Escalade crackled with tension. The driver turned onto Michigan Avenue, thick with lunch-hour traffic. The yellowed limestone of the Chicago Water Tower rose ahead, dwarfed by the surrounding skyscrapers along the magnificent mile. The Escalade stopped at the main entrance, but he directed the driver to take them down into the underground parking garage instead. They descended from Chestnut Street into the dim concrete levels. 4 floors down, he told the driver to stop near the next bank of elevators. As far as he could tell, no other vehicles had followed them inside. The doors slammed, their echoes bouncing off the walls and pillars as the SUV pulled away. Water Tower Place rose around them, a vertical mall of 8 floors filled with boutiques and luxury stores encircling a chrome and glass atrium. They rode the glass elevator up to the mezzanine level lined with restaurants and stepped off. The snowy weather had driven crowds indoors, and for the moment he felt perfectly anonymous among them. They found a bench in a quiet corner away from the main flow of foot traffic. Sitting between Daniela and Charlie, he thought of all the other versions of himself scattered across Chicago right now, each willing to do anything, even kill, to take his place on this bench. He drew in a steadying breath. Where to even begin? He looked Daniela in the eye and gently brushed a stray wisp of hair behind her ear, then met Charlie's gaze. He told them how deeply he loved them both, and how he had come through hell itself to sit here between them. He began with his abduction on that crisp October night, forced at gunpoint to drive to an abandoned power plant in South Chicago. He described his terror at the thought of being murdered, only to wake instead inside the hangar of a mysterious science lab where strangers seemed to know him and had been expecting his return. They listened closely as he recounted his escape from Velocity Laboratories that first night and his return to a house on Eleanor Street that was not his home. A world where he lived alone, having devoted his entire life to research. A world in which he and Daniela had never married and Charlie had never been born. He told Daniela about encountering her counterpart at the art installation in Bucktown, his subsequent capture and imprisonment, and his escape with Amanda into the box. He explained the multiverse itself, every door he had walked through, every ruined or altered Chicago that had brought him one step closer to home. He left certain things unsaid for now, moments he could not yet voice. The 2 nights he had spent with Daniela after the opening, and the 2 times he had watched her die. Those would come later when the time felt right. When tears began sliding down Daniela's face, he asked if she believed him. She answered that of course she did. He turned to Charlie, who nodded, though his eyes looked distant, staring vacantly at the passing shoppers. He wondered how much of it had truly sunk in, and how anyone could begin to process something like this. Daniela wiped her eyes and sought clarification. She wanted to be sure she understood. On the night he had gone to Ryan Holder's celebration, another Jason had stolen his life, taken him into the box, and stranded him in a different world so he could live here with her. He confirmed that was exactly what had happened. She realized with horror that the man she had been living with for the past month was a stranger. He explained that the other Jason had been the same as him until about 15 years ago. She asked what had changed 15 years earlier. He told her it was the night she had revealed she was pregnant with Charlie. Every choice created a fork, branching into parallel worlds. In their world, they had chosen to build a life together, marry, have Charlie, and make a home. In another, he had decided fatherhood in his late 20s was not for him, fearing his work and ambition would suffer. In that branch, they had not kept the baby. She had pursued her art, he his science, and eventually they had parted ways. That version of him had built the box, the larger version of the small cube he had been working on when they first met. Somewhere along the way, that other Jason had regretted the path he chose and looked back with longing at the life he had given up. But the box could not travel through time. It only connected different possible worlds in the present. So he had searched until he found this world and traded places, taking this life for his own. Shock and disgust crossed Daniela's face. She rose abruptly from the bench and hurried toward the restrooms. Charlie started to follow, but he placed a hand on his son's shoulder and told him to give her a moment. Charlie said he had known something felt off. When asked what he meant, the boy explained that the other man had carried a different energy. They had talked more, especially at dinner. He had simply seemed different. Questions burned in his mind. Whether the imposter had been more fun, a better father, a better husband, whether life had felt more exciting. But he feared the answers might break him. Daniela returned, her face pale. As she sat down again, he asked if she was all right. She replied that she had a question for him. Our driver pulled the Escalade away from the curb, while he sat between Daniela and Charlie on the mezzanine bench. Daniela asked whether his arrest that morning had been a deliberate move to draw her to him. He confirmed it had. She pressed why he hadn't simply come to the house once Jason 2 left. He told them this was where everything became truly insane. Charlie shot back that things weren't already insane enough. He pushed forward anyway, the words sounding impossible even as he spoke them. He had not been the only version of himself to reach this world. Daniela demanded to know what that meant. He explained that other Jasons, versions who had escaped into the box to lab and taken different routes through the multiverse, had also made it back. Charlie asked how many. He admitted he didn't know, but it was more than a few. He described the confrontation at the sporting goods store, the messages in the online chat room, the Jason who had tracked him to his rented room, and the one who had lunged at him with a knife, fear sharpened in their faces. He told him that was exactly why he had arranged his own arrest. For all he knew, multiple Jasons had been watching them, trailing their every move. He had needed them to come to him in a controlled, safe environment, which was why he had insisted on the car service and bringing Charlie along. He had even spotted one of them following as they passed Daniela's Honda outside the station. None of that mattered now. They were together, and they finally knew the truth. Daniela's voice came out quiet. She wanted to know what these other Jasons were like. He clarified that every one of them shared his history right up to the moment he stepped into the box. After that, their paths had diverged through wildly different experiences. She pressed whether some were still essentially him, men who had fought through hell to return here because they wanted nothing more than to be with her and Charlie again. He nodded. Yes. Her eyes narrowed as the impossible weight of it settled over her. He met her gaze and said he loved her. She answered that she loved him too, but the others did as well, just as fiercely. The statement tore through him. He had no reply. He scanned the growing crowd on the mezzanine. Shoppers, a woman with a stroller, young couples, an old man trailing his wife. They were not safe here. They were not safe anywhere in the city. He asked if she was still with him. She glanced at Charlie, then back, and said she was. Good. They left the mall with nothing but the clothes they wore and a thick envelope of cash from their emptied accounts. Daniela put the rental on their credit card, but every transaction from now on would be cash only to stay invisible. By mid-afternoon, they were rolling through Wisconsin on empty country roads, rolling pastures, low hills, red barns, and silos under a brilliant winter sky. He avoided highways, took random turns with no fixed destination. When they stopped for gas, Daniela showed him her phone. A flood of missed calls and texts had arrived from Chicago area numbers. He scrolled through them. Each was from a different Jason, some pleading for her to call, some declaring love, some warning that the man she was with was an imposter, one even promising to kill the rest of them if she asked. One message came from his own stolen number, the voice of Jason II claiming their time together had been the best of his life and begging her to hear him out. He blocked every number, deleted the messages, then powered off her phone and told Charlie to do the same. Any signal could be used to track them. As afternoon slid into evening and the sun dropped, they pushed deeper into the Northwoods. The Jeep Cherokee's cabin fell into a heavy silence. He kept thinking how everyone was raised to believe they were unique, one of a kind. That belief no longer held for him. He looked at Daniela in the passenger seat, wondering what she now felt toward him, what he even felt toward himself. He reached over and took her hand. She squeezed back once, then turned her eyes to the dark trees streaming past the window. At dusk, they reached the remote town of Ice River. They grabbed fast food and stocked up on groceries. The town ended abruptly. One moment, the lights of an abandoned strip mall glowed behind them. The next, the road narrowed into forest and darkness. He took the third turnoff north of town, following a snowy one-lane drive that wound through spruce and birch to the tip of a small peninsula. Headlights finally picked out a dark log house, shuttered for the season and apparently empty. He killed the engine in the circular drive. The night was very still, very black. He told Daniela he knew she hated the idea, but breaking in carried less risk than leaving any rental record. She answered that they had already gone far beyond worrying about breaking and entering. He opened the door and stepped down into a foot of fresh snow. The cold bit sharp, and the air hung perfectly still. One bedroom window sat unlatched, so he didn't even need to break glass. They carried the plastic grocery bags onto the covered porch and stepped inside. The house felt freezing. He flipped on the lights. A staircase rose straight ahead into the dark second floor. Charlie muttered that the place was gross. It wasn't so much gross as stale with muss and long neglect. A vacation home shuttered for the off-season. They dropped the bags in the kitchen and wandered through the rooms. The decor hovered between cozy and dated. Old white appliances, cracking linoleum, scuffed creaky hardwood. In the living room, a mounted largemouth bass hung over the brick hearth, the walls covered with at least 100 framed fishing lures. There was a master bedroom downstairs and 2 upstairs, one packed with triple bunk beds. They ate Dairy Queen straight from the greasy bags under the kitchen's harsh overhead light, while the rest of the house stayed dark. The central heating fought to warm the space. Charlie looked cold. Daniela sat quiet and distant, barely touching her food, as if sliding into some deep, internal free fall. After dinner, he and Charlie brought in armloads of wood from the porch. He used fast food bags and old newspaper to start a fire. The dry gray logs caught quickly. Soon the living room walls glowed, shadows dancing across the ceiling. They folded out the sleeper sofa for Charlie and pulled it close to the hearth. Daniela went to ready their room. He sat beside his son on the mattress edge, letting the fire's heat wash over him. He told Charlie that if he woke in the night, he should add another log to keep it going. Charlie kicked off his sneakers and wriggled out of his hoodie sleeves, then crawled under the covers. It struck him then that his son was 15 now. His birthday had been October 21st. He said, "Happy birthday." Charlie looked confused. He explained he had missed it. Charlie shrugged that it had been fine. They went to the movies, out to dinner, then he hung out with Joel and Angela. When asked who Angela was, Charlie blushed in the firelight and admitted she was his girlfriend. He asked if the other Jason had taken him for his driving test. Charlie nodded with a small smile, saying he now had his learner's permit. The confirmation stung hard. He pulled the blankets up to Charlie's shoulders and kissed his forehead, savoring the rare moment of tucking his son in. Charlie asked if he was okay. He admitted, not really, but being with them now was all that mattered. He asked whether Charlie had liked the other version of him. Charlie answered firmly that the man wasn't his father. He pressed once more. Charlie repeated, "He's not my father." He rose, tossed another log on the fire, and walked back through the creaking kitchen toward the master bedroom. The room was still too cold, but Daniela had stripped extra blankets from upstairs closets. Wood-paneled walls surrounded them. A space heater glowed in the corner, scenting the air with scorched dust. Soft sobbing came from the bathroom. He knocked on the hollow door. "Daniela?" She caught her breath and asked what he wanted. He asked if he could come in. After a moment, the lock clicked open. He found her huddled in the corner against the clawfoot tub, knees drawn to her chest, eyes red and swollen, body physically shaking. She said she couldn't do this. She loved him. But then she thought of all the other versions of him, and it overwhelmed her. He told her the others weren't here. She countered that they wanted to be. He insisted they weren't. She broke down further, asking how she could even know he was really her Jason. He had left their door in early October and only reappeared that morning at the station. How could she be sure? He dropped to the floor and told her to look into his eyes. Through tears, she searched his face, still doubting. He asked what the last month with the other man had been like. She begged him not to make her say it, not to do that to either of them. He pressed that every day in the box he had tortured himself imagining the two of them together. Daniela opened her knees, pulled him against her chest, and ran her fingers through his hair. She asked if he really wanted to know. He said he would always wonder. She told him honestly that at first it had been amazing. The night he went to Ryan's party stood out because when the other Jason came home, he looked at her with fresh intensity. The way he had the very first time they made love years ago in her loft, standing at the foot of the bed, really seeing her. It had felt electric, even more intense than after one of his conferences. He asked if it had felt like their first time again. After a long pause, she apologized and said yes. It wasn't just one night. After a couple of weeks, she realized something fundamental had changed in him. A million small differences. The way he dressed, prepared in the morning, what he talked about at dinner, and yes, the way he made love to her. It had been different, better, like the first time again. He had touched her as if she were oxygen he needed to survive. He asked if she wanted that other Jason. She said no. She wanted the man she had built a life with, the one she had made Charlie with. But she needed to be certain he was that man. He sat up and looked at her in the cramped, mildew-scented bathroom. She stared back, exhausted. He helped her to her feet. They moved into the bedroom. Daniela climbed under the freezing sheets. He switched off the lights and slid in beside her. The bed frame creaked with every shift, banging the headboard against the wall and rattling the picture frames. The cold night pressed in around them. She lay beside him in underwear and a white T-shirt, carrying the day's long drive on her skin, fading deodorant mixed with the faint, honest funk of travel. He loved the smell. In the dark, she whispered how they were supposed to fix this. He answered that he was working on it, and she should ask him again in the morning. Her breath brushed his face, sweet and warm, the very scent of home. Within moments, she was asleep, breathing slow and deep. He thought sleep would take him too, but the moment his eyes closed, the visions flooded in. Versions of himself stepping out of elevators, waiting in parked cars, sitting on benches across from their brownstone. He saw himself everywhere. The room stayed dark except for the glowing coils of the space heater. The house lay silent. Sleep refused to come. He needed to fix this. Quietly, he slipped from under the covers. At the door, he paused, glancing back at Daniela, buried safely beneath the blankets. He moved down the hallway, the hardwood groaning under his weight warmth increasing as he neared the living room. The fire had burned low. He added several logs and sat for a long time staring into the flames, watching the wood crumble into radiant embers while Charlie snored softly behind him. The idea had first come to him on the drive north and had turned over in his mind ever since. At first, it felt insane. The more he tested it, the more it felt like his only real choice. Beside the entertainment center stood a desk with a 10-year-old Mac and an ancient printer. He powered the computer on. Luck was with him. A guest login worked, and the browser opened. He reached the old email account and clicked the link. UberChat loaded. 72 active participants. He logged in as Jason 9. The conversation stretched long and frantic. He scanned down to the newest messages. The house empty since mid-afternoon, Jason 4. Confirming he had followed Daniela to the police station on North California. Questions piling up about what she had been doing there, speculation that she might know. One Jason reported nearly being killed in his hotel room the night before by another of them with a knife. He began typing. He announced that Daniela and Charlie were with him, and safe. Immediate replies flooded the screen. Questions about how, demands for proof, flashes of hostility. He explained they were scared but unharmed, then laid out his proposal. In 2 days, at midnight, every one of them would meet at the power plant for a peaceful lottery. The winner would live this life with Daniela and Charlie. Afterward, they would destroy the box so no further Jasons could reach this world. Objections poured in. Some refused outright, others demanded to know how it would work or suggested they fight it out instead. The chat administrator froze all accounts except his and Jason 9's so the exchange could continue clearly. He pressed on. He understood the risks, including the chance some might not show or might wait to strike later, but he believed they would honor the agreement, not for each other, but for Daniela and Charlie. The alternative was to take them and vanish into new identities, always running. He refused to force that life on his wife and son, and he had no right to keep them for himself. He was even willing to enter the lottery, knowing he would almost certainly lose. He would speak with Daniela first, then return online tomorrow night with details and proof. When asked what would happen to the losers, he answered that he didn't know yet. All that mattered was their wife and son, living out their lives in peace and safety. Anyone who felt otherwise didn't deserve them. Morning light filtered through the curtain and woke him. Daniela lay curled in his arms. For a long time he simply held her, this extraordinary woman who had become his entire world. Eventually he disentangled himself, dressed beside the dying fire, and dropped the last 2 logs onto the coals. They had slept late. The stove clock read 9:30. Through the window above the sink, sunlight slanted down through evergreens and birches, pooling in bright patches across the forest floor. He stepped outside into the sharp morning chill, walked off the porch, and followed the gentle slope behind the cabin to the lake's edge. At the end of the snow-capped pier, he brushed off a bench and sat. A thin rim of ice edged the shore, but the rest of the water remained open. Mist rose from the surface while the sun climbed behind the pines. The cold felt clean and bracing. Footsteps squeaked in the snow behind him. He turned to see Daniela coming down the pier in his tracks, carrying 2 steaming mugs of coffee. Her hair fell in a beautiful tangle, and she had wrapped several blankets around her shoulders like a shawl. As she approached, the realization settled over him. This was almost certainly the last morning he would ever spend with her. Tomorrow he would drive back to Chicago alone. She handed him both mugs, draped one of her blankets around him, then sat beside him on the bench. They drank their coffee in silence, gazing out across the lake. He told her he had always imagined them ending up in a place like this one day. She admitted she hadn't known he wanted to move to Wisconsin. He pictured them older, finding a cabin to fix up together. She laughed softly and asked whether he even knew how to fix things up, then said she was only teasing. She understood exactly what he meant. Jason gazed out across the quiet lake, the weight of their fragile peace pressing on him. As Daniela spoke of lazy summers here with the grandchildren and painting by the lakeshore, he asked what she would do in return, and she answered that she might finally catch up on her New Yorker subscription, content simply to be with him. She reached down and touched the thread still tied around his ring finger, asking what it was. He explained how Jason, too, had taken his wedding ring, and how, in those early disorienting days, he had begun to lose his hold on reality and his own identity. The string served as his anchor, a constant reminder that this version of her existed. She kissed him, long and deep. After a moment, he pulled back slightly and told her there was something he needed to confess. In the first Chicago, he had awakened in, the one where he had found her at the Multiverse art installation. He had slept with that version of her. Her smile faded. She stared at him, her voice nearly flat as she asked why. He described the terror and confusion of that world, how everyone had thought him insane, and he had begun to doubt himself too. Finding her had been the only familiar thing in an utterly wrong place. He had desperately wanted that Daniela to be his wife. But she wasn't, just as the other Jason wasn't him. She asked if he had simply been sleeping his way across the multiverse. He insisted it had happened only once, before he fully understood where he was or whether he was losing his mind. When she pressed about how that other version of her had been, he hesitated. But she insisted. He admitted it had felt like rediscovering their connection from the very beginning before he even knew he loved her. The raw, electric pull of first meeting all over again. She fell silent, working through how angry she should feel. He questioned why she should feel any anger at all. She countered that his defense sounded like claiming it wasn't cheating if it was another version of her. He offered a weak smile, Noting at least it was original, that drew a surprised laugh from her. And in that moment, the sound reminded him exactly why he loved her so deeply. She asked what that other Daniela had been like. He told her she had been the artist version of her, successful and without him or Charlie in her life, casually seeing Ryan hold her. When he confirmed she had been a brilliant artist and described her plexiglass labyrinth installation, the startling imagery, the immersive design, Daniela's eyes brightened with interest even as sadness touched her face. She wondered aloud if that version of herself had been happy after giving up so much. He replied that after only 48 hours with her, he couldn't say for certain. But like anyone, she seemed to carry regrets, waking sometimes in the night to question her choices and wonder about the life she might have had with him. Out on the lake, a fish broke the surface, sending perfect ripples across the still water. Daniela reminded him that last night she had asked how they would fix this. He fought the urge to shield her from the truth, but their marriage had always been built on facing the hardest things together. So he told her about the proposal he had made to the chat room the night before. Her face shifted rapidly through anger, horror, shock, and fear. She accused him of wanting to raffle her off like some prize. He tried to reassure her, but she rejected any heroic sacrifice. He promised that no matter what, she would have him back, though it might be another version. She worried it could be someone as destructive as Jason, too. He looked away across the lake, blinking back tears, as she asked why he would give himself up so another could be with her. He answered simply that everyone had to sacrifice. It was the only way to keep her and Charlie safe in Chicago. Later, back inside the cabin, Charlie stood at the stove flipping pancakes. Jason complimented the smell and agreed to make his fruit compote when asked. He located the cutting board and knife, then stood beside his son, peeling apples and dicing them into the simmering maple syrup. Sunlight climbed through the windows, filling the forest with morning light. They ate together, talking easily, and for brief stretches it almost felt normal, the knowledge that this might be their last shared breakfast held carefully at bay. In the early afternoon, they walked into town along the faded country road, pavement warm in the sun, and snow lingering in the shadows. They bought clothes at a thrift shop, then caught a matinee of a silly romantic comedy in the small downtown cinema. It was exactly the light escape they needed. They stayed through the credits until the lights rose, emerging to find the sky already darkening. At the edge of town, they stopped at the only open restaurant, the Ice River Roadhouse, and sat at the bar. Daniela ordered Pinot Noir. Jason got a beer for himself and a Coke for Charlie. The place filled quickly, the busiest spot on a weeknight in the small town. They ordered food. Jason drank a second beer, then a third. Soon he and Daniela were pleasantly buzzed amid the growing noise. She rested her hand on his leg, her eyes glassy from the wine, and the simple closeness felt painfully good. He tried not to dwell on the fact that every small moment now carried the weight of a last time, a country and western band set up on the tiny backstage. Before long, Jason and Daniela were slow dancing on the crowded floor, her body pressed to his hand at the small of her back. Between the steel guitar and the way she looked at him, the desire to take her back to their creaky bed and lose themselves completely surged through him. Later they laughed together for no clear reason. Charlie remarked that they were wasted. Jason admitted they had needed to blow off steam. Charlie noted to Daniela that it hadn't felt like this in the last month. She looked at Jason and quietly agreed it hadn't. They staggered back up the dark highway, the woods silent and still as a painting, no headlights in either direction. Inside their room, Jason locked the door. They lifted the mattress onto the floorboards, killed the lights, and shed their clothes. The room was chilly despite the space heater. They slipped naked and shivering under the blankets. Her skin felt smooth and cool against his, her mouth soft and warm. He kissed her deeply. The need in her was urgent. She wanted him inside her so badly it hurt. Being with her wasn't merely coming home. It defined what home meant. The hardwood floor creaked softly beneath them as moonlight slipped through the curtains, illuminating her face while her head tilted back and she whispered his name with raw urgency. Afterward, they lay sweaty, hearts still racing in the quiet dark. Jason felt Daniela's fingers slide through his hair as she stared at him in the dark, the look he loved most. She told him Charlie had been right on the walk home. Nothing had felt like this since Jason too arrived. He was irreplaceable, even by another version of himself. She kept circling back to the day they met, how at that backyard party he had stepped in and saved her from the creep. Their connection had been electric, but the real miracle was the timing itself. He had walked into her life at the precise moment when it could have been anyone else. Yesterday had been the same. Of all the possible Jasons, he was the one who pulled the desperate stunt at the diner, landed in jail, and brought them safely back together. He murmured that it sounded like fate. She smiled and said no. They had simply found each other again. They made love once more and drifted into sleep. In the dead of night, she woke him, whispering close that she didn't want him to leave. He rolled over to face her. Her eyes were wide and unblinking in the darkness. His head throbbed, and his mouth felt parched, caught in that miserable shift from buzz to hangover where pleasure curdled into pain. She suggested they just keep driving. He asked where and what they would tell Charlie, his friends, maybe a girlfriend, the first time he had seemed happy at school. She admitted she hated it, but insisted they would have to tell him to leave it all behind. He reminded her that their home, their friends, their jobs were what defined them. She answered that none of those things mattered as long as she was with him. Only then did she know exactly who she was. He wanted nothing more than to stay with her, but he knew that if he didn't go through with the plan tomorrow, she and Charlie would never be safe again. Still, she would have him, another version of him. She insisted she wanted only this one. Later, he woke again in the dark, pulse hammering, mouth bone dry. He pulled on jeans and shirt and staggered down the hallway. With no fire burning, the only light on the ground floor came from a small nightlight above the kitchen counter. He took a glass, filled it at the tap, drank it down, and filled it again. The central heating clicked off. He stood at the sink sipping the cold well water while the cabin lay so quiet he could hear the floorboards popping in distant corners as the wood cooled. Through the window he stared into the black woods. He loved that she wanted him, yet he still had no idea how to keep them safe. His head spun. Then something moved across the snow beyond the Jeep. Adrenaline spiked. He set the glass down, stepped into his boots at the front door, and walked out onto the porch. He buttoned his shirt and crossed the trodden snow past the car. There, larger than he first thought. A man crawling toward the porch, leaving dark streaks of blood across the snow. He was never going to make it. Jason reached him, knelt, and realized it was another Jason. Same coat, same Velocity Laboratory backpack, same thread around the finger. The man clutched his stomach, hands slick with steaming blood, and looked up with desperate eyes. Jason asked who had done this. The dying man rasped that it was one of them. He asked how the man had found him here. A wet cough of blood was the only answer, followed by a plea for help. Jason pressed how many of them were here. The man whispered he thought he was dying. Fresh blood-tinged footprints led away from the crawling Jason toward the Jeep and around the side of the cabin. The dying man kept saying their name, begging for help. Jason wanted to help, but all he could think was that they had found them. Somehow they had found them. The man told him not to let them hurt her. Jason glanced back and finally noticed every tire on the Jeep had been slashed. Footsteps crunched in the snow somewhere nearby. He scanned the woods, but starlight barely reached the deeper trees. The man said he wasn't ready. Jason looked down into his own eyes and felt panic rising. He told him that if this was the end, he needed to be brave. A gunshot cracked behind the cabin near the lake. Jason sprinted back through the snow, past the jeep, and up the porch steps. From inside, Daniela called his name. He crashed through the front door. She came down the hallway wrapped in a blanket, backlit by the bedroom light. Charlie approached from the kitchen. Jason locked the door behind him as they met in the foyer. She asked if that had been a gunshot. He confirmed it had. She demanded what was happening. He told her they had been found by other versions of himself. She asked how that was possible. He said they had to leave right now. He ordered both of them to the bedroom, get dressed, start gathering their things. He would check the back door and join them. They hurried down the hall. The front door was secure. The only other entrance was the French doors from the screened porch into the living room. He moved through the kitchen, mind racing. They would be looking to him for the next move, and he had none. They couldn't use the car. They would have to run on foot. What did they need? Phones. Money. The envelope in the bottom dresser drawer. How many Jasons were already here? Was he about to die tonight by his own hand? He felt his way through the dark living room, past the sleeper sofa, and reached for the French door handles. The air here was far too cold unless the doors had just been opened. They were locked now, yet he didn't remember locking them. Through the glass, something shifted on the patio, too dark to identify. He needed to get back to his family. As he turned, a shadow rose behind the sofa. His heart seized. A lamp clicked on. 10 feet away stood another Jason, wearing only boxer shorts, hands slick with blood. One hand held the light switch, the other pointed a gun straight at his face. The fresh slash across the intruder's cheek identified him instantly. The man stepped around the sofa, gun steady, and told him quietly to take his clothes off. Jason glanced behind him through the French doors. Jason saw the lamplight reveal a grim scene on the patio, a pile of Timberlands and a peacoat beside another version of himself lying dead, throat slashed open in a pool of blood. The armed Jason in boxer shorts repeated his order. Jason began unbuttoning his shirt, reminding the man they knew each other. The cut on his face proved they had shared beers 2 nights earlier. The information registered but failed to stop him. The intruder insisted this was the end and that Jason would do the same in his place. Jason disagreed. He had once thought so too, but now knew he wouldn't. He tossed the shirt over. He understood the plan. The man would wear his clothes, reopen the facial slash to look freshly wounded, and approach Daniela pretending to be him. Jason mentioned he had devised a way to protect her. The other Jason admitted he had read the plan but refused to sacrifice himself so another could have his wife and son. He demanded the jeans too. As Jason stripped them off, he realized he had misjudged. They were not all the same. He asked how many versions the man had killed that night. The answer came cold. 4, and he would kill 1,000 if needed. Jason pressed what had happened inside the box, in those other worlds, to turn him into this. The man suggested Jason simply didn't want Daniela and Charlie back badly enough, and therefore didn't deserve them. Jason hurled the jeans into his face and charged, wrapping his arms around the man's thighs and slamming him into the wall. The gun clattered to the floor. Jason kicked it toward the kitchen, drove a knee into the attacker's face, and heard bone crack. He grabbed the man's head for another strike, but his leg was swept out. He crashed hard onto the hardwood, the back of his skull exploding with light. The bloody Jason pinned him, fingers crushing his throat, then punched him twice, fracturing his cheek in a burst of agony. Through tears and blood, Jason saw the man raise a knife. A gunshot rang out. A black hole appeared in the attacker's sternum, blood pouring down his chest. The knife dropped. The wounded man tried futilely to plug the hole with a finger as he took a ragged breath and looked toward the shooter. Jason turned his head. Another Jason stood there, clean-shaven, wearing the black leather jacket Daniela had given him 10 years ago for their anniversary, a gold wedding band gleaming on his left hand. Jason, too, fired again, the bullet tearing off the side of the attacker's skull. The body toppled. Jason pushed himself up slowly, spitting blood, his face burning. Jason, too, turned the gun on him. Death felt seconds away. In that instant, a single memory flashed. Himself as a boy on his grandparents' Iowa farm. A warm spring day under a vast sky, dribbling a soccer ball toward his brother between two maple trees. He wondered why this innocent moment surfaced now. Was it when he had been happiest, most purely himself? Daniela's voice cut through from the kitchen nook. Dressed now, she stared at Jason too, then at him, then at the dead Jason on the floor and the one with the slit throat on the patio. Without a tremor, she asked where her husband was. Jason wiped blood from his eyes and answered that he was right here. She tested him by asking what they had done tonight. He replied they had danced to bad country music, come home, and made love. He told Jason, too, there was no point lying. She already knew everything. Daniela demanded how he could do this to her and their family. Charlie appeared beside her, taking in the horror. Jason, too, looked at them both, only 6 or 7 feet away, yet Jason knew he couldn't reach him in time if the trigger was pulled. He tried to stall. He asked how Jason, too, had found them. The answer was Charlie's phone and its Find My Phone app. The boy had turned it on briefly for one text the night before so Angela wouldn't think he had ignored her. Jason asked about the other Jasons. Jason, too, admitted he didn't know. Perhaps they had followed him. Daniela confronted him directly. He should have stayed with her 15 years ago when he had the chance. He countered that, then he wouldn't have built the box. She asked what was so terrible about that. His life's work had brought only pain. Jason, too, replied that every breath held choices, and life meant living with regret. He had created something to erase it, letting people find worlds where they made the right decisions. Daniela answered that life didn't work that way. You lived with your choices and learned from them. You didn't cheat the system. Jason slowly shifted his weight to stand, but Jason, too, warned him not to move. Jason asked if he would really kill him in front of his family. Jason, too, spoke of the enormous dreams Jason once had and how he could have stayed in a better life and actually lived them. Jason called it hollow justification. Jason, too, claimed he knew exactly how Jason's mind worked, the daily horror of the commute and teaching, wondering if this was really all there was. He judged him because they were the same man at the core, wired identically. Jason hadn't been born to teach undergrad physics, while others like Ryan Holder claimed the acclaim that should have been his. He could do anything. Jason, too, had proved it. He woke up every morning able to face himself because he had achieved everything he wanted. What had Jason done? Jason answered simply that he had made a life with them. Jason, too, insisted he had given them both the secret dream of living their 2 best lives. Jason replied he wanted only one life, the one with Daniela and Charlie. He looked at his wife and son. Daniela pleaded with Jason, too, to let them have their life. He didn't have to do this. His face hardened. He stepped closer, gun inches from Jason's face. Charlie screamed no and lunged forward despite Daniela trying to hold him back. In that split second when Jason, too,'s eyes flicked toward Charlie, Jason slapped the gun away, snatched the knife from the floor, and drove it deep into Jason, too,'s stomach. He stood, yanked the blade free as Jason, too, fell against him, then stabbed again and again. Blood soaked through the shirt onto his hands, its metallic smell filling the room. Jason twisted the knife one final time and shoved him away. Jason, too, teetered, grimacing, clutching his gut as blood leaked between his fingers. His legs gave out. He sat, then stretched out on his side with a groan, head resting on the floorboards. Jason locked eyes with Daniela and Charlie, then knelt and searched Jason II's pockets until he found his own car keys. He asked where the Suburban was. Leaning close to catch the weakening voice, he heard it was parked a quarter-mile past the turnoff on the shoulder. He quickly dressed in the clothes he had stripped off moments earlier, buttoned his shirt, and bent to tie his boots, while Jason II bled out on the cabin floor. Jason lifted the gun from the floor and wiped the grip clean on his jeans. They had to leave now. More versions could already be closing in. His dying doppelganger whispered his name. Jason turned and saw him holding the wedding band between blood-slick fingers. He crossed to him, took the ring, and slid it onto his finger over the thread. The man seized his arm and pulled him close, struggling to speak. Jason leaned in. The faint words came. "Look in the glove box." Charlie rushed over and wrapped his arms around him, shoulders shaken with sobs he could no longer hold back. Jason held his son's face between his hands, telling him he had saved his life. If he hadn't charged in, there would have been no chance. He promised to smash the phone to pieces the first chance he got. Then they had to move. Back door. They hurried through the living room, skirting pools of blood. Jason unlocked the French doors. As Charlie and Daniela stepped onto the screened porch, he glanced back. The man who had ruined everything lay watching them with slow, blinking eyes. Jason pulled the door shut behind him and stepped through one final streak of blood to reach the screen door. Unsure which direction offered safety, they descended to the shoreline and followed it north through the trees. The lake stretched black and glassy as obsidian. Jason kept scanning the woods, certain another version could emerge from behind any trunk and end him in an instant. After 100 yards, they angled away from the water toward the road. 4 gunshots cracked from the cabin. They broke into a run, crashing through snow, lungs burning. Adrenaline dulled the throb in his bruised face, but he knew the reprieve would not last. They burst onto the empty road. Jason stood on the center line, listening. The woods had gone silent. Daniela asked which way. "North," he answered. They jogged down the yellow line until Charlie spotted the Suburban half hidden in the trees on the right shoulder. They piled inside. Jason twisted the key, released the brake, and slammed into gear. In the side mirror, a shadow sprinted toward them. He whipped the SUV around and floored it, ordering them to get down. Daniela asked why. He simply shouted for her to do it. Headlights speared the darkness. Another Jason stood planted in the middle of the road, gun raised. Muzzle flashes erupted. A bullet punched through the windshield and tore past his right ear, shredding the headrest. Daniela screamed. Jason wondered how broken this version of him had to be to risk hitting her and Charlie. The man tried to dodge a half-second too late. The bumper caught his waist with brutal force, spinning him hard. His head smashed the passenger window, shattering the glass. In the rear view, Jason watched him tumble across the pavement as they accelerated away. He asked if anyone was hurt. Charlie said he was fine. Daniela sat up and began brushing safety glass pebbles from her hair, assuring him she was okay. They sped down the empty highway in silence. 3 a.m, no other cars, cold air whistling through the bullet holes in the broken window. Jason asked if she still had her phone. She did. Charlie handed his over too. Jason lowered his window and threw both phones into the night. Daniela asked if the others would keep coming if they would never stop. She was right. The other Jasons could not be trusted. He had been wrong about the lottery fixing anything. Exhaustion pressed down on him, his face aching, worse by the second. He told her to open the glove box. She pulled out the owner's manual, insurance papers, a tire gauge, a flashlight, and the small leather bag he recognized at once. Later they sat in the shot-up Suburban in a deserted parking lot after driving through the night. Jason studied his reflection. Left eye purple and swollen shut. cheekbone black with pooled blood. Every touch sent fresh pain blooming. He looked at Charlie, then at Daniela. She reached across and ran her fingernails gently down the back of his neck, asking what other choice they had. He turned to his son. Charlie said he didn't want to leave, but knew they had to. A strange calm settled over Jason. They had lost everything. The house, the jobs, the friends, the life they had built. Yet in this stripped-down moment, with nothing left but one another, he felt happier than he had ever been. Morning light filtered through cracks in the roof, striping the dark, abandoned hallway. Charlie said the place was cool. Daniela asked if he knew where he was going. Jason answered that unfortunately he could find the way blindfolded. He led them deeper through the empty passages, bone-tired, running on caffeine and raw fear. The gun from the cabin pressed against the small of his back. Jason II's leather bag stayed tucked under his arm. As they had driven south at dawn, he had not even glanced at the Chicago skyline sliding past to the west. A small regret flickered, but he pushed it aside. All those nights he had lain awake, wondering what life might have been if he had taken the other branch, the one that made him a celebrated physicist instead of a father and ordinary teacher. It came down to the same ache, wanting what he didn't have. But the truth he now understood was that he had lived every choice. He was not merely one Jason Desson. He was one facet of an infinite being who had taken every possible path and experienced every life imaginable. Jason clung to the thought that a person was more than the sum of their choices. All the untaken paths somehow woven into who they were. Yet none of the other Jasons mattered to him. He wanted only this life, flawed as it was, because nowhere else would he find this Daniela or this Charlie. Any small change would have made them strangers. They descended the stairs toward the generator room, footsteps echoing through the cavernous space. One flight from the bottom, Daniela tensed and whispered that someone waited below. Jason halted, mouth turning dry as he peered into the shadows. Men rose from the floor, one, then another, then more. Dozens of his own doubles stood between them and the box, arriving early for the lottery. They watched in silence. Blood roared in his ears, drowning the world in panicked white noise. He glanced back up the stairs, ready to flee. Daniela refused to run. She drew the gun from his waistband, linked her arm through his, and told Charlie to hold his father tight no matter what. Jason asked if she was certain. She answered with absolute conviction. With his family pressed close, Jason continued down the final steps and crossed the broken concrete. His doppelgangers blocked the path ahead. The air felt suffocating, filled only with their footsteps and distant wind through shattered windows. Daniela exhaled shakily. Charlie's palm sweated against his own. Jason urged them forward. One double stepped out, pointing out that this wasn't the agreement they had made. Jason explained that everything had changed after last night's attempt on his life. Daniela cut in sharply, declaring the matter finished since one of them had fired at their car with Charlie inside. She pulled him onward. The doubles held their ground until another suggested they proceed with the lottery. Daniela's grip tightened as she announced that she and Charlie would enter the box with this Jason, her voice cracked with the weight of it. They were all simply trying to survive. Jason met the nearest double's gaze. Envy and desperation burned there, the man reeking of homelessness and defeat. The double growled a bitter question about why this version deserved her. Another intervened, insisting the choice belonged to Daniela and what their son needed. The crowd slowly parted. They walked through the corridor of silent Jasons. Some wept hot, angry tears. Jason felt his own eyes sting, as did Daniela's and Charlie's. Others remained rigid with tension. At last, the final double moved aside. The box stood open ahead. Charlie entered first, then Daniela. Jason's heart pounded as he waited for some last-second disaster. Nothing came. He stepped across the threshold, glanced back once at the devastated faces staring in stunned silence under the high windows, then sealed the door. He switched on the flashlight and faced his family. Daniela fought back tears but stayed composed. Jason prepared the syringes, ampules, and needles exactly as before. He helped Charlie roll up his sleeve and warned that the first injection would hit hard. Charlie nodded. Jason slid the needle in, drew blood, and delivered the full dose of Ryan's drug. Charlie's eyes rolled back as he slumped against the wall. Jason tied the tourniquet around his own arm. Daniela asked how long the effect lasted. "About an hour," he replied. Charlie recovered and sat up, calling the sensation strange. Jason injected himself next. After days without it, the rush struck harder than expected. Finally, he lifted the last syringe for Daniela. She admitted her hatred of needles. He reassured her that he had grown skilled at this. Soon, all three moved under the drug's influence. Daniels took the light and stepped back, illuminating the infinite corridor. Jason watched fear and awe play across her face and Charlie's, remembering his own first overwhelming horror and wonder at the endless nothing-in-between worlds. Charlie asked how far it stretched. "It never ended," Jason told him. They walked together down the corridor. Jason could scarcely believe he was here again, this time with them. The raw terror from before had softened into something quieter. Charlie wondered about the doors. Each one opened onto another world, Jason explained. Daniela assured him she was all right because she was with him. Time pressed. The drug would fade soon. Jason suggested they choose a door. Daniela voiced her worry that other Jasons might one day track them through the same logic. Jason agreed they thought alike, but promised neither he nor she would open any door. He turned to Charlie, who hesitated, afraid of choosing wrongly. Jason and Daniela both expressed trust in him. The path would be something they created together as a family. Charlie still looked tense. Jason embraced him, saying he loved him and felt immense pride. Then he and Daniela sat against the wall, facing the door. She rested her head on his shoulder, holding his hand. To his surprise, Jason felt no fear, only a bright, childlike excitement for whatever came next, as long as his family stayed with him. Charlie gripped the handle, drew a steadying breath, and glanced back at them with newfound strength. Jason nodded. Charlie turned the handle. The latch slid free. Brilliant light poured in, forcing Jason to shield his eyes. When his vision cleared, Charlie stood silhouetted in the doorway. Jason rose, helped Daniela up, and they joined their son. Warm air and the scent of wet earth and unfamiliar flowers rushed into the sterile corridor. A world fresh from a storm waited beyond. Jason placed a hand on Charlie's shoulder. Charlie asked if he was ready. "We're right behind you." The end. Thank you for staying with the story until the very end, for letting its questions linger in your mind, and for traveling through those infinite corridors with open curiosity. Blake Crouch had carried the seeds of dark matter for nearly a decade. He was fascinated by quantum mechanics, especially the many worlds interpretation that suggests every possible outcome of every choice creates its own branching reality. The idea truly crystallized during a brainstorming trip to Chicago with his friend, novelist Marcus Saki. 3 separate story fragments that had been haunting him. The mysterious box, the terror of meeting another version of yourself, and the ache of paths not taken, suddenly locked together like puzzle pieces. What began as an intellectual obsession with subatomic superposition became a deeply personal exploration of regret, identity, and the lives we might have lived. Crouch wrote it during a reflective period in his own life, when he found himself looking back at the choices that had shaped his path. The novel arrived in July 2016, at a time when conversations about parallel realities and the nature of consciousness were quietly gaining momentum in both science and popular culture. Its themes of love, ambition, and the quiet weight of what if resonated powerfully. turning it into a word-of-mouth phenomenon. Bringing the story to the screen presented its own challenges. As showrunner and lead writer, Crouch expanded the narrative for television. The Apple TV Plus series, which premiered in 2024, remains largely faithful to the book's core tension and emotional heart, but it deepens certain perspectives. We see far more of Daniela's experience living with the imposter Jason II, and we spend meaningful time with Jason II himself, elements that were only glimpsed or left internal in the novel. New characters and subplots were added to suit the 9-episode format, while some streamlined moments from the book were reimagined for visual impact. Production demanded creative solutions for depicting the multiverse, crafting distinct yet believable versions of Chicago, handling the psychological intensity of multiple Jasons, and translating inner monologues into powerful performances. Joel Edgerton brought raw vulnerability and quiet strength to Jason Dessen, while Jennifer Connelly delivered a nuanced, emotionally layered Daniela that added new shades of suspicion, grief, and resilience. The ensemble, including Alice Braga as Amanda, helped ground the high-concept premise in human stakes. Directors like Jacob Verbruggen and others shaped a sleek, suspenseful visual language that made the Infinite feel both wondrous and claustrophobic. One fun detail: Crouch has said the writing process for the book nearly broke his brain as he tried to keep the branching realities consistent. And in the series, the team leaned into fan love for certain characters, giving Amanda more presence because readers always wanted more of her. While the adaptation beautifully visualizes the story's ideas, the original novel still holds unique depths, intimate thoughts, tighter pacing, and layers that only the written word can fully reveal. If this retelling sparked something in you, I warmly encourage you to pick up Blake Crouch's book and experience Jason's journey in its purest form. You might also enjoy his other mind-bending works like Recursion, which explores similar territory of memory and reality. The visuals you saw were crafted with today's technology to help bring these parallel worlds to life. They may not match every detail perfectly, but I hope they enrich the experience. If this story moved you, a like helps more than you know. Subscribe if you'd like to journey through more thought-provoking tales together. I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. What choice in your own life would you most want to see unfold in another universe? Which version of the story resonated with you most? And if you found value here, sharing it with someone who loves stories that linger is one of the kindest ways to keep meaningful storytelling alive. Until the next branch, thank you again. Stay curious. The doors are always open.